good evening. It is Friday. It's episode 285, longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. And we are Eric-less.
We are.
We are sans Eric.
It's a celebration.
Mm-hmm. Listen, it is. But look, just for the people, and there's like 5 of them that miss him, but he's here with us in spirit.
Oh.
We just can't get rid of him, can we?
And Zombie Ray.
And Zombie Ray. That's right. So let me quickly get a couple of comments. I know Zach actually had the first comment tonight. For some reason, it's not showing. I saw it earlier, and Zach is currently refreshing, trying to see if we can get to the bottom of the Dallas Card Show theft. How convenient that as he continues to look for the real Dallas Card Show thieves, Eric is conveniently absent.
Conveniently.
Timing, isn't it?
It's impeccable.
How convenient.
Josh here says it's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos Live. Facts. Dan says I'll be on about 8:30 waiting for dinner. Sounds good, Dan.
Waiting for dinner?
Hey, listen, people have dinner at 8. Good evening, Stephen with PH.
I just had dinner.
And good evening, Jeff.
Waiting insinuated that DoorDash was called.
And listen, maybe. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
I had it the other day, and it was good.
Yeah.
I'm not going to complain. Sometimes
I
I don't
haven't
feel
used
like
them yet. I haven't used any delivery service for meals.
Never.
I guess I do too much cooking. So.
Paul says, are we Eric-less the entire night? Yes. Blessed be. Yes. Is like button fee increase? It's 10x'd. In honor of the Fanatics Overlords, it has been 10x'd on all counts. And then, Brandon, whenever you're good, you just give me a thumbs up and let me know. All right. Mr. Bobbles and Ball Cards is here in the darkness. We appreciate the tribute to the Brett Favre.
He's been in the darkness.
What do you mean I'm in the darkness? It's just still, it looks light to me.
Okay, it's like
it's like to me.
It's like to you.
Got the old light bulbs that they need.
Look
to
at yourself.
All right, hold on, chat. Let's get a second opinion. Chat, you guys tell me. To me, Brandon looks like he's a little bit dark, but like you guys in the chat, you let me know. We'll accept your thoughts. We'll get a second opinion. Bob Boozle, good evening. I'm surprised Dan is waiting for dinner. Who usually brings the food out fast? You know this, Bob Boozle. You know these things. Good evening, Rob.
First take, you look at Brandon and think it's Gandalf, but no.
I was going to say, if you squint,
I can't see clear. Yes.
That's right.
Eric, you shall not pass.
That's right. Yep. You can check it out, Brandon, in the other tab. If you open up a YouTube, check it out for yourself. You tell me. You be the judge on your own monitor.
Eric is sending me pictures trying to make us believe that.
Well, I was going to say it's normal for him to send you pictures, and this is like a Brett Favre situation. We don't want to discuss these pictures, and none of us want to see these pictures.
Nope.
That is highly inappropriate. Brandon has embraced the dark arts. It is true. He has been a lot more sympathetic to Aaron Rodgers recently, so maybe there's something to this. The darkness. Does he believe in a thing called love? We don't know. These are all valid questions. So, folks, tonight, because we are Eric-less, that means we are going to, Bobby. I have committed as a man of peace. Well, yes, absolutely. But as a man of peace, Bobby, I have promised that since Eric isn't here to defend himself, I am going to tone down the Eric insults by like 0.5%.
No,
like I just sent you guys a picture of what it's showing me, and I don't think it looks any different than normal.
All right, we're gonna get the images. We'll find out what Brandon's seeing on his monitor, and then in retort, I'll do the same. I'll send him kind of what I'm seeing on my end. All right,
it's
so real quick,
20% darker.
Yeah, it's just it's not. I'm not saying he's literally in the dark. I'm just saying it's a little bit dark.
Yep. Usually your screen buffs it up, right?
Yeah. Well, right now you can see the reflection through his glasses. You can totally see that. But I'm looking forward to Eric's return and what we have waiting here for him. Yes, indeed. So, Bobby, as we're chatting. So, first of all, I'm going to ask everybody how they're doing. I actually haven't sent out the link usually that I do on Instagram, so I'm going to do that while we're talking. So, first, Mr. DeBrell, how are you? How are things?
Good. Released my second video, yesterday. We had one whole watcher. It was great because the baseball's on, I guess.
Well, were they interacting though?
Nobody interacted. No, not at all.
Okay.
Eric wasn't there. He was out doing a 60-kilometer ride or something. I don't know.
Well, yeah, he was claiming basically, it's nice outside. I'm like, when has that been an issue? When has that been a thing? You go out when it's crummy. What difference does that make?
Like I took
and he missed his cameo appearance.
That is true. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, my favorite thing, I don't know if you saw it on the podcast, Bobby. I had, because obviously since he brought up the bicycle thing, at the very beginning of the podcast episode on there. I want to say it was Paul or no. Yeah, I think it was Paul, but it was the other Paul. He sent me a link to a bike ride where the people went flying. And one of the ladies actually went flying over a rail all the way down.
I seen that. She was laying down. Wow.
Yeah. And I played it for Eric. And then Eric was saying, it's like, yeah, my mom and I watched. Now the problem was, and obviously I had to make fun of this. Eric was like playing. It's like, oh yeah, my mom and I, we were horrified. I'm like, but now you're smirking. Now you're laughing. And I'm making fun of the commentator because the commentator was like, oh no. And I couldn't help it. I was dying of laughter. It was so good.
Puck P to say so.
Apparently not. Good evening, Cardboard Compatriots. Good evening to you. Good evening to you as well. Absolutely. Good evening. Yeah. So I was like, well, Eric, this is what you should have been doing the whole time. You should have been pitching it. This is how you pitch your bike riding. Maybe we'd be interested then. Yeah. Right now, Brendan actually looks really good. It looks brighter now. I don't know if you made any changes, but it looks brighter right now.
No, I haven't changed anything. So I don't know what it was.
He's got the old ball.
No, it's back to normal.
Right now, it legitimately, being serious, it totally looks brighter right now.
It's like one of those 1950s TV that takes time to warm up, I guess. And
maybe.
I showed Carlos my monitor. It's definitely not a 50s TV. I upgraded everything here, so I don't know.
60s then. 60s.
I don't know what it is, but
70s.
Whatever technology.
Okay. 80s garage sale.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey, man, it is what it is. I get you. Okay, let's see here. Bob Boozle says Eric should wait until after the stream to watch Manny on Space. He's leaving y'all in a rut. I know, but don't worry. But I already told Bobby I have something very special planned for tonight. Because my friend and yours, Jimbo Beckett, made a podcast episode, and Brandon was here during the BIC episode where I tread new ground on the channel, and we did a live reaction to a video that Teapot did. And I have followed up with Teapot, by the way, as an update. I did follow up, and he responded, and he let me know that he's obviously going through the process right now. But then when he has some kind of a resolution, he'll be back in touch. So I'm going to try to follow up with him and get kind of the result of all that happen. So I have been in touch. He has reached out, and we've gone back and forth, and we'll definitely try to get him back on the channel once he understands what's going on, and he has his chance to have the conversation with the powers that be. So just letting y'all know.
Also, I want to say Michael Ham pointed something out that, and I want to stand corrected here. As bad as it is for me to say this, I was wrong about the tag thing. And it should have dawned on me about the previous Teapot example and little process he went through, because he sent the 89 Upper Deck Griffey to tag, and they didn't say they wouldn't grade it. They said the card was too tall. So my mistake. They apparently can grade back to 1989 now. Man. I thought they were still stuck in the can't do anything prior to whatever 1990-ish year. So my apologies.
You better.
But I wouldn't suggest it.
Hoof and mouth disease, I guess.
Rick here. Good evening. Enjoyed the video, Bobby. Canadian Cracker Jacks. Excellent.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Gave the video a like. Eric can pay when he returns. Oh, he will. And good evening to you. I'm not paying for everything. Oh, you're paying for all of it. 10x. 10x is all I have to say.
I thought he's at a basketball game. What's he doing?
Well, he's abandoning his son. He's derelict of duty. He's not here, and he's abandoning his child. This is disturbing.
He's outside in the parking lot waiting.
Well, that's the only place you can get hot dogs and pepper.
That's right. Well, since it's at the garden, it means it probably cost him $4,700.
It's like the TD God. And
yeah, like have you guys seen, like, the price is off the charts? It's wild.
Is it really? Is it almost like?
Well, yeah.
Well, with the exchange rate, probably almost even, or maybe worse.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close. I think because I would say, like, dollar for dollar, it's hard to top the Leafs because it is so, like, I think you get charged $100 for breathing your first breath of air the moment you walk into Scotiabank.
Yep.
So, like, immediately there's $100 charge just before you do anything. It's just, you had a thought, that's another $100. They invoice you at the end. So there's a lot going on there. Somewhere Eric is wondering why I can't comment for 5 minutes. See, he's been banished. Paul is banished him.
He is. Gone.
Well, as a mod, he does have such powers. Happens. Yep.
Mhm.
So, for those who enjoy, good evening, and also enjoy. It is the full opening night for a lot of the other teams. Jay's opening night is tonight. It still doesn't feel like it. It was very chilly outside today. Today was Aaron
Yeah.
Day. Yeah, Bobby, it was the end of the week, which meant Carlos Senior's like, "Hey, I need to fill up the car with gas," and I was like, "Oh, wonderful." So it was brisk today. It wasn't too bad. At least it was sunny. But it
Out
was
of the
brisk.
sun, it was cold. I was kind of
Yeah,
walking. Going,
out of the sun, absolutely, yes.
I had my spring jacket on. I went to the post office and I went, "Holy jeez!" It's in the sun, not bad, but
Yeah.
and windy.
So I did. Yeah, so I was helping him out with that stuff, but yes, it was. I was like, okay, I'm bringing my gloves because when I'm standing outside pumping gas, it's like my hand freezes. I'm like, okay, yeah. I'm like,
you
this is
have to roll
cold.
up the sleeve and then use
This is
the.
cold. Not a good time. Not a good time.
This is unnecessary.
Yeah, it
You have
happens.
to use your sleeve, and then you can keep away from the germs too, in case that's an issue to some people.
Yeah. Well, I think I was actually able to justify the gloves. It was cool enough for the gloves. I was like, I'll bring the gloves with me. It's fine.
They dropped the
Oh, you
prices
got gloves,
here
good.
today.
Okay.
A
Well, what I
smidge.
enjoyed, and you'll appreciate this, Bobby, basically, and by the way, folks, as we're coming in, feel free, ask questions or anything. I've got a couple of things, but before we get into it, we're warming ourselves up into it. We just got going here. Actually, while I'm doing this, I'll share a quick story, but before I do, Brennan, good evening, and how are you? How are things on your neck of the woods?
My neck of the woods, good.
Yes, what's going on?
Good.
Things good?
Yeah. I watched the little one today.
Mhm.
I always have fun doing that. And yeah. My daughter's here. Well, she's out. She was ran out to do a haircut, but yeah, things are good. Things are good.
Excellent. And Yannick, so before I get into, like I said, I'll get into a story here in a second. We were mentioning just before we went live, you have made your arrangements for the Spring Expo, as we like to call it, the anti-Eric,
Mhm.
where we avoid
Yes.
Eric. So that's, which is always a plus. That is always a major plus to the Spring Expo, is that we don't have Eric. So you've made your arrangements. So we may be seeing a Yannick sighting coming up here.
Yes, I booked someone to stay here. I got a vehicle. I got a place to stay. So I'm good to go. I'll be there from the Wednesday until probably the Sunday inclusively.
Very nice. And just
That's
to
the
keep
plan.
to whom it may concern,
Oh.
we are just outside of 30 days.
Hmm.
It approacheth. So by the time we reconvene next week, Bobby, under 30 days.
Yeah,
Getting close.
it's happening fast.
So
Yeah.
I always call it the Len Potty Spring event because Eric's not there.
That is true.
then party catalog event.
Everyone's very excited. And obviously the big differentiator, of course, is that I think it'll be a fun show. I think it'll be it's usually a good time. It is a little bit more chill than the fall one. And the other big thing is that PSA won't be doing the on-site grading. So for the folks that are into that kind of thing, that won't be the case for that one. That was just a submission one. But the rest of all the rest of the bells and whistles will be there. Just the usual thing for the rest of it. And it'll
Same
be
You never know what's going to show up. It doesn't matter if it's spring or the fall. It just, I've found some amazing things at the spring show and some things, nothing at this fall shows
Fall
at
show,
times.
yeah.
So, yeah, it does happen.
well, from my perspective, I'm hoping, I think, and I suspect they will be. I'll be keeping my eyes open. Ship My Cards usually agrees to mule some stuff over.
Mm.
So that's usually a good opportunity to get some of the stuff brought directly that way and avoid and saving some of the fees, which is
Yes.
always a nice little bonus. And I've
Yeah.
got one or two items that are worthy of it, which I wouldn't mind having them cart over if we can make that arrangement.
Got it.
Seeing
Cool,
Jeffy
cool.
Pooh get his cards back from on-site grading is my new favorite thing. Yes, thank you, Bobbles. That is an excellent point. Before I get into the other piece, Eric's personal Lord and Savior, Geoff,
hmm
He's the
he
goat.
went as part of his time at the Dallas Card Show. He submitted some cards for on-site grading. The on-site grading.
Hmm.
And yes, Paul, it is. I did receive that at Ship My Cards, and if they are going to bring some stuff up, that is going to be one of the cards on that list. And thank you for bringing it to my attention. So he does on-site grading. And speaking of, the Teapot video and everything, the best part, he buys a couple of cards, including one card from the guy in the video at the show. And his last three cards all have some type of alteration.
Nice.
Dun, dun,
Literally
dun.
on-site grade. Yeah, it was sitting there like, so there was it was a LeBron like anime card, one of their inserts that are like anime design. That was one. He bought a what was the second one? I think it was a Shohei Ohtani card, alter egos. It's like this thing. Hint, hint, that might be a silly card of the week candidate that I might have in my backlog, Brandon. I actually already had it. It was funny that he actually had that card. But the Shohei Ohtani, he paid good money for the Shohei Ohtani. That one came back as altered. And then there was a third one that he also came back as altered as well. So I was sitting there like, out of like 6 cards, 3 of them came back some form of altered via Beckett.
Speaking of Shohei is altered, isn't it? Altered states. What was it? Altered something.
It was altered egos.
Altered egos. There you go.
Yes, Brandon, go ahead.
I don't know if you've seen it. I shared it in the basketball section of the Discord, but I can send you an image, and I would love for you to share this with the chat and just see people's opinions on apparently LeBron's newest autograph.
Oh.
Okay, I think I see. Yeah, I think I see the image you're talking about. Do you mean like the original one or one of the close-ups? What specifically you're looking for?
The last image I shared was a better, clear image.
All right, let me start off with the first one.
His new autograph, and personally, it looks like trash.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, I can share
didn't
that. Sure.
think it was going to look good.
Well, like it depends on the players. Some of the players usually will shorten it up, but it's like Tom Brady has the same thing. Like it's like a T and a thing. Like it's not a lot to it.
Yeah,
autograph.
This isn't this isn't even what it. Basically, he's trying to draw a crown, and then I don't know what the 3 is for because there's no 2. Like for the 23, I don't know why there's just a 3.
It's abstract art, man.
Dot.
Wow.
Like it's nowhere even close to what the way he's signed pretty
something.
much his entire career.
The top half of the 3 looks like a 2, so maybe, saving more time. That's the way it's going to go now.
I don't know what the hell that is. I was looking at it, and I actually know the person that has this card. He owns a card shop in West Virginia. He submitted with us and to SGC and stuff for a bit. And I guess he flew down to Texas to pick this up because it was a redemption and shared the card. And I was just like, what in the hell is that? Because that's nothing close to anything he's ever signed. Like, and then like breaking it down, it looks like he's trying to draw a crown or whatever, but
nothing.
Well, I go back. So real quick, before we get into any other component of this, I go back to my original kind of discussion. A lot of this, can we confirm that any representative who isn't like his agent actually was present during this? Because it could have been Luca. Listen, Brandon, it could have been Luca's mom. How do we know Luca's mom didn't sign it?
It could have been Bronny.
It could have been anybody. It could have been G.I. Joe. It could have been anything else.
It is weird though, and Topps did all of these like example images, and this is something that they may want to think about because I don't know if there could be any. God knows we don't need any more hobby conflicts, right? But they do all these posted digital previews of the cards with the signatures on it, and if you go and look at what they showed that these cards should look like, the autograph is completely different. So
it's not a fake.
I don't know, but
yep, Bubbles has got a fair point. But yes, thank you for bringing it to our attention. Yeah, but I'll be honest, like unless you, I'll go back to what I said before, like being serious here for a second. Unless it's a player that you know the autograph of and you know the variations, because some players will change their autograph over time. That totally happens all the time. Plenty of players do that. But if you get this weird random departure that you can't explain otherwise, because it's the manufacturers aren't sending an actual. If Fanatics sent a person whose only job was to get this autograph, gets it to sign it, and then takes a picture of video or whatever, and then comes back with it, I'll accept that. But otherwise, like I have no way of knowing that he even touched that card.
Do you remember Ohtani? I think it was either the beginning of 2025. I think it was beginning of 2025. They literally put a post out saying that he had changed his autograph to notify everybody that it was going to be different. So like if they do something like that, I think that's that's fair game relevant that, he changed it or whatever. But this was like when I seen it, I was like, what the hell is that? Because his autograph it's not been the exact same, but it's been kind of close all throughout his career, or at least similar. This is completely changing it. So I don't know. I think they should have posted something about it, or I don't know.
I just saw a series of squiggles. Like I can't. And look, a lot of the ones, a lot of the players. And by the way, he's not the only player who does this. Like in the hockeys, Celebrini is a bunch of loops. Like if you actually look at a Celebrini autograph, it's just a bunch of loops. Now, to his credit, he's able to reasonably replicate the loops, but they're loops. It's literally like there are no letters.
Like 2 M's.
Yeah, like I don't know what that's supposed to be, but as long as you're consistent with it, I suppose. I don't know what to tell you. So real quick, Bob was saying a little earlier here, conspiracy theory, speaking of the Geoff video, did he purposely submit suspect cards to Beckett for the content? The box for the submissions had marketing rush written on the side of it. So I did see a video where somebody was talking about that. I guess so. Like, obviously there is that conspiracy, but I will say, if it is conspiracy theory, Brandon, he kind of throws the one, if it's a conspiracy, then he does kind of throw the Shohei seller under the bus, because he's literally on screen with him selling him the suspect card that then gets one of the ones that gets flagged. And by the way, he wasn't like negotiating hard. It was literally, Geoff is talking all this stuff about these dimples and like these dots on the card and everything. And then Mr. Minty weighs in. And by the way, Mr. Minty kind of questioned a couple of things. He didn't say it would come back altered, but he did question one specific thing about the surface. And then it came back altered.
So was the alteration suspected cleaning?
I think it was just some kind of a surface alter, because what they did is they specifically just highlight, because what the Beckett does is they give you this little piece of paper that's got like the card and like front, back, and then they just circle like an area of the card, and that's all you really get. I would want a little bit more specifics about what it is that you're seeing. Oh, I remember what the third one was. So the third card was a Shaq showcase card, and they were concerned, and they literally wrote what they were concerned about was the serial number. Going back to the discussion about authentic cards and backdoored cards and all that, the question mark was the serial number.
So is the SEI team like are they on a 5-card streak of everything coming back altered? Because going back to Teapots, the Pokemon and the Griffey, it came back altered, both of them. And now Jeff went 3 for 3 altered.
Well, no. He went 3 for 5.
Okay.
Because the first couple of cards were graded lower than he wanted, but they were still like graded and got a number and whatever. It was the last 3 in a row. So there was a gap in between.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, gentlemen. And he's enjoying basketball tonight. I know. Today's athletes just do not care about their signature. 90% of them are just a joke, and I do believe Luca's mom signs them all. I think Luca's mom should be the answer to everything we can't explain, Brandon. If I don't know where this autograph is coming from, I just assume Luca's mom did it.
I think we tie it to that.
Yep. Lady's been busy. Hey, look, whatever it takes. You've seen the meme before, Brandon. I guess I'll just get this bread. Luca's mom needs to make some money too.
Well, apparently Luca's in a battle because I guess him and his wifey separated, and she's fighting for alimony and kids and all that stuff. So he might have to get his mom to sign a lot more.
I'm gonna have to make some extra money. So it's a tough scene. It's rough. Yep, bad week for the Experts Cards HQ. Well, I think to Teapot's defense though, he bought the card that was already slabbed. So it's like they bought the slab card already done.
Yeah.
Now can I ask a question? Yeah. So I have a question. So this is actually an open-ended question. So I'll propose this to you guys and also to the chat. Obviously, like I mentioned, I reach out to Teapot. He's come back to me, and then we'll have a follow-up conversation. But here's an interesting question. So obviously, we'll need to see what the final verdict on all of it is and what it comes down to. But forget about the third-party grading side for one moment. Let's forget about that piece. There were a couple of folks, including a Real 27 guy and then Spinatron, who had questions about that card previously because it was literally the same card. So that was part of that video that I included in there. But let's talk about this. One of the things that a lot of folks on the YouTube talk about when you're criticizing third-party grading, which is fine, completely fine, is that there are some collector enthusiasts who have more experience with certain issues and would probably be better experts to be able to speak to certain card, which is a completely fair point to make. But here's an interesting question. This is what I want to pose. In the Teapot thing, The Spinatron and Real 27 guy both agreed that it was suspect based on its history. And Auburn 35 also pointed this out as well. So obviously that's very logical. Seems reasonable to me. However, in the story, Teapot explained that when the Cards HQ guys got the card, they didn't just buy the card and just accept that. What they did, Bobby, is they went to a dealer who deals in a lot of those and also got the opinion of also a collector of a lot of the 90s stuff.
Wow.
So they inquired, they said, hey, does this look good to you as well? And those two felt like it was good. They weren't the party that sold it. So they went to like an enthusiast or one dealer and then also a collector that dealt in it, and they felt good about it. But then obviously Real 27 guy and Spinatron say no. And then ultimately, when they went to send it into PSA, they also said no. So I'm actually tied, Bobby, 3-3. I have Beckett saying yes, I have a dealer saying yes, and I have a collector saying yes. And then I have two collectors and a different third-party grader saying no.
Well, Beckett kind of doesn't count. So
Fair enough. Sure.
we can just put the on the other side.
All right, but the point is, it's not unanimous one way or the other. I actually have a mixed. I have a mixed decision here.
That's the history of cards and everything. You know, it's everything that we document happens that way. You know, we put our knowledge together and see what we come up with, right or wrong. You know, someone's going to make a decision, and obviously PSA did make the decision, and then they rescinded. So who knows what's going on?
Yeah. Now here's this is where I'm getting at here. What happens? So again, I'm removing the third party grader for a minute. What I'm asking about is the enthusiast or the expert, we'll put in quotation marks, who is somebody who collects the sets and understands the sets and understands a lot of these nuances. What if they don't agree though? What if we have somebody who collects the set and has a lot of these and knows this very well? Like Spinatron, the example, the point that the reason he's considered an expert in it is because he's collected complete sets of it. He has a ton of these cards. So he has plenty of experience dealing and handling these cards. I'll put this another way, Bobby. If you've got vintage, there's plenty of guys who have handled enough vintage to be very confident in terms of their ability to ferret out certain things. But what if you got somebody who's very confident, has been in the business a long time, and looks at the card and says, yeah, there's something off about this one. And then you got somebody else who's been in the business a long time, looks at the exact same card and says, I think it's good. They're both experienced. It's not that either one of them doesn't know what they're talking, but we've got a disagreement. We don't have a unanimous call here. We both are looking at the same thing, but we're coming to different conclusions here.
Well, you know, and this is where historians usually can come in and help a lot. Like, I know being exposed to the cards, but if you know a little bit about the history of the cards, I think you're a little bit stronger on your opinion. I would say, not trying to support historians, but knowing the set and how it was issued. You know, I had one guy come up to me and he says, I said, I got a new date for the El Producto. It's 1967. I go, no, it's 62. It's just like the photos they put out in Star Weekly. And this is what happens. I said, no, I found the advertisement. Well, maybe they did a second run. It's like he won't go back. He's 100% the last 30 years he's been dealing with it as 1961 or 2, and he doesn't want to listen to me. And who's right, who's wrong? I'm right. Did they do another one? No, they didn't. So anyway, and you get that. It's like you can point facts to somebody who really knows or thinks he knows, and a man convinced against his opinion is basically still of the same opinion at that point, because nobody wants to be wrong. And I'm just saying, hey, listen, I don't think they did another run. There'd be a lot more of them out there. Anyways.
The earth is flat, Bobby. That's it.
I know it is. I know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But in this case, Bobby, I'm not talking about a case where it's one or the other. The issue with this particular item, the reason why, so Random Esports was talking about this. So he's saying it's fake. The card itself wasn't fake. The issue is that it's from a real printing sheet. Mm-hmm. The question, the authenticity question, is not about the card. The card came from the same manufacturer at the same time it was produced. It's the serial number. It's whether it was done at the time it should have been done or after the fact.
Well, my point wasn't about, being right or wrong or anything like that. It's just that opinion based. It comes into it. You got a guy who's done thousands of them, but having the cards, but really researching the cards, somebody might know a little bit more. I have that understanding that, no, that doesn't fit into the way they cut them, where the other guy's just a collector. Tough quote, personal experience. Who knows? Yeah. And it went through Beckett, which was very interesting the first time because, they do cut cards. So if it did come from a sheet, that's the place I would have sent it.
Well, the thing is, the sheet cards, they do grade on, sheet cards, which is part of their policy. Yep. And that in itself wouldn't be an issue because if you say it's a sheet cut card, fair enough. That's fine. You've already established you will do it.
But it wasn't in SGC, and it wasn't in PSA, and it wasn't in CGC. It was in Beckett.
Yeah. And also Beckett. So what's funny is some of the comments, speaking of people not getting their timing, Brandon, some of the comments were sitting there like, oh, they're owned by the same company. It's like, actually, at the time they graded the card, it was 2022. That was prior to collectors buying Beckett. So it's two different companies, literally two owned companies differently at that time.
People got to let that go too, because even though they're all, the three companies now are owned by Collectors Universe, they still have their own operating standards.
Right, when you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
And things they don't, and all of that. So, you know, people keep tying them together as Beckett's PSA, SGC's PSA. No, PSA has things they do. It's just like, all right, here's the perfect example. PSA and Beckett do star cards. SGC does not. So if we're going to say that they're owned and they're all the same company, then why isn't SGC doing star cards? They all still have certain things that they do and don't do. So you got to keep that into consideration. And how are you, Brad?
Good, guys. Sorry, I wasn't listening prior. No,
that's fine. We were talking about, so just to give you a heads up on what we were talking about, we were referring to a Teapot video he did on Market Mover's channel, where he had it was a Grant Hill Essentials Credentials card. And we actually did a little bit of a recap on it on the podcast episode. And he had bought this card, and it was in a BGS holder from 2022. So at the time they had graded the card. There is a video that Real 27 guy and Spinatron did where they had looked, and it was the exact same card, like same serial number, same Beckett slab, same serial number on the slab. And they had some concerns about it 3 years ago. Like, I actually cited the specific video, and on the video they literally are showing the same card. So what happened was Teapot took the card and tried to send it into PSA, and at first PSA graded it. It came back as a PSA 4. It was a Beckett 5, I think, initially. 5 or 6.
Yeah.
So it came back as a PSA 4. But the PSA 4 has since been decertified. So now it's at this point where the story stops, because I've actually been in touch with Teapot, and he's right now going to have a conversation with the powers that be and get some kind of an answer on what they got going on there. But it is interesting because by certifying the card, by putting it in the PSA 4 holder, now they've kind of taken on the responsibility, because originally it was in a Beckett slab and he did it with the crossover. He didn't take it out of the slab. So you had to be comfortable enough to take it out of the slab, crack it out, and put it in the holder. And now you're kind of on the hook. So now the mystery deepens, Brad. The mystery deepens.
There you go. I'm out of that.
Glad you showed up, Brad.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad that this isn't your problem? That you didn't take the card one way or the other? You don't have to answer for it directly?
100%.
So real quick, I'll get caught up with Brad because it's been a little while. And Brad is here. No coincidence that, individuals who remain nameless are not here.
Mm-hmm.
Pretending.
I'm saying, by the way, you like the picture of Ray Boric and Eric?
That's the only reason I jumped on, knowing that he was not here this evening. So
that's right. That's correct. Rick says, I got the same issue with the Joe D photo. One expert thinks it's type 1, PSA thinks it's type 3, a $400 difference in price. Yes. Now, Rick, what if Mangini says it's none of those? What if Mangini says it's fake? Who do we believe, Rick? Who do we believe? Star cards are still being printed in a garage in New Jersey. What do you think Eric's up to? Allegedly. Grading brings all this gray area into everything. Yes. Rob says, good evening, Brad.
Hey, Rob. Hi, Bobby. Hi, Bobbles. Hi, Yannick, too. Sorry, I didn't say that.
It's okay.
No worries.
We know you're here.
Yeah.
We'll forgive you, unlike the other guy.
Well, absolutely. Aside from the fact that, so I invited Brad, letting him know that this is a safe space where there's no Eric. Thankfully, we were Ericless tonight. But also, I thought it'd be appropriate, since we're actually getting, I already did the little countdown timer. We're a little over a month out from the Spring Expo, so we're gonna be back. So I want to talk to Brad the Collector tonight a little bit. So Brad the Collector, first of all, how are things going in your neck of the woods, collecting wise? I heard rumors from the Steve that there were some cards that came in. You were looking at some stuff. You were having some fun in the background before I coaxed you to get on there to answer for yourself. But how are things for Collector Brad these days?
Excuse me. Things are great. I will say in the last 30 to 60 days, there's been more stuff come through AMG. Collections, wide range from modern to vintage so I've been on the road an awful lot and I haven't been around, but Steve always tries to save things that I might be interested in for me to look at. Some things do squeak through the cracks. Today, there's a nice one. Baubles would like this. There's a nice exquisite Jason Robertson auto out of 21, like out of 21, the exquisite patch auto, beautiful, beautiful patch.
Yep.
So I told Steve we're going to negotiate on that tomorrow. But he's bought some big collections, like a run of O-Pee-Chee hockey sets, I think from 68 to 89, then baseball, 54 tops, 56 tops, and then a run of 1970 tops baseball all the way up to 2010, which is very fun, exciting. Yeah, I was looking at the 71 set today, and it is just incredible.
Really?
The amount of baseball that he's been able to locate the last a while have actually been really impressed. I've actually been very surprised because I literally looking like that's a lot of baseball, actually, all things considered. Now I got a follow-up question here for you in 2 seconds. Let me grab it. First, Seth Stevens says, "Hi Brad, looking forward to using the outside grading November 52. Is it still a go?"
Absolutely, 100%.
Yep. Convening Orlando. Orlando's the ultimate decider if the card is real or not. All right, Orlando, I need to know if the essential credentials are real. I need answers.
You have 3
answers.
seconds.
Yeah, that's
Is that
it.
the question on it, whether or not the card is authentic or not?
So the question is, so what Spinatron and Real 27 Guy are positing based on the information they have, and also what they suspect based on what they're looking at, is that it is a sheet cut card that the number has been applied after the fact.
Gotcha.
So it's one of those deals. So that's the issue. The issue is that the card is, the card the whole thing with the sheet cuts.
Yeah.
The card is the card from the manufacturer. The problem is the numbering after the fact. And that happens with a lot of the stuff that got backdoored. A lot of that's the issue. And it happens a lot with the Fleer showcase. A lot of the legacy collections and stuff where there's the ones with numbering and without numbering, stuff like that. Yeah. So stuff. So the cards themselves.
A clear prime example. This is the real deal all the way to the signatures missing here. So if there was not a backdoor copy, the foil would have
the name
Guerrero there.
Missing name.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So I bought this one in knowledge that it was a backdoor copy.
Exactly. And one of the things I was talking about when we were talking about in the podcast, I'm not saying there isn't a market for that, but you have to understand what you're buying. Like if you are, and I used the example, Brad, I don't know if you remember these, the Vault collection that Be a Player did and in the game.
Yeah.
They're real cards. They produce these cards for their purposes. But then because they were clearing out the warehouse, they put those Vault stamps on them with the different colors and the 1 of 1. And as a collector, you might still be interested in the card. You look at the card and go, that's actually still a really nice, it's a real autograph, or it's a real patch piece, game used patch piece. But I'm not going to pay the same as the one that came out of the pack. I'm going to pay less accordingly. And so, because sometimes I have the real version and the Vault version side by side in my collection. I have no problem having it, but I'm also going to pay the appropriate amount.
The hobby has wavered over the years. When the Topps Vault came out with all their stuff, people were paying arms and legs to get it. And then they tried to resell it, 5-10 years later, and it wasn't getting the same respect. Something happened between 2010 and 2020. So I'm not too sure.
I actually bought a bunch of the Topps Vault stuff when they used to have an eBay store.
Yeah.
And they would put them up on auction all the time. I have some Sotos and Robles and Nationals ones, and they're fun cards. The only thing I didn't like about them is they don't have the back on them. They're just a blank back.
Those are rare, don't you know?
Copy or whatever, but they come with a little certificate and then a sticker on the back that has a number that matches the certificate and everything. But
yeah,
they were fun and they were cheap for 1-of-1s, but
to your point though, I like the fact that the certificate includes a serial number that is corresponding to the sticker. So you actually have a connect. So if you buy that, Brad, and that's what you want, and you understand what you're buying, it's all good. It's when they try to take the thing and misrepresent it as the out of the pack pull thing, which it's not. That's when we run into a problem.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that.
I got a question, Brad. So when people bring blank back cards to you, be it vintage, be it whatever, how do you treat those, and how do people respond to, oh, this must be rare? You've recently had some different cards come in, what we're talking about. So how do you treat that in the shop?
You know what? Honestly, because not a lot of people know about it, and they think exactly what you said. Oh, this must be super rare. And I'm like, well, I just say it's hard to assign a monetary value to it. Grading, I know PSA, we don't grade those cards. I'm sure there is grading companies that do grade some blank backs.
Oh, there is.
Yeah. Right. But it's always that one. But people do. It is unfortunate. I mean, the biggest one is definitely Patrick Waugh. More Patrick Waugh blank back rookies come in.
Well, they cut them from the box top. That's why they're blank back.
No, but there's other ones too.
There's other ones too.
I've got a set of 86, 87 O-Pee-Chee blank backs that look like they're all like they're perfect cards.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just see. You know what? I'm just
Well, so there's blank. So I'll tell you, there's blank back and blank front. So go ahead, Brandon. Do you want to show that again?
What's on the back then?
It's the regular back of the card.
Oh, these actually, it's not going to show up, but they actually have are they
embossed?
Yeah, they emboss them like the old Pro Line cards and stuff.
Okay.
And then they have that hologram.
Yeah, the top
on
vault
back.
sticker. Yeah, and that's fine. It's clearly labeled, which is fine.
They give you like these certificate things that like have all the information and stuff on it.
Who signed that? Mike who?
So to answer, Bobby, when I was collecting a lot of Joe Carter cards, so I had a collection of Joe Carter, which I still do. I've still got it in a binder. And this stuff was out there. And the point was, if you were buying it, you don't pay a premium for it. Like I bought these things dirt cheap. But what happened was they were tops cards, and it would either have the blank front or the blank back. So they were coming from the source. But the thing is, so basically the front would be the normal front, but the back would be blank, or vice versa. The back would be the blank, and then the front would be the blank, and then the back of the card was the back of the baseball card, whatever would normally be the back. And I've got it happen.
When they delivered the sheets, they're in on skids, and what they do is they do a few tests before they put them down. Sometimes they're the top couple and bottom couple and then they can get run through because you got guys who are working at OPG or Tops or wherever and just say, let's get it through. Come on, just
and there would be folks that would sell them as long as you didn't pay. Yeah, and as long as you didn't pay some weird, crazy premium for it, like it's a neat little thing just to have.
Everybody says it's worth more. Everybody, it's got to be rare. I probably got the question last week. I know somebody just contacted me about that. I went, whatever.
Bobby, let me tell you, I paid the shiniest of shiny loonies for them.
I'm sure you did.
like honestly, you
would have used penny if they're still around. I know.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like it was an interesting, fun novelty. I would throw it in the binder. But I'm not paying more than a couple bucks. Like it's got to be a couple bucks. That's it. And again, for a couple bucks, then who cares? That's perfectly fine. It was when people would try to get legitimate top dollar and act like they were rare. It's like, no, they're not. I got a bunch sitting. I got a page full of them.
If you get into pre-war, it gets a little strange there, though.
Sure. Many blank back 82 O-Pee-Chee hockey cards that were pack pulled.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
So, like this one, Bobby, most of 99% of my knowledge comes from you when we say, so I used to always tell people as well, the Patrick Waugh was from the top. Here is like some of the cards that are blank back from 86. But when this happened about 3 or 4 years ago, this is what threw me for a loop. And I'll show you this. This is the set.
Oh.
So it's a complete set. And it's, when I say mint, like it's, every card is perfect. And I'm like, nobody, like if you cut the sheets, it's like it came that way. Like it's just, it's not like individual. You know what I mean? If we cut the sheets, you'd have something uneven. It was like it was produced and made as a set and given out like this.
So that would be tops, right?
No, these are O-Pee-Chee.
Where's the rough cuts?
No, they're perfect.
Would be
Yeah, I know
disappointed.
exactly. That's the thing. Like it is like they're awesome.
Huh.
It's like it was produced from, do you know what I mean? Like if I was going to say, let's cut a sheet and then build one set, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It just seems to me like it came like this from a factory at some point. I don't know, but yeah. Anyways, that threw me for a loop. So
could have been done by Tops because they did, they did sell to the collector for the wholesale, right?
Yeah.
And they would sell O-Pee-Chee too. They would get them, and after they're adjusted in Canada, the French back, and then they would cut some and sell them.
So anyways, I don't have any idea, but I just thought it was super cool. Monetary value, no idea. I'm just keeping it.
Oh, it's worth a mint.
Yes, it's a fortune.
The loonies he was talking about. Yeah, those. Yeah. It's a nice, different thing to have for sure. It's one of those oddities that's fun to have.
Yeah.
It's worth a Firehouse sub.
Oh.
That's
Yeah, the
valuable.
steak and cheese, not the lowly assorted.
Oh
here.
yeah.
And a bag of chips. Sorry.
Yeah. So real quick, I'll read a couple of comments. I'll get caught up here. Sundin says, Carlos, about those be a player involved cards where they all new production or buybacks mixed in. So I can actually, what I'll do, since I've got it here, I'll actually include a link in the description for the replay, but I'll quickly read you just so you can see. I'll show you, because this was one of the, Bobby, this is one of those like 2010 stuff that kind of got lost in the sands of time and people forgot about it. And then it became this annoying thing when people try to explain it, and it was horrible. So real quick, I'll read you quickly. So it was 2016. It was in the game. Final Vault is what the product was called. Okay. So I'll quickly read it to you. So basically what they did is that Brian Price at the time basically made a product where you was a bunch of hits, and then each one of them had the stamping on it. So a lot of it was replacement stock. And basically what happened was they reacquired some of the assets when they sold off to Leaf. So when Brian Gray purchased a bunch of inventory and Leaf acquired a lot of his memorabilia and a lot of that stuff related to it, a lot of these things were repurchased, but it was originally produced at the same time as the regular product. So like you can see from the images there, these are all the same cards that were in production. But what happened, and by the way, that includes autographs. So that like that Mario Lemieux there, that autograph jersey card is literally off the same production line as the one that came out of the packs. But if something got damaged, they had replacement stock. So what they did is they took back their replacement stock and then distributed it in this product with a V stamp. So it's a foil stamp that says V and then 1 of 1.
That's kind of neat.
So you can actually get so in some cases, if for some reason you can't find the original version of the card and you just want to have one, you can have it. So there's like a Maurice Richard there, a jersey card, a Gordie Howe autographed jersey that's also included in there. So these cards all exist with that V, but there's also ones that came out of packs.
So V was for Vendetta?
Well, Vault in this case, but yes.
Oh, Vault. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So it was this quirky set. It was a one-time release. It only happened the one time. They cleared through their inventory, and every box had those cards in it. But what's happened in the years since it's now been 10 years since that product came out, people see that, oh, it's this 1 of 1. It's like sort of ish, kinda, not exactly. Don't treat it the same way as the other one. They're still neat cards, by the way. That's why I said, like, I have the real versions with the Vault version. They're neat. And sometimes the Vault, Bobby, has a better patch than the regular version that came in the box.
There you go. Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, I may as well. But I'm also paying less for them. I always pay a discounted price.
Right?
I've heard that
video.
Dan, when you're good, give me a thumbs up. See, we got. Look at this. Look at all the people that show up.
Eric is away. Nice will play.
I was worried for Bobby because I tuned in and Bobby was in the Eric spot, and I was wondering, does that mean that he's going to be stuck there forever?
The Burrell has a garage and a vehicle. He can make an escape.
Anytime.
Yeah. So hopefully, Sundin, that helps. Like I really tried to go high level. I just wanted to kind of to give a little background on it. It's a very unique set. It only came out once. Actually, it came out. I've got the release date here, April 7th, 2016. So almost exactly 10 years ago to the date. Almost exactly 10 years ago it came out. It was this one-time release, but I can tell you that it has resulted in confusion in the hockey card hobby in the decade that has followed, because so many people have seen those cards and go, I've got this 1 of 1. It's like, is it Vault? The first question I ask, is it a Vault? Is it in the game? Yes. Is it a Vault card? Does it have a V on it? It's like, so not exactly, sort of, because some of those cards have multiple versions and they'll just have a different color foil. It'll be with a red, with a green, with a blue.
So let's give Dan a chance to chime in on the blank backs for, let's say, pre-war or even 50s, whatever.
What about them? What do you want to know?
We were talking about blank backs having value, having lesser value. Some things that normally aren't blank back, that they usually have a back, but the back is blank.
Yeah, I don't. If it's like a 57 tops and it has a blank back instead of a back that it's supposed to have.
Anything
and it's a
pre-war
variation. I'm not interested in that, really.
No, if it was a Goody
like
1933 or something.
Yeah, the Gaudis have variations, but their backs are beautiful. Why would you want one without a back?
There you go.
I'm against it, as the Ramones would have said.
It was my 6.5 collection that initiated the Final Vault. Price originally sold the overstock to David Adams in Steeltown without the stamps. It was the entire summer of drama back 2015 on Hobby Insider. Thank you very much for the background. in the game vault and in the game Ultimate Vault. Slab will release as separate releases. Yeah. So that's why I say, like, but if you pay attention, though, that piece of information, like I said, I'll leave you this thing where you can check it out for yourself. It was discussed in the blog words by Brad Price. He did explain the product at the time. But what's funny about this is that, Dan, I know this because I was around during that time. But now I've got all the people where they'll pull something like this, and Brad, like, it's headache inducing. If somebody has something like in the game, they say, "Oh, I got this one." It's the first. This is literally the first question you ask, because it's like, all right, now I need to give this explanation. I need to explain to you about this one-time release that created all this headache for the next decade to follow.
Totally agree.
And every year that goes by, Dan, we get further disconnected, where the people that remember, like, we have to hope basically they remember forever. Otherwise, one day it'll be like, oh, these are one. No, they're not. They're not.
And then
they're
you had
nice
the
cards.
Expo ones. Remember, Be a Player did the Expo ones, and they would hand number them, one of whatever.
Yes. Yeah. The thing is, like, they're nice cards. There's nothing wrong with the cards themselves. And there is an audience, like, as a player collector, they can still be fun to have.
Yeah.
But you just don't pay any premium for them. You pay a discount. But some people try to get away with something and try to sneak it past people. Collecting a patch set from In the Game Ultimate, and some of them are vault cards. Some of them have gold foils they originally released as one of ones. Yeah. Again, there's no, as a collector, as long as you're not paying any kind of crazy premium, they're nice cards. Have at it. Enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's some nuances to it. It's a little awkward. So unfortunately, like, I would feel bad though if somebody saw, like, that Lemieux that I showed in that image there, if somebody paid like a 1-of-1 Lemieux jersey auto price for that would be a bad scene. Somebody would get really upset because it wouldn't be treated that way. Especially if they suddenly see, Brad, there's like a one with a red foil and then one with a blue foil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody would lose their mind.
I know. I think I got a couple Lemieux, Messier, maybe a dual auto from that patch auto, something I can't remember.
Yeah, and the thing is the autographs are still an autograph. If you want a Mario Lemieux autograph, it's a nice card, and then you can still get your hands on it. And again, if you pay the appropriate price, you might actually be able to get a bit of a deal. But anyway, so Dan, how are things in Collectingville? How are things in your neck of the woods?
Oh, things are good. Things are good. I'm looking forward to Strongsville coming up 2 weeks from today. Actually, 2 weeks from Wednesday, I'm leaving town. So it's really only like 10 days away. And making my plans and, trying to figure out what to do, what to collect. It's, I'm going to do a video on my plans for Strongsville. But, we've got a lot of For Collectors stuff there, too. So it's kind of an exciting time. And plus, baseball started. Real baseball.
Did, yeah. Yeah. Well, as part of the thing, you guys are doing the trade night as well, right? The For Collectors trade night is part of that planning process as well.
Right. But there's all this stuff we have to plan in terms of what we're going to record, who we're going to interview, all that kind of stuff. So there are meetings planned. In fact, that's the text I was on when I came on the screen. The trade night is pretty much all done. I mean, we have it all pretty much figured out, but it's like, what are we going to do for content is the other story. And of course, I'm going to try to pop in here on Friday night and give you updates.
Excellent. Well, look, speaking of content, and I'll get into this. So, Card Deal, to answer your question, absolutely. Yeah, you can shoot me an email. Just go to the channel itself, and if you click on more, there's a button there where it says email. You can send me an email. No problem. Feel free. Also, aside from that, the Instagram is there. That's the Instagram handle. You can always shoot me a message there. But email is a good one. If you just want to shoot me an email, send a picture or something, I can at least talk to you about it. Sure. Good evening to you, Bagwell. I got a table for trade night. Nice.
Yes, he does.
Where your Young Guns throwbacks are you going after, Brad?
Young Guns. Oh, the renewed. Yeah, Young Guns renewed. All of them.
Nice.
I know that sounded kind of aggressive, but
yeah,
as many as you can.
Yeah. Well, they got a whole set of different ones on there.
Yeah. So I'm doing them all in high gloss or exclusive. So those are all
Yeah,
high glosses on the first page. But yeah, it's my binder of Young Guns renewed. That's been a lot of fun so far. It'll be a lifelong project. But
yep, it's all good. Steven says looking forward to Strongville also. Yes, appreciate it. Of course, no problem. So table for trade night. Looking forward to it.
Yes, you do.
Yes. But I was actually so Dan, I was actually, since you mentioned content, I watched the episode on Four Collectors that you did with John, and my favorite thing about this was the random product, like literally, Bobby, there was like no subtlety to it. Like smack in the middle, all of a sudden, it's like we're minding our own business. All of a sudden, Dan is like, and here's our sponsor. Like it was literally like in your face. It was like, whoa, hold on, that's aggressive. Jeez, okay. Let me tell you about our sponsor. I was like, okay, sure.
Yeah, we're doing this thing where we interview like a sort of a old school collector, discoverer, treasure hunter guy, and we got Dan McKee on. And if you know Dan McKee, he's from the Baltimore area, the Maryland area. He's like been in the card hobby for like 50 years. He's the guy who famously has the complete master set of the 49 Leaf in a binder. I mean, it's like in a binder. And he's got all kinds of other crazy stuff. And he's got like some collections of stuff that no one else has. And he's a pretty legendary guy. And to get him on was kind of a coup. So I was pretty happy about that. And it was my idea too. So that was cool.
Oh, don't try to downplay Dan. Listen, that's all well and good, but all I remember is Auction Wire. That's all I remember. Laura, good evening. The interview with Dan McKee was awesome. What a collection, yes. Josh says, does that make Brad a top loader binder gang member? Hey, maybe so.
100%.
Folio boy.
100%.
Yes. So
Where
I'll
are
leave
you
a link.
storing it, Brad?
Yep.
I said, where are you storing? I have a box of those damn things because I bought them and then I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with them.
I know. I got a lot going on.
The thing is, they're really nice, but they are very large, and they can get very heavy when they get full because of the top loaders. They will weigh it down quite a bit.
I know. That's what we do as collectors, though. I don't think anyone just sticks to the exact same thing. I know I sure haven't. Like it was sheets and pages, and then top loaders, and then screw downs, and then 90s, and out of the screw downs, and graded cards, and one touches. I get a little bit of everything, and certain things seem to fit better with certain things. That makes sense.
So here's the question then. Now what we need to know is so what is the Miss Elizabeth WCW NWO autograph get put under?
It's in a card saver waiting to be sent off.
That's what I figured. Fair enough.
My wrestling cards are all graded. So yeah.
So well, listen. I was there helping you pick up one of the Rhea Ripley's because during the AMG episode that we did this past week, there were a couple of Rhea Ripley's, and we were talking about it, and it reminded me of that show when we were there. And yeah, you grabbed one of those Rhea Ripley's, and it worked out.
You helped me negotiate.
Yeah,
that was the one.
Those have actually appreciated quite a bit, and the on-card auto part of it really helps with those ones.
Yeah. So with wrestling now, I've made the decision I can have one card. Besides a few of the guys from the 80s, one card per character, entertainer.
Character is usually the way I call it. Yeah, I would just call it character.
Because you have to draw the limit at some point. So that's my new thing. So when Steve picked up those Rhea Ripley's, they're not as nice as the one that I got with you. Plus, I love our story. You negotiated. We got a deal on it. So
yeah. Well, I had to help Brad out on that one because I was like, yeah, I know the set. And actually, the timing was good because they did get more expensive after.
Yeah. There's one for you, Bubbles, the old SGC The Rock. Sorry, the camera's terrible in here, but still love that card.
I like it. You didn't get that from Chasing Cardboard, did you? Too soon? What, too soon? Random, Alexa bless, yes, random, absolutely.
I just watched your oh, you know this. We talked about this. I had just rewatched your breakdown of the Ty Wilson response video.
Oh, it's so good.
You were having a lot of fun. It was a fun watch.
Response videos are one of my favorite things in the world to do. It was the thing is, it was easy for me because I'd be sitting there like, you guys say the most ridiculous things. Like, you're making this easy for me, but okay, if that's what you want to do, by all means, help happen. So real quick, folks, I will include a link in the description to this, but you got to check out this transition. Brad, take notes because I am still learning in the content game of how to do smooth transition. Let me show you what a smooth transition looks like. You guys are going to be blown away. And I'll include a link in the description to this. I want you guys to watch and learn. Okay.
Yeah.
all wrong. There wasn't a graded card in this ginormous collection. There was even newer
Same shirt.
rookie and stuff like that, and nothing was graded.
Let's pause for a moment for the auction wire pickup of the month.
Hey, folks, for this month's auction wire for the month, I got this card from REA. It is a nice.
That is deeply disturbing. Like, did you get like, was there some medicinal help involved? Like, that's a lot of enthusiasm, Dan. Let me tell you guys about Brad. Let me tell you guys about auction wire. Eyes wide open. Let me tell you guys about auction wire. You guys need to hear about auction wire.
This card.
This card, guys. This card. I don't know, Brad. I don't got the energy left at this point. I don't got it.
Well, you know what the background is on that? Carlos, that I have been struggling with Wi-Fi for like months, right?
Yes.
So I finally got a new modem, and then I got a new mesh unit. But I had not yet installed the mesh unit when we did the Dan McKee interview. I was on my phone. That's how bad my Wi-Fi was. So in between the McKee interview and when we shot that, John and I shot that together, I went out and reinstalled the mesh unit, got all these things going, and now my Wi-Fi is doing great. And I'm like on top of the world because I've been having this like bad Wi-Fi thing like hanging over my head for months. And so there you go. That was my excitement. I was excited about Wi-Fi. I wasn't excited about auction wire. But don't tell anybody I said that.
Brad, the truth comes out. The enthusiasm. Leighton is going to be very sad. The enthusiasm wasn't about auction wire. We were all going to get so excited about auction wire, and now it's done. It's over. It is post Dan Elia. I don't know what to tell you. What struck me, and you got to remember, Brad, I watched the stuff sped up. So for me, it was going from the regular interview. So that little piece in between you and the enthusiasm of Dan for auction wire, like, what happened there? Jeez. Okay. Dan can sell driving lessons to Tiger Woods. Yes. So listen, Dan, I expect the same amount of enthusiasm after we finally browbeat Penny Sleever into sponsoring Cardboard Cynics, because now this has to. Brad, I need this. I want this, and it needs to happen.
Oh wait, that's the wrong one. There we go.
That's all I'm saying. That's all you're getting for free, Penny Sleever. Cut the check.
That is funny. It was there was no drugs were involved, no caffeine was involved, just excitement over a new Wi-Fi.
Just unbridled passion for new Wi-Fi. All right, fair enough. Now, is Brad just staying very still, or is he frozen?
No, sorry, I'm just catching up on Tiger.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty quick. That's pretty crazy, man.
Is he in the news again for something?
He got in a car accident. He rolled.
Got arrested for DUI.
Oh, this is the second time.
3 hours.
Yeah, because he technically had a DUI the last time, like it was a couple of years now. But
now there's other stuff. Apparently, alcohol is nothing, but he refused to get the other testing done.
Yeah,
drugs or other.
That's basically what happened last time too. Like literally, this is years ago now. Like he had a DUI years ago, and it was medication, whatever medication he was on.
Everybody went right away. Oh, he's drinking, driving, and apparently
he blew 0.0.
So, and hit another parked truck or a trailer or some sort. And
I think
he just announced this week. Basically, he's back.
Brad, listen. I know Tiger is I know Tiger is short on cash.
Yeah,
I think he can afford a driver, Brad. I think at this point, just hire somebody.
I'll drive. I'll drive.
Yeah, like he can afford a guy. He can even buy him a fancy hat. Like he can afford it. I think he's good for it. It's a little tight, but I think he's good for it, man.
He needs master number 6.
Yeah, well, it's a shame because so I was I don't remember what brought it up. Here's what's funny. Going back to a conversation we had previously. Always, the Tom Brady thing was always one of Brad's favorite, where I tore apart the Tom Brady Super Bowls, and I had so much fun doing that. But it's the thing. Going back in the day, I was rooting against Tiger because I was frustrated dealing with him. Like he was always there in the mix with it. But by the time you got to 2019, he had been out of the mix for so long, and it looked like he was never going to get back. The 2019, I enjoyed that Masters tremendously. I was like, no, hopefully, like I actually was rooting for him to finish the deal on that, and it was really good. It was good to watch, and it was fun to see it. But yeah, I don't think he's. I think it's done. I think his ability to get, because he's broken and he still makes some very dumb decisions. That's why I say, like, get a driver with a fancy hat. Don't even try to drive anymore, for goodness sake.
Yeah, his body's in so much permanent pain. I mean, he's a half robot now. What he's been through, it's insane.
Yeah. And a lot of it, though, is his own doing, because when he was at his apex, he kept pushing and he kept trying to push more and more and more. And the swing that he had, it was like, yeah, there's a lot of torque. You're going to mess up your knee, your back, everything. Just watching it, it was violent. And it was like, you almost got injured watching him try to swing. So it's like, all right, buddy, who knows? I like this comp. Tiger could have bought the PGA and AVN awards together. See? He's not wrong. You can afford a driver.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Baubles, have you picked up anything lately? Exciting?
Not much in the way of hockey. I'm waiting. I got about 1 million cards left to wait for my COM-C order, and there'll be some stuff coming in that. Baseball stuff is mainly what I've been picking up. But yeah, excited for the season to be back. My Nationals look like a baseball team. I know that that probably won't last long, but to beat the Cubs 10-4 on opening day, I'll take it. So that was pretty impressive. But
hey, hope springs eternal, man. As the beginning of the season, hope springs eternal, and we're literally right at the beginning of the whole thing.
Brad
Go.
His young
Got it going.
his young gun nude set, but I don't have the fancy ones, but I was picking up all of the Dallas Stars ones of those because I think they're and they're super cheap. So
yeah, no, Upper Deck did a great job on those.
Yeah, it was a smart move. I think they had some good ideas there. Bubble's never been the same since Apology to Teapot. Broken Spirit. Changed lives. Changed lives. It's crazy. So what I was going to say, Brad, is the moral to my story was that I was rooting for him in 2019. And even though it's not normally my style, I think at some point I would like to have a Tiger Auto in the PC at some point. So Brad, what I'm hearing is discounts. What I'm hearing is I should be offering. I should make some lowball offers and see if somebody will take me up on it.
I think this one's going to disappear in a hurry. I don't, especially where he's not hurt.
He's playing next weekend.
Yeah,
I think at this point, his best bet is to win some stuff on the senior tour. Like I don't think his body can hold up for a full 4 rounds at this point.
Yeah.
So I think, because the thing with the senior tour, in addition to it being the older guys, they also only have to play 3 rounds. Yeah, they don't have to play 4 rounds. It's one less round of wear and tear trying to get around the course. The issue wasn't that even when he was hurt, the issue wasn't that Tiger couldn't hit some good shots. It wasn't. The problem is that his body wouldn't hold up for full rounds. So it's like the less he's playing, actually, the better it is for him at this point. He's falling apart.
Yeah.
See, Laura's trying to fish, but all I'm saying is the umpires. The umpires are getting their World Series rings tonight. Do we get an update on the Alec Manoah collection? The update is status quo.
Yeah, it's sitting at 1 card now. I got rid of the rest.
Wait, you moved the rest.
No, I lie. Yannick, it sits at Yannick gave me a Manoah card back like 2 years ago. I still have that, and then I have the 1-of-1 Superfractor.
So, did you go full Savage? Because things are trending in the wrong direction on that train too.
I didn't. You guys ripped me as soon as I sent a picture of him that night.
Literally, yes.
Not to go Savage. So,
well, you've heard the news on him, right?
Yeah, he's going to be okay though. I think.
I never like to hear a pitcher with impingement injuries because that's exactly how Strasburg started. And it did not go well, because if it turns into the nerve stuff and they don't get right, then it's over. So
Honestly, I think the baseball has been more vintage. I've been doing way more vintage baseball lately instead of modern. That's
Those
the
70s.
50s, 40s. I picked up. I
All right.
got a few. I picked up that, man. And that's a PSA 4,
Wow.
but really,
Nice.
really nice eye appeal.
PSA 4?
Yeah.
Damn, nice centering.
Yeah, really nice centering. So I've been kind of that.
Dan's awake.
Another 4.
Three.
Beautiful.
That 53 is going up. That 53
Nice.
tops.
This
I had
is.
my chance a couple of years ago.
I don't know if you can.
Nice.
See.
48.
Nice.
It is
I like
razor sharp and centered.
that black.
And it's
Wow,
kind of
that's
like
good.
it's kind of an interesting color. Like
Yeah,
it's sort of a
I honestly, when I got it, I thought it might have been like I wasn't sure if it was real. So I kind of when we sent it in, the color on it was so nice.
Ask PSA. They know.
And it was too
Well, no,
nice. But what it has is the whole back, you can't see it unless you magnify it. It has creases going through the back of the card, but you can't see them with the naked eye. When you magnify it, you'll see like 50 creases going through. But that's why it looks like an 8 or 9. But
It's all
It's
about
what
eye
you
appeal.
see.
You know that.
leaf
Those videos
leaf
are
with
out
the
there.
coloring.
we'll
There's
do a
all
little.
different varieties of color on the leaf cards because of the way they printed them.
Look at the one. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll show
that again.
We'll just show the bottom of it. I know.
But that's what happens a lot of. That's what happens a lot of times with them. It's like I get the eye appeal. The eye appeal conversation is a fair one. But I always it's like, guys, it's okay. Sometimes the cards. I was laughing because I talked about that Boston Card Hunter video where he had that former PSA grader. The funny thing is they've made so much about that former PSA grader. By his own admission, he only worked there for a month. He did the training, but he only worked
more for Boston Card Hunter than he did for PSA.
Yeah, and literally one of the cards that he had a disagreement with the original grade was because he literally did not look at the back of the card. And I was like, okay, you got to actually physically look at the back. The damage was right there, and he was like, oh yeah, it's on the back of the card. I was like, really? You didn't bother to turn. Look, and even in 30 seconds, you've got enough time to turn the card over once just to take a quick peek, just for the hell of it.
Well, the guy's young. He wants to own the company after 2 months. So,
Well, he's not working for them anymore, so he's not going to be owning
what I
anything.
mean.
Yeah. Orlando says nice medals. Yep. Beauty Brad. Yeah. Some good stuff there. You just need an all aces Otani. Which one? They're all going for too much money.
Yeah, that was the young kid that pulled that at AMG.
Yeah, that was the tougher of the iterate, but he pulled it out of retail. So, and the kid, because I remember I was talking to Steve about it, and I think some of them were selling for like 6 or 7K, something like that. Wow. So yeah, so Steve kind of advised me, he goes, get your money right now while it's scorching hot and people want it, get your money.
Yeah.
Hey fellas, real quick, I'm gonna
okay.
hop off and go watch a show with my wife and kid. So I wanted to hop on for a little bit while they were busy, and I knew Eric wasn't here, so it was a safe place.
Yes,
absolutely. Yeah, appreciate
Brad,
you, Brandon.
Good to see you, Dan. Good to see you, Bobby, Yannick.
Hey, Bob.
Nice to see you, Brandon.
Chat, especially Bob.
I
appreciate all of your work.
Have fun with the family.
Button, all that good jazz, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Take it easy. Have yourself a good night. Yes, indeed. But no, there's some good stuff. I think it's one of those things where it is kind of enjoyable to see how people take their different approaches to it. But the whole eye appeal thing, like a lot of the cards that Brad was showing were really nice cards. If you death stare it, but the thing is, like, look, if you death stare it, we can find flaws on anything. That's why I tease a lot of folks. One of the things that I said to Teapot when we were talking is I said, Geoff's one of his biggest mistakes is that he consistently, even after he gets feedback and the information is there, he makes the same mistake over and over again. When he talks about PSA 10, he says the word perfect 10. It's like, it's not a perfect 10.
It's a perfect 10.
The thing is, it's possible to have a perfect card that happens to be a 10, but you're allowed to have a flaw in it and still be a 10. A Gem Mint 10 is not a perfect 10. It's not the same thing.
Eye appeal's been around forever anyways. So
Forever.
It's just a matter of topic right now.
Absolutely. I totally agree. Like you always do. Like if you see 5 Beckett 8s or 5 PSA 8s or 5 SGC 8s in a stack of say the same card, you've always said, well, let me take a look at them. Just like buying a raw card. Hey, like raw young guns, you might have 10 of them in a stack, and you give them, someone's going to look at them and take the one that they think is the best for them.
Well, the problem, Brad, the only differentiator now is that if it happens to be the nice one, you look at the price tags on all of them, suddenly the nice one is double the price of all the other ones. And you're like, wait a minute, what are we doing here?
I know.
That's the problem. It's not that the IAPL's new. It's your point. It's totally been a thing. The problem is that the dealers are. You told them, so now the dealers are including it. Say, oh, you guys will pay extra for the nice looking version. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
They're not going to turn down free money if they would have. If you guys had just not made, if you had kept it on the down low, you could have kept buying the nicer one at the same price as the other version.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or if there's going to be a premium, maybe a small one, but not like this gigantic multiplier. But that's what folks did. Like they said, "Oh my God, this is really nice." Okay, fine. Well, then pay record prices. Have fun. I don't know what to tell you.
It was so nice. A couple of weeks ago, I helped out this woman in Seattle. I know, Yannick, you see my little Instagram post, but it was the first time I felt that actually the grade really didn't make a difference. So she had a red Jordan PMG.
Okay.
So I flew across the country on Saturday to an island in Seattle, Whitby Island.
Whitby Island.
Coopville. Yeah, really cool place. Anyways, long story short, but when she showed me the picture of the card, it was like, not like, it didn't matter. Obviously you want a highest grade as possible on it, but it didn't make a difference on the red PMG if it was going to be a 4, 5, 6. So it took the stress away. And I told her, from a monetary standpoint, it really doesn't make a difference. Right. So
the only thing people are looking for at that point, the only thing they want is just that isn't a backdoor copy. Going back to the conversation earlier, they're just looking for, like, they just want the card to be the genuine pack pulled article, and they'll be happy, and that's good enough.
The best was, though, it was stuck to the sheet. It was in a sheet. She said, I know how to get that off. Let me grab a butter knife. Oh, I was like, hold up, hold everything.
Step away from the butter knife.
Step away from the butter knife.
Brad, all of a sudden, Brad, Dan, it's a hostage negotiation. Step away from the butter knife, ma'am. Please step away from the butter knife.
I just cracked a slab this week, a GAI slab.
Ooh. Old school, classic.
I couldn't stand. I had a really, really nice Diamond Stars Pepper Martin. It was a 3, and it was a real 3. Like, the grade was actually a good grade, but I just couldn't stand looking at the holder anymore. So I chopped it out and I put it in one of the penny sleever customized sized mags.
That's a Mike Baker special.
I'm gonna secure this bag, Brad. As the kids say, I'm gonna secure this bag. It's gonna happen.
That's a
and
Mike
then I'm gonna
Baker
get Dan to
special
do.
you did there.
I'm gonna get Dan to do the promo exactly the same way he did it for Auction Wire. That'll sell him. Let me tell you.
So excited.
You didn't show the end of it where I say thank you, Auction Wire.
We got to save something, Dan. It's on my radar, so now it's going to come back at some point. I guarantee it. It's coming. It's going to be great. Look out, Sports Card Dash and Sheriff in town. That's right.
Yep. Bob is hurting me now. He's saying hurtful things.
He knows how to twist the knife. I appreciate it. I like it.
Dan, you took it out of a GAI. That's a Mike Baker special.
Yeah, that was part of the
with
reason I
well.
cracked it. Not only was it the Mike Baker thing, but also they're ugly slabs. That gray, it's just
that gray, yeah.
Well, they were mostly for wax packs a lot, because that's where we sent all our packs back when they started doing them way back then.
They did,
But,
yeah.
I mean,
so that was
this
one of the
is
things they
one of the
tried
ones-
to differentiate themselves.
It said first graded on it, like,
yeah,
whatever. I guess that means it was the first time they graded that particular card.
Yes,
that's what it was. Yeah,
whatever. But the card was really nice, and it was just I wasn't enjoying the card as much in that horrible holder, so I just cracked it out.
It's not a good holder for cards. The packs were.
I mean,
holders,
I could send that card off to SGC tomorrow, and 3 months from now it'll come back a 3. But I don't know. I don't need to do that. It's fine where it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people give bad name to GAI for packs, and I don't know why that comes along. We sent all our packs in, all of us, top collectors at that time. So I don't know where this bad name comes in. Like they're holders for cards. I understood, but I don't know. Anyways, it's just something that's out there. I don't know why. Because somebody said it one time. Somebody important
said what, that they weren't grading their packs correctly or something, or
yeah,
what?
yeah. Well, they never liked them because I don't know how rumors get around. It's just like, oh, those are GAI. It's all about Steve because Steve knows how to do Pokemon. I mean, he knows how to do things properly.
G.I. Joe.
Hey, do not besmirch the good name of Steve
not.
Hart.
I
The
just said
entire unopened, entire brand of all the unopened is hinged upon the shoulders of Steve, who will let us know we all got duped. Agreed.
We all got dupes.
Agreed.
We agree. Yep, we agree.
Brad, literally the last Cardboard Cynics episode was my ultimate excuse to bring back the clip. Just the Logan Paul, G.I. Joe,
yeah.
it could have been anything else, followed by Steve's bewilderment, followed by we all got duped, agreed, and him looking at everybody else as if he wasn't the one who said the box was good. They're all looking at him, even Shine and all the. I just would have loved to have a clip, a simulcast of all the other guys, including Shine, looking at him going like, "We got duped? Wait, what? Aren't you the expert tape man? Even telling us about the tape and the sanctity of like, it's like, this way." And then Brad, my favorite phrase, he said, and look, I'm not making this up. It was in the video. He said the words. He goes, "I did the same diligence I do for the sports guy." I'm like, don't say that.
Same thing.
Don't say, Brad, don't say those words. Don't say that.
They were drinking wine in that room, and the thought came into my head: were they drinking like expensive wine that had been put in a bottle by, because that's like one of those things that happens in the wine industry, that people take old, like, expensive bottles and then pour other wine in it. It's like, this has been discovered. You
like
look
a
it up.
shanty.
It's like the old G.I. Joe, but for wine.
Dan, I would wager a lot of money that it was box wine.
Yes.
I would bet you right now.
Ordered
And look,
through room service only.
And Dan, once upon a time, back in the day, segment of my career was a time when I was working retail. And when I worked retail, one of the things I did in retail was I sold wine. And let me tell you, the soccer moms buy a lot of wine.
Yeah.
Paper cups and all.
And you know what? No shame. Those box wines sold, Dan. Those box wines sold a lot. No shame in the game. No judgment. But I'm just saying, Logan Paul strikes me as a box wine kind of man.
So raise your hands if you ever drank wine from a box.
I'm sure we had to have.
Haven't done it. Sorry.
I was required to taste some of it, but I was like, I insist on the bottled one. I was like, at least grab it from the bottle.
So many restaurants have their house wine is in a box. So many restaurants out there.
That is true.
It's
like you want the house wine? Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Very well, sir. Very well. I just had a kick out of it. So Brad, let me ask you a question. I'm gonna officially crack open the beer. This is ceremonial. It's important.
Yeah.
But before I do, I'm gonna ask a question. Spring Expo, obviously, look, we'll just touch on it briefly. PSA is obviously going to be set up, not on-site grading, but submissions, yes, taking that. But here's my question for you, though. Collector Brad, what is he on the lookout for? What is he? Obviously, we talked about some of the stuff you're working on, but is there anything specific you're targeting for the spring?
What are you young gunning for?
I need for my mantle run, I need a 51 Bowman. I had a couple over the years that I moved. So if I could get a nice 51 Bowman mantle.
What's nice? Eye appeal or grade?
Yes. Nice centering.
Mm-hmm.
Nice centering and fully readable. I don't want anything missing from it. I don't care if there's some creases necessarily, but I don't really want it to affect the image. So yeah, that's
at a show like the Expo. How many of those are going to be in the room at a show like the Expo?
I would say probably a dozen.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a lot. We graded not this November, the November before, we graded, I think it was 9 or 10 52 mantles raw that were just brought in from individuals. And I think last year, this will be our third year for on-site. I think we did another 6 or 7. And that's not like people cracking or like this was legit people that had this in their family coming in, and because I dealt with each of those people. There's a lot of them.
So you did the background, the vetting, all
completely,
that stuff.
100%. Yeah.
A lot of those people have the stories. They cracked them, but
well, you know how you can really tell, like they reach out throughout the year, and a lot of these people that have that aren't familiar with shipping, insurance, etc. So the easiest thing for me to say, don't put yourself through the misery of having to ship something, because if you're not used to it, you're going to hate the experience, because you won't be able to, if it's a family heirloom, etc. Just wait, bring it to Chicago, bring it to Toronto, get it done in person. I think we did that, Carlos, with in the chat. He is the 52 Jackie.
Yeah, Stephen.
Just wait until if you don't want to ship, just wait, get it done.
Yeah, we're in that discussion, like realistically, shipping a card like that is very uncomfortable, because you're talking about a very valuable card. You're talking about something, and the other thing is you may not want to. Why have it out of your hands longer than necessary? You're still going to have to pay, especially for a nicer card, you're still going to pay a premium amount either way. Just to get it done on site, get the card right back into your hands within short order.
And I did that like with that PMG Jordan deal, like not to ship it. So when I flew on Saturday, took me, I think 14 hours of traveling, or 15 hours, and got there. And then I took the card, met with our security team in Seattle that happened to be at a show, gave it to the guy on his person. It was great at Monday afternoon, and I dropped it off to him Sunday night at I think 11:30 p.m. But it does, like when you are handling like those big cards, like that's $1 million card, and it's definitely nerve-wracking, that's for sure.
Yeah. Steven says November. I'll be there first thing Thursday night.
Steven hasn't graded that yet.
Dan, we specifically. So I went and took Steven over to chat with Brad, and we talked about and we were talking about that card. But yeah, specifically, I agree. And Brad gave some good advice. We agreed that it was like, you don't want that out of your hands any longer than you have to. Take it home, enjoy it, keep it in your possession, and then November, come get it on site, get it right back in your hands. No shipping, no courier, just get it back in your hands.
Yeah.
Is there no is PSA is going to be at the Spring Expo though, or is Steven not?
There's it's submission only, not on-site grading.
Yeah,
on-site grading.
He wants to do on-site, so it doesn't go back to the United States.
That way, the person will get it, and it comes right back out from the same place it went in. That way, you don't have to.
Sorry.
Right.
It's a classic card that's eye appeal strong.
Completely.
And in the meantime, Steven can enjoy the card in his possession and look at it as many times as he wants to between now and November, and not have to worry about it.
And he can put it in a customized penny sleever, mag holder.
Yeah.
Again, Dan,
for cheap. Yes.
We need the check to clear, Dan. He's only getting you're giving him way too many freebies. We gotta angle for it here.
Hey, Brad.
Yeah.
Do you need the 69 for your run, or?
I think I have. Yeah, I have the 69.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm missing some of the Bowman ones.
That's a 4.
Yeah, that's nice. Love the centering. And that just pops. That's a beautiful card.
And it doesn't surprise me, Brad, that a lot of people bringing in mantles. We did get the 52 tops up here in Canada, and we got the high number series.
Absolutely.
Back in, what was it, the 90s, so many Americans came up, especially with the dollar value, and they bought up a lot of them at the shows.
Yeah,
way back when, and there's lots here, because we got
Well,
the
that
high
was
number
the-
series, right?
So that was the infamous conversation about the old legends of the game. I bought 52 high numbers from them that they bought from collections in the 90s, and they had stacks of them. So it's one of those things and they had enough that they weren't really paying close attention. They literally were just like, yeah, it's in the pile. If it was a lower grade one, Brad, I bought 52 tops high numbers for $1 Canadian a piece.
Yeah. Well,
Because they weren't even looking at the cards. They were just like, here you go. They're beat up. $1.
Yeah. The collection that me and Jeff bought in 2020, and this, the 52 tops, there was like, I'm going to say 1.5 sets of low numbers, but there was 3 sets and some cards 4 or 5 of all the high numbers.
Yes.
Like there was 3 52 mantles. There was, I think there was 6 Mays, 3. But then there was only 1 Jackie. You could see that the high numbers, and this guy was from New Brunswick.
Yep.
So he had 3 or 4 times the amount of high numbers as he did have low numbers of 52. And this was a pure collector, right? Right out of the pack. You could
Yeah, and they were distributed weirdly because, like I said, you'd find like stacks of like that's a lot more than you'd think. It's like, yeah, well, they were out there. Like it's just so there's still probably some attic finds still, especially for some of that 52 surprising amount.
Oh yeah,
they still keep coming out. You know,
I still think that will be once in a lifetime, but you never know. I'm still hoping there'll be
that was a once in a lifetime. Yeah, it was a good one. It wasn't just that; there was more. But
I think I watched
boxes, the wrappers.
Jeremy do the 66 top set. The guy sold the graded set on Slab Sharks, and he was going through. And I just think about the 66 top set that I have. Like, and they were saying, oh, they may come out of the pack in different colors. No, like they were all the same color because this guy's had, there were 6 sets of 66 tops hockey with 6 ores, and the gum and the powder were still on every card. And
he stacked them in the empty display box.
Empty display box.
With elastics around it. It was like
you bought the box. Right?
I didn't. No. It's the one box I didn't get.
I told you because there was a box. I thought that's right. I got it mixed up.
No, he didn't have the box. But with the 52s, getting back to them, Topps approached O-Pee-Chee after they had the warehouse full of them that they kept on producing them. So they got the last series coming up here. So.
Right.
That's why. That's why there's so many.
So that's the reason why some of those cards are surprisingly available. They were for years because we were over indexed in the amount that we actually had.
Early 90s.
So they were around.
Yeah, I mean that kind of stuff happened in like the 50s and 60s, and a lot of those, the extra inventory was bought up by dealers, and they would actually go and buy the boxes of stuff that would never distribute it. In fact, it was a lot of it was available in like the magazines and the newspapers that used to go around, collector stuff, the little sort of, fly by night magazines. And like that stuff used to get bought up. So like the Red Heart cards, speaking of which, Red Heart, you could send away to the factory and get a set up until like the 1960s from that stuff. So like in the United States, I think all that kind of old inventory is gone. But, in Canada, it probably lasts a little bit longer.
Well, Bruce Yanko, he's in there in the 60s and 70s, and he's got 52 baseball set, and it's per card. It's the same value. There's no upsale on the mantles, on the Clementes, nothing. It's like, doesn't matter. They didn't really care about that time in the 50s and 60s, 70s. Things obviously changed, and later 60s obviously too. So, but yeah, like I looked through all those old books, and you just see it, and it's just like per card. 8 cents.
That's it. It's fun seeing things that are in the state. Like when the baseball collection, I don't know. I'm not articulating this the way I want it, but the 54 top set, the 56 top set are all in the sheets that came out in the 80s. Like I know in Canada it was Cardophilium. You know what I mean? Remember seeing them in the sheets? There's something about that still. Like it's just so nice.
Yeah,
I have them in that original state. I grabbed this box this is one of my uncle's cards. We found them in PEI in the attic, and on the box doesn't really mean anything, but this was the sets he collected when he was a kid. So he had partial sets of 60, 61, but he completed 64, 65, completed 65, 66, and 66, 67. And he had them in these 2 little Red Devil boxes, right? I love that when you see something that's been stored away. So that was from the 60s in this box in the attic, then pulled out, right?
It's surprising how many people will write what they have on a display box from that time period. Like the writing is, if it's in pen, you're beat, and it makes the box look bad, but it's kind of a little history there. Anyways.
Yeah. It also suggests that it hasn't been disturbed in a long time. It's one of those things where some of those ones just kind of sit there, and it's like, well, there's that pot. So they, and we've already had this discussion before with some of the stories. I'm sitting there like, especially when we're talking about a lot of the stuff in Nova Scotia and Brad. My favorite one is still like, and I talked to Steve Angel about the time that Brad actually found a card that I didn't have for the Medano collection, and he found and it came from something in Nova Scotia. And the thing, Dan, that specific card, like I still have it here. It's that see-through card, that Medano card. But the thing is, they only came in 7-Eleven packs. And some people don't even realize that 7-Eleven does have branches here. Not a lot of them. No. But now you have to think back to the 90s. So now not only 7-Eleven, it was in the 90s. So it's only specific parts of the country that even had 7-Elevens. and they're obscure to this very day. The regular cards are just not out there. So now we can only assume that somebody in Nova Scotia probably has the supply because we just can't find the other ones are not available. So we know what's in the checklist, but up until that card that Brad found, Dan, I didn't know. I knew it was in the checklist. I didn't know the card physically existed because I had not seen a copy at any price. None of the other Medano collectors had one. None of them had appeared. None of the eBays. I had no evidence that the card even existed until Brad physically found a card.
Yeah, here we had Max Melk and Becker's, Couche-Tard in Quebec, East Coast. What did you guys have for your convenience stores? Out west, it was mostly
at least one 7-Eleven. At least one 7-Eleven.
Yeah, Green Gables. Did you guys have Green Gables?
Not at all. No.
Yeah, Green
It's
Gables.
broken up to Maritime, Central, and then Western. And Western, they had all the 7-Elevens out there. That was their main thing there. Yeah.
Yeah, we had Green Gables, and then every convenience store was like Betty's,
Corner store,
Jim's, Bob's Convenience.
Yeah.
Mine was Betty's. It was like half farm supplies, but that's where I bought my 82, 83, 83, 84, right in my peak collecting as a kid.
Well, they didn't want us kids in the store. What this one guy did out of the side, he out of the brick, he took the brick out and put one of those like cinema theater kind of windows, and you'd go ask for a pack or ask for some gumballs or something through the side to keep the kids out of the store. So you just walk down the side there and you'd go get your stuff. And then you put a piece of
crazy
board
Canadian kids.
It was something, it was hey.
Brad, were you in Nova Scotia or were you in PEI?
I was in Nova Scotia, but my mom is from PEI. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm from Halifax, but my mom and all her family, my grandparents, I spent the summers in Prince Edward Island.
Oh,
I
nice.
spent 3 summers in Prince Edward Island for like 2 weeks at a time.
Oh,
nice.
How long ago?
2005, 6, and 7.
Oh,
my brother owned a house, and we took all our kids up when they were little kids. Now
did you go across the ferry? Did you?
No, we drove over the bridge. Yeah.
Oh,
right.
It was on the. I guess it's the north side. A little town called Alberton was the name of the town. I'm not sure.
100% I do. Yeah, my grandfather was from Granville, so it was close to. Anyways, yeah, I know exactly where Alberton is.
Yeah.
I was going to say if you took the ferry, because last summer, me and my brother, we made a purchase. We bought the Pictou Lodge, it's called, and that's right at the ferry entrance on that Nova Scotia side.
Mm-hmm.
So we Babe Ruth stayed there for a while. Like it's 100 years old this year, so
nice.
hopefully I'm getting the guys to come down this summer to make the first visit. Get Carlos to come to Pictou, Bobby. Yannick knows.
Listen, Brad, I've got some things that I need to arrange on my end. I'm already look. If I'm going to make a trip down, and I've already been promised, I have to at least make a pilgrimage to Keats. So, like, out of respect, it has to be done. Like, my university years, Brad, would not have finished without Alexander Keats in the Pale Ale.
There you go.
So a lot of my family's from the East Coast too, obviously Quebec, but my grandfather was blinded in the Halifax Harbor explosion. Back in 19...
Oh, really? I didn't know that, Bobby.
Yeah, he's blind. He was blind.
So real quick, I'll share kind of some of the images that Brad forwarded over.
52s.
So there's a stack of 52s right there. So
yeah,
look at those.
That's how they were inside a box. They were opened in 52 and put in the box, and it was like a cylinder. So it was a cylinder. I'm going to say that held
a Pringle box.
Cards would have been there. At least 800 cards.
How's our eye appeal, Dan? We decent on eye appeal? We okay?
Yeah, you look at those edges, man. Those are perfect.
Yeah. So what the guy did, Dan? The guy, he was autistic, and he bought the cards, opened them, and I don't even think he really went through them because the powder, like on the hockey cards in the 60s, the powder was still on the cards.
Yeah. So Brad, what I'm saying is, looking at this image, you can see like so Dan, you remember that a point I was making on the podcast episode? I was talking about the idea of the grain. So in this case, you're looking at these cards, and these cards have barely been handled. They've barely been disturbed. Like they're obviously they're not all consistent. They're just stacked. They're just stacked together, and you can clearly they weren't bothered too much. They were just left alone.
Yeah. Adam Martin bought for his set. He bought the majority of them, and I think his set 7, 8s, and 9s.
Yeah,
I believe it because again, just packed
you already
cold.
Graded them,
And
or just saying that they're going to be that.
Yeah, I graded them in 2020. Yeah, like we did this in
2020. Yeah.
But it just shows like that's and again he dropped them into this box and then they were never touched again.
Wow.
Yeah, it was wicked. It was awesome.
Yeah, so that's the only way that you really wind up with nicer looking cards, pack pull to begin with, but then really not affected by the light because they're just left in a box in the darkness on their own. And as long as there isn't some crazy humidity issue, then you can pretty much just leave the cards be and they'll come out pretty clean.
Yeah.
So real quick, I'll show kind of the second image here.
Yeah, that was the boxes. Like that just started. That was half it.
Holy.
So he would put the cards back into but he put elastics on the 52s never had any elastics. But he would put elastics on the card and put them back into the boxes and he'd save the wrappers and the gum. I sent Bobby one of the wrappers and gum. I still got them.
Yeah, that was one of those. Yeah. Well, I got most of the hockey boxes. And I almost got the baseball boxes, but he wanted way too much money. He thought the baseball boxes were worth more than the hockey boxes, and I went, oh, "Sorry."
So the elastic, what we call rubber bands, those were, I guess, the pressure probably did destroy the first couple of cards in the top and bottom.
Usually.
Yeah, they did.
Were they in number order that way? Because usually, card number 1 gets screwed up.
No, he didn't sort them. These were not sorted. There was no.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He did
as pack pulled.
So Andy Pafko is safe, Dan. Andy Pafko is safe.
You're good.
Anyone hockey? Look at this.
Eddie Matthews. Oh, you said there was no rubber bands on the 52s.
Yeah, none on the 52. The 52s were all crisp. And
weren't there 8 Bobby Orrs?
7. I think the next picture I sent to Carlos just to give it.
Sorry. So Bobby, what a coincidence!
My mistake.
What a coincidence! Sorry. Here, I'll help.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
What did those mandals grade at?
7, 7.5, 7, and 3.5 for the OC.
3.5.
Yeah, the one on the right was OC.
Yeah, this one. Centering is bad, but they're so sharp.
Oh, completely
crisp, bright. Oh, yeah. That's where eye appeal comes in. Yeah.
Is that a mark on the card there, Brad?
No.
Oh yeah, that's a print mark.
No, it's just that's the image of it. It's not
just on the image. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. But for the most part, I would say pretty clean. On the whole, there's so here's the thing, Dan. I can pick off stuff pretty quick. If something looks off color wise or whatever. But again, you're not throwing that card out. There's nothing wrong with any of these cards.
Borders are so white.
From a collector perspective, you're going to be very happy with these cards.
If you're a guy who wants a card like that doesn't really care as much about centering, I mean, just how sharp that is, it's amazing. Yeah. I mean, if that's a 3 or 3.5, that's an amazing. That's like a top. You could even put a Mike Baker sticker on it.
Sticker. That's
shots fired.
Well, Dan, I don't know if you heard, but I actually had Baker messaging me. He said he'll put a sticker on the screenshot if I send it to him. So
yes, he will.
Send it over. The value is picking up as we speak. But you can see there. So kind of going back to our point, though. So thank you, Brad, for providing those images. But look, the point is that there is still this untapped hidden reservoir of stuff. And it's those folks who are kind of on the fringe who just collected the cards and just kept them. They just didn't do anything. And then suddenly they appear. But it tends to be in these big bulk. But I use that one example because, again, it's not a 50s card. But
let me just get one thing down.
Go for it. Yeah. Go for it. But yeah, I will tell you, Brad, Steve was very jealous at the time that card came across because it was like, where did this come from? Why haven't I seen one of these? And why is it sitting in Nova Scotia?
Yeah.
It's a mystery.
Autistic
Go ahead, Dan.
makes sense.
Is something you wanted to show?
So the story with this is that you can see the tape on either side, and there's a little bit of paper loss from the tape. There's a guy in New Jersey. He's in his 80s. He collected these as a kid, and he taped them to his wall and everything else. And he wanted to sell them and make some money to give to his family. And his neighbor was a friend of mine. So he got in touch with me. And so I'm the second owner of this card. And, they were all like that. It was all 1950 Bowmans, and they all had tape on either side or the top. So, they weren't
Were
great.
they in an album?
But to be the second owner of this card, I think is pretty cool.
Yeah. And see, that's right up my alley. Look at the scent like that. You look at that card. Yes, it has paper.
Look at the back of it. Look at the back. The back didn't have any tape on it.
Yeah.
The back is perfect.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. Yeah. And all you get, look, the centering is great. The image, Jackie Robinson is not touched by the tape, but it's an authentic because, You got a little paper loss, and
That's
obviously you
fine.
get
I
the
get-
tape.
Well,
I mean-
Kurt can fix that.
I heard that rumor.
Well, Kurt can't get the card, the paper loss. Can't get rid of
No.
Not with that. Not
Oh,
with that.
we don't
attitude,
know
Dan.
that. We
Not
haven't
with that
seen
attitude,
video
Dan.
You
yet.
got crayons, man.
Good evening,
But
Steve.
your point, Carlos's point, is that stuff is still out there, and I agree with that. So
Absolutely.
there's a guy in Jersey with like 100 cards from the 1950s, and I get one of them because I'm the second owner. It's one of those things that just happens. It just happens by happenstance. And the good thing is that my friend knew I was at the cards, and he wasn't, so he just set me up with the guy. And there you go.
Hope
Nice.
you bought him
Very
a
good.
coffee or something. And I personally know people who have their original cards from back in the 50s and 60s. And they don't believe in grading. So many things that people have that are still unknown. And I'm surprised because at least once a year, as Carlos would know too, and you guys would all know, you see something that you haven't seen before and you go, wow, where did that come from? And I see that 3 or 4 times a year, but I mean, publicly we see once a year. It's like, whoa, where did that come from? Like, what was that Black Swamp find? And there's always something out there, right? But in Canada, we still have our finds. Amazing.
Well, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. There's one guy somewhere in Nunavut or up there in the Northwest Territories.
Eric's
Brad,
friend.
you're gonna see. He's got 5,052 manos, but the problem is he's frozen in place. So we have to chip him out and basically get them straight out of there. Like it's the only way we're gonna find the dude.
Pull
Well,
the
I
button.
think Kurt can do that. Can't Kurt do that?
Oh,
Yeah.
totally. As far as I'm aware, Dan, Kurt has magical powers. Like he can do whatever he
Exactly.
wants. Like
Yeah,
it's perfectly
magic,
fine.
but-
Brad's Vintage Collection says, "Wow, popped in to see a screen full of Mantl's second year." Well, listen, this is why Eric being away was to our benefit because we got
Yes.
to appreciate. See, Dan, all I got to do is get rid of Eric for the night, and we get Brad, who can show us some really nice cards.
Yeah, that was a great shot. How what did those ores grade out as?
7.5.
Centering's the big issue with those, right?
7. Yeah, 7. I in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have graded them all at once. I think that when I flew down to Santa Ana and I graded the mantles and the ores, I just rolled in there with my backpack. They didn't know who I was. Had no idea who I was. They're like, we don't take drop-ins. I'm like, well,
Hey,
someone's got to be able to help me out, guys. I just flew here from Halifax, Nova Scotia, and they're like, we'll see what we can do. And I'm like, well, I got some good, cool cards. And then I pulled the cards out of my bag, and the guy was like, we're going to just hang tight. Just sit down here. Then the next thing you know, it was like, yeah, we'll grade these
frenzy.
today for you. And I was like, awesome. Thanks, guys.
Awesome, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bubbles says being the 4,000 over the commitment. What if you're the 4,001st? That makes you feel special.
Yeah.
That is Beauty Dan says, good evening, Dylan, Double D. It's like, well, Dan, the registration's off the charts. The 50 Jackie is plagued with blurry images. So that's kind of a critical point. So obviously we talk about the whole eye appeal thing. And the thing is the registration centering, of course, is a very nice thing. I'm never going to knock centering because it's one of the things I started doing with the 53 Bowman color as I went along, especially once I got past the big cards. I'm trying to the best of my ability to get them reasonably nice center, but the registration is the ultimate thing. The whole thing with the 53 Bowman color is the pictures. The pictures need to look good. And as long as the picture looks good, that's like 99% of what's important to me.
It really is.
If it's nice, if it's got a little bit of centering, that's okay. That's a nice bonus, but I need the image to look good. The image has got to look right.
The 51 Parkhurst are like that. If you get an off, registry, Gordie Howe or Maurice Richard, it doesn't, and it's not the greatest picture to begin with. I'm just saying, and you add that to it, it's just like, I don't want to look at a blurry card that's $4,500.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to pay decent money for some of these cards. It's like, no, the card needs to look, I need that image. So, especially when the selling point is the picture. The picture needs to look good. Otherwise, what are we doing here? It can have sharp corners, sharp edges, and be perfectly centered. But if the damn thing's blurry, what the hell are we doing? That completely defeats the whole point of the entire issue. So that's one of those things where it's like, all right, we'll see down the road. Yeah, we'll have no way of knowing. So kind of Hockey's asking the question, how long until we get to the last of these selections? Who knows? The Black Swamp find was from pre-war cards. They're caramel cards from forever ago. Like technically that should have surfaced decades ago, but it didn't.
It didn't.
There's one card here. Let me whoa.
I
Show you
still
another
believe
card.
there's more.
This is Leighton Sheldon went out to Arizona for what was called the Arizona collection in, I think it was 2022. and found a family had like all of these Gaudis. They had like 33 and 34 Gaudis, and I actually ended up with this one. So I'm like the second owner of this card also. Well, third if you count Leighton, but Leighton was the
Yeah, I
conduit.
think I remember his video on that.
Yeah,
He does find a lot of stuff firsthand.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of what his shtick is, that whole treasure hunter thing. But you know, it's like they're out there. You just got to find them. I mean, he found that whole thing of Red Cross cards in Louisiana last year. And some of those cards they hadn't
not as often as it came out, but yeah, it's out there.
They're out
He
there.
had a whole 2 TO6 set almost last year too. Like,
Yeah, that was just somebody that came up. That wasn't like an attic find thing. That was
like,
came up.
I think it came graded, did it not?
Some of them were graded, not all.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of the business too.
Brad's
Though.
about
The
to show
idea.
us something.
Yeah, Brad's working on it. Let him work. Let him cook, Dan. Let him cook.
Come on.
So Dan,
tell,
what you may
Brad,
not be aware,
please.
what you may not be aware of is one of my favorite things that like, we joke about it, but I didn't want Brad to come here as Brad, PSA Brad. We wanted to talk to Brad the collector. When we allow Brad the collector to cook, he's got some really cool stuff to show.
nice.
There's a Ronnie
And
Ellis.
mid-10.
That's a 10.
Damn.
Wow.
And when I like these, there's no doubt. Like when you look at these, there's a 10. There's a Pete Mahovlich 10.
Pete
Oh,
Mahovlich.
I'm just on my laptop, but it's not working very good.
No.
And so Brad, what you can do is if you tilt the top of the card forward a little bit, it'll help. There you go.
There you go.
No, forward. The top forward.
Down.
There you go. Perfect. You
Perfect.
got it.
Nice.
Like
Yeah,
and
you just
these
use a
are
little
all the
downward tilt,
same
it helps.
color. Yeah, so I got the whole set, all 9s, 8s, 9s, 8s, and 3 10s.
And that's a tough set.
Yeah,
It is.
Because the television borders with the wood grain, it's just like wear. It's like the 71 baseball. It's
yeah.
one touch.
So
you're finished.
that's where I'm at. But I think I'm going to sell it. So yeah,
Sell to Eric.
I can explain. Yeah, so I'll explain why.
He's spending big bucks lately, you know.
I kind of want to mention this because I need a little bit of help and guidance, and I need some.
Brad, I think you should give it to CIA cards, and CIA, if you get anything, then I want to cut.
So
Let's go.
Percentage.
I have that set, which will be a significant amount of money that,
Of course, yeah,
obviously
for sure.
you can use for other purposes.
The registry
Okay.
guys would be all over those 10s, Brad. The registry
yes.
guys would lose their minds.
It's
So I've
almost
got-
like you shouldn't sell it as a set. It should be sold to singles because there's such high.
It's
rates.
really so the thing is so kind of I don't know if that's the question you're asking, Brad, but the thing is those 10s for the set registry guy, they will literally lose their minds.
Completely. And I just watched
Individually.
an 8 sell for an 8 of a common that there was only pop 14, none higher, sold for like $3,000 2 weeks
I
ago.
believe it. I believe
So
it.
I've got 3 10s, 20, 3 10s, 20, 42 9s, and the rest are 8s and a couple 7s. So like
Strong.
it's significant. But the reason I thought I'd keep that forever, like that was my favorite thing. But when my uncle passed away, and I told you I
Yeah.
brought up the little box,
Of course.
this is his set,
Oh wow.
66 set.
Nice.
And it's a 65 set and 66 set. And
I was going to
it's
say,
all-
I can also see you showed the other set as well.
Yeah,
that
so
was
like
there.
they were in this, and then we put them when we found that in '89 in Prince Edward Island in Clyde River.
Mhm.
We put this set in sheets. Anyway.
Yeah.
And
So
we
wait,
did
Brad.
put it as
So
well.
hold on, Brad. What you're basically saying, just so we understand each other, what you're basically, and Dan, I think this is a valid point of discussion. I think this is good. What in effect you've got is you got a situation where you have the complete sets.
Yeah.
They're your uncle's cards, so automatically that already adds. You know, we've had the discussion. Your uncle was like huge
Family.
in your life.
Yeah.
Correct.
So those right there, they have a certain sentimental value you can't buy. So that's massive. And then you've got the complete set. So does having the really nice graded set, which honestly is holding value, you know, there are people out there who will pay some serious money for it. And obviously that you can then redistribute that however you see fit to whatever else you want to do.
Yeah.
But then your uncle's cards can stay exactly where they are. They can stay in the
Yeah.
binder in your possession, and there you go.
Completely. So like that's the point. It's like yes, I like having beautiful cards in nice shape, and I really like that set, but this set means 10 times more to me. And I'm going to have the 66. I'm going to keep the red box. I'm going to keep the set in pages.
Yep.
And I'm going to have that forever. So now it's like, all right, it's time to move on from the other one.
Yeah.
So Yeah.
Yeah.
I can understand that.
I don't think anybody would argue against you on that. It's honestly, you've actually got a luxury there. You've got a situation where you're not really losing anything. You still can maintain a set that has a great story to go along with. And at the end of the day, you built the other set. Hell, you can take a picture with all those other cards. There you go. I owned them. And then there you go, you're done.
So
Take some pictures and move on.
Yeah.
You can use the money out of those tens to buy something really special for yourself. So,
Yeah.
I think
No,
it's the
absolutely.
right
That's what I'm going to do. It's when you're doing these things, sometimes you need people in the space to give you another little, this is the right move. Yeah. I know it's the right move, but I still need that extra little boost.
Do it, Brad. Do it.
Listen, Brad, think about it. With that, you'd have your uncle's cards, and then with the proceeds, you'd finally be able to afford my Chosen Rosen PC. So, like, just imagine you can put the Chosen Rosen box right beside your Alec Manoa Superfractor, and like there it is.
Well, honestly, I was thinking I could actually go full Savage.
And I would still recommend you don't. I would still
Brad did that. Wow.
Dan, I don't know if
He
you
went
know
full
this. I know
Savage.
but back when Manoa was on Alec Manoa with the Jays, I'm a massive Jays fan, and he was on fire. Going to Cy Young, everything was going well.
All-star, everything.
I bought his 1-of-1 Superfractor, his best card in the world, for me and a buddy. We bought it for $12,000, $6,000 each. At the same time, Guerrero sold for $550,000. His Bowman first.
Right.
And I was like, if it sold for $550,000 US and we can buy this for $12,000 Canadian, like he's up for the Cy Young. Like, he's going to win 10 Cy Youngs. Anyways, Manoa stays with me.
Never go.
So Brad,
another player,
Brad, don't shortchange the story. Did anyone on this screen specifically say you don't go full Manoa?
I know. Anyways, that's probably a lot of fun.
Dan, I tried to provide sage wisdom. Sage wisdom. I was like, no, pitching prospects, run away. I never like the pitching prospect. If you're going to prospect, it's a dangerous game. But pitching prospects are so tough. They are so tough because as soon as you go the pitching prospect route, so many things can go wrong. And the Jays have this track record where we've struggled to find like a good combination of pitchers. And again, Alec Manoa did pitch great. And obviously the Jays had Roy Halladay, but Roy Halladay is the exception. He's not the rule, he's the exception. And ironically, they also had Chris Carpenter. The problem is the good Chris Carpenter isn't the one the Jays had.
Yeah.
So I was like, damn. Yeah. Got to space them out to extract maximum value. I think those 10 singles, though, the 10 singles alone would do extremely well. I think you do tremendously on those. It's just getting it in front of the right audience in the right venue. You do great.
Yeah.
Why do I get stuck with the aunts and uncles to collect cookbooks and tools? I know, Bob. I hear you. Tinstap. I don't know. But yeah, I think you know the answer, Brad. I think you've gotten the affirmation you need. I think it's a sage move, and then you've got amazing options. You'd have amazing options after that. You can do whatever. I think it'll fund some collecting endeavors. You could have some fun with it. Have some collecting endeavors. It would self-fund you. It'd be set you up really nicely.
I know.
Yeah, and there's guys out there who want those cards. You'd be spreading them out to people in the hobby who are probably looking for them.
Spreading love.
Man. And it'll get some buzz, and it'll be kind of exciting. And then in the end, you'll just have a whole boatload of money. So
Yeah.
Boats and hoes.
Live the dream. Dare we live the impossible dream? So real quick, kind of as an aside, I think there you go. Laura said, was it St. Louis Cardinals who had the good Chris Carpenter? Yes, it was. I think Laura's trying to angle for something, but yes, that's exactly what I was implying. Yes, I am in agreement. Brad said, there's no such thing as a pitching prospect, coined by Fangraphs. Oh, Tinstab. Okay. There you go. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I think one of the funny thing, though, I actually encountered this week, Brad. I think you'll appreciate this. We've talked about it before, but one of my favorite kind of things that's going on, and Dan, I'll elaborate more, I think, on a future Cardboard Cynics episode. I've talked about the death of the deal from the perspective of these folks don't know how to negotiate. They don't know how to approach, even to approach. I'll tell you one thing that I had. So I picked up I got to ship my cards mail day, did a bunch of my cards on there, and then had some of my wrestling cards for the other channel as well. And so a lot of folks I know, I collect one of the characters there, and I've got an extensive collection for one of them. So I showcased a couple of the cards that I picked up on my Instagram and such, and also on a Facebook page group that I'm on with these other folks. So what happened, Brad, is that one of the folks saw this post, and then because I was on Facebook, they sent me a Facebook message. Now, by the way, for the record, sending me a Facebook message is problematic because I don't check Facebook all the time, and my notifications are all off. I hate having notifications on for any social media, and I don't check Facebook every day. In this case, I caught the message, but Brad, the message, all it was they just sent me a picture of the card. The front, the back, and the side, but there's no text. They just sent me the picture of the card. And here's the thing. It's a nice card. I would be interested in the card, but there's no text. There's no, I have this card. Would you be interested in it? There's literally nothing. And I'm just sitting there going like, so you're just showing me the card or do you want to sell it? Like, you have not stated your intentions, sir. You haven't said anything. So literally I came back to it. I looked at it. And I said, very nice. That's all I said. I'm not going to initiate it, Brad. I'm literally watching a card on eBay right now. So here, Dan, the reason why is I'm watching a card on eBay right now for the same collection. And it actually would be a piece that I would love to add. And I'm watching it and I'm monitoring it. So it'll end this upcoming week. It's not that I'm not interested in the other card, but you didn't even say anything. So now it's like, well, you're the seller. You're the potential seller. If you would like to sell me this card, Brad, there's a very straightforward way to engage. You don't have to do much. You can say, hello, I have this card. Would you be interested in it? You seem to be interested in these. Would you be interested in buying this from me or trading for it or whatever? Words, Brad, words. Hell, an emoji. I would accept an emoji. Give me something.
I did that on eBay today. I had a card. I've been watching it for a while. It's a rare back T207. And I put it offer a really low offer, and the guy countered with a little bit less, and then we did the dance. And then I got to a point, and in my counter offer, I wrote, "This is my final counter offer. This is what I'm going to go for." And 5 minutes later, I got, you're sold. So like that happened. Whereas another one, it went the other way. I put in my final. He said I can't go that far, and then the card itself disappeared from eBay. He just took it off. Must be one of those ones where he's like, I want to make X amount, or else I'm just not going to sell it. But that's what happens.
And the thing is
that much into it.
Yeah. And the thing is, I'd be okay with that. But my point here is, Brad, in this situation, I don't know what they want for it. So maybe they want a good price. Maybe they want a crazy price. Like, I'm okay with all of the above. I can deal with any scenario you want. The thing is, there is a way to do this. All you have to do is just say, hello, hi, I noticed you seem to collect these. I have this card. Would you be, I don't need you to write me a book, but a sentence or two is not too much to ask. He literally just sent me the picture. And I was like, okay, cool. Are you showing off or do you want to sell it? Like, I'm not sure. Either way, I appreciate you showing me the card. That's why I just said very nice. That's my response. So I'm leaving it on them, Brad. I'll leave it to them over the weekend to stew on it. And if they don't message anything else, I'll watch the other card first. And depending on what happens with that, I may go back to them or I may not. But it's like, I feel like we've lost the art of very basic communication when it was to getting a deal done. That's all you got to do. All you got to do is just basic. All I needed was one sentence, Brad, and it would have been enough to at least get the ball rolling. That's it.
Most of the guys dealing with cards are yard apes. They don't have any experience dealing with people, let alone life skills.
Wait, what? What are they?
Yard apes.
Yard apes.
It
was so weird. It was so weird.
Weird things you grow up, guys used to call me a ham bone, like different things, We got our own little.
The thing is, it's one thing to do it online. It's another thing. Like, you'll see these people at shows. There'll be the folks that'll just walk to every table and go like, "Are you buying? Are you buying? Are you buying?" Like, there's no context. They don't pay attention. They don't look at what's on the table, whether this person buys this stuff or literally just go from every single table all the way up and down the line, and that's all they're doing. And I'm like, there's a reason why why you're struggling to sell this. This is not the approach. This is not the avenue in which to do this. But
you remember our booth was vintage and it wasn't even cards for the most part. And kids would come up and go, "Do you buy these? They're new cards." And I'm going, "No, sorry."
Yeah.
They're just trying to make the dollar. So
Yeah. Okay, says, how come there's no video on this? Because technically, look, Brad, I may end up bailing this person out depending on what happens with the other card. I may save them from themselves here, but I just wanted to bring it up because I thought it was amusing to me that this is what it would come down to. A sentence is too much. It's a picture out of context. Luckily, I had just made a post, so I figured, okay, maybe this is why they reached out. But I was like, you could have introduced yourself. I don't know you from Adam, maybe. And they're a person who's on this forum, so at least I can double check. I can get vouchers and all that. I'm not worried about that. What I'm saying though is that, like, no, if you want to initiate, if you would like to sell something, wouldn't it make sense for you to at least say, hi, I noticed you were interested in this. I've got this. Would you be interested?
Yeah, but it's fun. You used to have the art of making a deal, and I used to really enjoy that, and now I don't. I would sooner buy a card online, and I am very fortunate to have the team at AMG buying cards every day and giving me a shot.
Scrolling ticker across the bottom.
But I get more irritated trying to deal with someone at a show right now. Like, it causes me grief. And watching the back and forth, I'm just like, oh.
I know. It's horrible. What are you going to do?
It's funny because in a lot of ways, I joke with Brad is that I laugh with Steve and a lot of the other guys that I talk to. I go, I am the easiest person in the world to do a negotiation with. I already have a pretty good idea what I'm willing to pay for whatever it is. Honestly, as long as you're not being a fool about it, like, I'll make this easy for you. If I'm interested in the item, I'll make you what I consider to be a fair offer. We can go back and forth. Usually 99% of the time we'll come to a number and come to an agreement, and I'll pay you. I make this really easy. But if you're being weird, like, then that's on you, man. Like, 100%. I can't help you. I don't know how to make this easier for you.
Well, the problem is dealers too. So the collector trying to offer you something, you put an offer in, the guy goes, oh, I pay more for it than that. I said, well, then you're stupid. That's what you want to say. So it's back and forth between the dealers who have no experience with life skills, let alone personality traits and how to react to people. I knew that in sales. Like when I did corporate sales, it was like we had the salespeople just had no idea what they were doing. It says you don't even have to say much. There's no lines. Just listen to what they're saying. Yeah,
that's why. I agree with you, Bobby. It's so nice to have tables priced. All their items are priced, and all their items are priced accordingly. It's
Clearly, no ambiguity, no weird silent that you're like,
and price it whatever you want.
Times what I want to pay for.
Yeah.
And here's the best one. What is the absolute rock bottom, super low price that you would take for this card?
Yeah. This is the least amount of money that you'll be willing to take, sir.
I know.
So you almost feel guilty. Like, it's like, oh, I'll take an extra $10 off. I don't know.
How much meat on
it's
the
bone? It's a $12 card. What do you want? It's like, come on.
Yeah, do you got any room on that? Well, no, my sticker says $1,000. That's my price.
And then some dealers go, well, and then there's the holder too.
Yeah. I love when they get the first response back. Yeah, I got some room. Okay, well, why didn't you just price it accordingly?
Oh, Brad, this is where Carlos Sr.'s technique is undefeated. If somebody pulled that shit off on Carlos Sr., the first thing he'd say is like, yeah, there's room around it. There's room in front of it, beside it. Like, he's not playing this game with you. Like, it's not going to happen. Or if you're the person who tries to like go like dollar for dollar, his counter starts going up, not down. It starts going up. It actually gets more expensive the more you keep talking. It's like, why are we being ridiculous? Like, I don't understand what we're doing here.
Depends if you're in a buyer's or seller's market too.
Yeah, and it's good, and then you have the right to walk. Like, there's not
totally
a card out there that I will not walk away from. Like, I don't need to have. Like,
yes, you do.
I want, but I don't need.
No, you know what I mean? You want everything though. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm actually, my collection's getting kind of full. Does that make sense? Is that a proper word for it? But like my
it's a matter of perspective. Yeah, this depends on what you
think it's unique
envision enough. It. I think it's what you envision it to be, whatever you want the collection to be.
Yeah, like my hockey stuff, my hockey from 51 now to 89, like that's done.
Yeah.
So it's like, what do you? And I don't want to upgrade because my cards have stories, so I'm happy with the version that I have.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah,
everybody,
fair, right?
everybody shifts every 5 years. You
Yeah.
know, either into a new set or get rid of something that they had for a long time. It doesn't have the value or the personal feeling anymore, and then just get rid of that. Like you're going to get rid of the other graded 66 set, and then replace it with what? And what is the question or the answer?
And I'm going to keep. I will say I got a 7.5 ore, so I am keeping the 7.5 ore.
You're not going to sell the ore?
No,
man.
no, that's the focal point, right? So yeah, no. That's
I still think, to be honest, look, I actually think, like I said, saying seriously, for some of the set registry guys, the 10s are more valuable to them in a lot of ways. Like they'll be really interested in, they'll be right after those. The ore, a 7.5 ore is a great card. Like it would always draw interest, but at the same time, the ore is the ore. And some of the more obscure guys, again, to get a couple of percentage points, they'll pay a crazy premium.
Yeah. And there, and Dan, you mentioned about it too. Like I have the Toe Blake is the first card, and it's a PSA 9 pop 1, none higher.
Yeah. They'll lose their minds.
That should surpass the
pop 10. Pop one. They'll lose their minds.
Yeah,
automatically. There's a bunch of guys there that their set would be upgraded overnight just by having that one card, and they'll chase it accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Zach says I make an offer, then say no. I say all right and leave. Not going to beg you to send me something I can easily find. Yeah.
You're not going to get any deals done on one conversation like that, though.
But when someone's got something rare, though,
you're the person with the money. They're the person who wants the money. I mean, the card is the card, but you're the person with the money. You control it. And I know from having sold cards that you can get stuck with stuff. You can stuck with stale inventory, and I can wait you out. And if you're going to have a conversation at a show, obviously it's a little different than following, watching something on eBay for a year and knowing that it's stale and then making an offer.
You're the guy.
What?
Bobby, that's a question to you.
Oh, you're the guy who's watching it for the last year. Just saying.
Yeah.
And there's lots, I've had stuff listed for a year, and there's like 6 watchers. I'm going, well, and I've made offers. It's just like, who are these guys? One of them's Dan. Okay.
Well, I don't think I'm watching your stuff, Bobby, to be honest with you.
I'm just using it as a referral. As lots of people watching, but they're just curious about what it will finish at, because sometimes you just won't go down to their prices that they're looking to, buy it at. So
I'm looking at Strongsville. I'm looking forward to negotiating with Stan Locke, because he and I have been kind of getting into it lately in terms of negotiations, and we'll give each other a hard time, and then we'll have a beer after the show. So
there you go.
It's one of those things, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So I don't
No,
think
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it can be fun. It can be kind of that is closer to the relationship that I have with Steve, because we're friends. So the negotiate now, that's different than a lot of the other. I make the point about the negotiation thing. The negotiation I'm going to have with Steve is very different than the one I'm going to have with a random dealer that I don't necessarily know. With Steve, It's going to be like he'll quote some ridiculous number that there's no chance in hell. I go, I'll give you $1. Obviously, neither one of those things is going to happen. The truth is going to be somewhere in the middle. But we're both going to start off at ridiculous things. At the end of the day, I'm going to wind up with it, because we're going to come up with a number that everybody is happy with, that everybody thinks is fair. But we've known each other for more than 20 years, so we can do this. That's perfectly fine.
You have to bust balls.
Yeah, you got to bust balls. Absolutely. But if it's a random dealer that I don't know, then I'm going to engage in a more straightforward manner. Like, I'm going to make this simple. That's why I'm actually kind of offended, Brad, when some of these guys make this way harder than it has to be. I'm actually annoyed, because I'm sitting there like, dude, if I actually want the thing, I am the easiest person to sell this to, because I already have an idea in my head what my price is going to be. As long as you're not being ridiculous, we can probably come to a deal. Mm-hmm. And I used to have that when I had a little bit more disposable income to buy my watches. What's funny, Dan, is that everybody in watches is used to tire kickers. They're used to people asking and then never buying anything. Right. By the time, if I go into the watch shop and I ask you what the price is, I'm going to fucking buy it. So your job is not to be a moron and just answer my damn questions, and we come to a number, and then I give you the money. It's really easy. It's the easiest commission you're going to make in your life. Just don't screw it up. Don't trip over yourself, because I already know what it is. I already know what it works. I already know what the value is to me and what it should be. We go back and forth. We come to a number. I will pay you the fucking money. This is easy. And some of these guys would still trip over themselves. I'm sitting there like, This is the easiest sale you're going to have. You're going to talk to 500 people and sell nothing. I literally will give you the damn money. Just don't screw it up. I've walked out of shops where, Brad, they screwed this up. I'm not playing this game with you.
So many people did. Yeah.
All you got to do is not trip over yourself. Just answer the questions that are being asked. Go back and forth. We come to a number. Done. Deal's done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Guys,
don't
I
write
got-
a price guide because you go to ask them how much and they go, well, you tell me, you write the price guide. It's like, fuck.
I got a story. On
I did
this
it in a
one.
French accent. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to say
Absolutely.
it. That
So,
French
Brad,
guys do that.
I know you want to get out. I appreciate you joining us. I appreciate you joining us on an Eric-less episode.
It's the only reason I could join is you finally got rid of that guy. It gave me an
Finally.
opportunity to come on.
to.
My
That's right.
life is complete for 2026. So,
Thank gosh.
yeah, we
I
got
love
a card show in the morning. I got to get there at 6:30 a.m. and
Brad, we're going to keep in touch, and then I will do some kind of content with you during the Spring Expo. We're going to make it happen.
awesome.
Good idea.
Thanks,
Let's do
guys. Have a great night.
Take it
Take
easy,
care,
buddy.
Brad. I have a story on this.
Go for it. Have it. Have at it.
So Mary Gamble goes to the Brooklyn card show that I sit up at. Every time she goes, every time I sit up. And there was one time where she approached my table and tried to negotiate to buy cards, and she had the camera ready and everything.
Oh,
And it didn't happen. I was not going to give her the deal that she was looking for.
she was looking for the content.
Just so that I could get on camera, because I can get on camera anytime I want. So, but I didn't make her cry though.
Mhm.
So
Well, the thing is, though, like there is the content thing is fun because obviously it's become a cottage industry. But that's the reason I talk about gave the story and everything is that some dealers do make it too complicated. But at the same time, like I don't care if somebody is making content or not. It's not your job to make a great deal for them. And I was watching a couple of podcasts where some guys were talking about it, and they were correct. They were being accurate. As the dealer, it is your job to figure out what the value is. It's your job to figure out what it is you need to get out of it or whatever. Now, as the buyer, I don't necessarily care what you need to get out of it. That's not my problem. That's you
Right.
as the dealer's problem. Because if
You
you're
can
out of
always
whack with
say
the
no.
market, yeah, if you're out of whack
No,
with the
I knew
market,
what
you're out
those
of whack with the
cards-
market.
I knew what those cards are going to go for. Both of those cards sold for what I wanted to get them to sell for. Not at that show, but like maybe the next show. You know,
Sure.
It wasn't like I needed to sell them. I wasn't desperate, and I did not need to be on camera with Mary Gamble. And you know that doesn't. I don't
She'll make
need
you
that
famous.
to promote. So it was not something where I was gonna buy into her shtick so that she could have content. The vintage guy even sold to me.
Wow. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You know the title.
Well, it's funny because like a lot of folks try to do this whole. It's not about exposure necessarily. A lot of people like want a shout out or whatever it is. Like, look, if that's what you want, then fine. But you bought the card for a price. You presumably want to get whatever the price is, isn't that? And as long as you're not being ridiculous about it, because some dealers are running museums, like they never sell anything.
Yeah.
Their prices
No.
are out of whack. It will be there until the end of time. It's been there for the last 5 years. It will be there for the next 10. They're just not going anywhere. That's a different conversation. And there are dealers like that too. That's also
No
true.
question. There even big shows, small shows. There was a guy behind me in Staten Island back. What are we in March? Back in February. He didn't sell anything. I sold
Really?
like two grand worth of stuff. He didn't sell anything, and I went over and I figured out why, because his prices were absurd. And I had people coming over to me that I knew because I get the same kind of buyers, the same guys come mostly, telling me, this is the card I was buying, and you have it for this, and he had it for this, and I'm like, there's no way I'm going to spend that. So, like, there are dealers like that, and the guy had no clue. He had no idea why he was not selling anything. It's because your prices suck. Like, get a clue.
Well, that's what I do with some of the guys. I ask them, hey, how much for that? And they go, 800. And I go, where do you want to go from here? Honestly, you do that with friends, with guys but you don't know, but they're always overpriced.
Yeah.
And how can we go from there? So they think I'm going to pay for it. I'm reaching in my pocket. I just reached up here, but just saying that's what I do. Oh, okay. Here you go. Thank you.
Yep.
Then they go, all right, let's negotiate.
Well, I'm always up for negotiation. The negotiation is
too.
fine. I'm happy to do it. I just don't want us to be operating in this ridiculous sphere. Like that's all I want. Like if we're being serious, then yeah, sure. I joked with it because I don't know if you remember, Bobby, when we did that one show before, when I was in the Overlook Hotel the night before. So we were so Bobby, so Dan, I have had the privilege of setting up at a table with the Burrell. One time I set up at a show with Bobby. But what's funny is I literally had boxes of like quarter cards and like 50-cent cards, and because my goal was to move a volume. That's all I really wanted to do, just move card. What I laughed though is that when people were coming by, they were trying to make this complicated, and I'm like, grab a stack of cards. I'll probably give you a deal, because my goal is to get rid of volume. Like I'm literally just trying to get rid of stuff. That's all I want to do. And the table prices were not that crazy, so the objective wasn't to try to make crazy money. So I'm like, just offer something. I laughed because one guy was literally trying to do this whole thing, and he was trying to figure out comps and everything. I'm sitting there like, and it's like, what do you want? It's like, you come up with a number, and I'll let you know if you're close or not. I had all the stuff priced, but I'm like, look, you let me know what you're trying to do. If you're grabbing a stack of cards, I can do more for you. If you're grabbing one or two cards, like as long as you're not coming up with some weird number out of left field, there's a good chance I'm willing to at least hear you out. I told the guy, as long as you've got a reason for it, I'll hear you out. If I don't agree with you, I'll let you know. But otherwise, just throw me a number. But he was like trying to do calculations in his head, and it was like the meme with numbers flying around. I'm sitting there like, why are you making this complex?
I have a box.
Just come up with a number.
The best part
I
of
have a
being at
box
shows
under
is you
this
get the
table.
first crack, right? That stuff.
Yeah. The box under this table that's filled with modern slabs that are just junk. So I have them all for $5. They're literally $5 slabs. There's like, for a while, there was a Wander Franco card in there. There's just like, prospects that never happened, cards that I never should have graded. And I have a box of them. And people come by and occasionally they pick one out or whatever. And there was a guy literally comping each one of these $5 cards. I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
And how much were they?
Comping these?
They're the $5 cards.
$10?
Realistically, $5.
They
Yeah,
might be worth 10. They might be worth 2. I don't know. I don't care. I just want them out. I just want them out of here. I want to get rid of anything that's just like Carlos. You want to get rid of bulk.
Yeah, it was a situation where my goal there, and I told Bobby when we were setting up and everything, my goal here is like, I just want to clear some volume here. So I'm happy. Like literally, I would have sold certain cards by the pound. Like just take them.
Yes.
Like, the goal here is just take them. I just don't want to carry them back to the car. That's my goal here. Like, take it. And I laugh because some folks are trying to make a whole production out of it. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why? I'll make this easy for you.
Card show it can be entertaining to be on the other side of the table. But when I'm a buyer, a lot of these guys, especially the high-end vintage guys, the Bill Chappell and Paul Borges and Stan and Ash and all those guys, they know me. They know what I'm going to do when I come up to the table. I'm going to find a card that I like. I'm going to price it out correctly, and then I'm going to negotiate around a certain number with them. And so, that pays off. Having that reputation as that kind of a buyer, you're going to get the price you want. Nobody's going to jerk around. If they jerk me around, I leave. There are tables at the Philly show that I go up to these guys, and I know I'm never going to get a deal from them. I know they're unreasonable. I don't even approach their tables anymore. I literally don't approach the tables because I know that it's a waste of everybody's time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the last time I was at a show with Paul Borges, we literally sat there together with our phones and figured out the price because he knew I wanted this particular card. And we just figured it out. We're sitting there with our phones next to each other, and finally we made a deal. And it was like fair for everybody.
Did you say Steve Ash? Did you say Steve Ash?
No. Ash, the vintage dealer. What's his name? Ash.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Legends cards, I think, or something to that effect.
Yeah,
he was a big buyer of Steve Ash.
He was the Dallas victim.
Oh, Eric's victim.
He was the victim.
Eric's victim, you mean?
Eric's victim.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Eric's victim. Yep.
Look, all I'm saying is that what a coincidence that we're talking about it once again, and look who's not here.
Ta-da. Oh.
How interesting.
Yannick is Bork.
Covered up Yannick.
Oh, no, we'll get him off the screen. But look, all I'm saying is what a coincidence. How interesting. Cartel here says, good evening. Is it even easier for me? I only pay sticker price policy. I only want to buy within my own means. Never a deal, never a bargain, or back and forth. The sticker only. If it's not sticker, it's a handout. Fair enough. Like I said, I don't mind. So bottom line, I don't mind any combination they're in. If the dealer has a number, no problem. I just don't like playing games. Is really maybe my point that I'm making here. I just don't like playing silly games. When I set up that one time as a dealer, my goal was to move some cards, no problem. And at the end of the day, I wanted to, I already knew what I had. My goal was just to move them because I had a lot of volume. I had a bunch. And I sold some of the other cards too. And one guy sold me a card that I was happy to buy. So it was like, it was good. It was good for everybody because I wasn't trying to, I'm not making my living on that. That's not my job.
Right.
I have a day job. So I'm like, this is just something we'll do this one time. It worked out. We should have taken the other table, Bobby, though, from the Pokemon guy, because the Pokemon guy made a killing.
Well, you know what happened? He just walked over. He just went, yeah, we'll take it. Yeah. It's like, okay. All right.
We had a guy beside us. He set up 2 tables.
Take it,
Dan, he had cases of Pokemon. Cases.
Oh, it was just ridiculous.
Was it Pokemon or was it G.I. Joe?
No, I think with the newer one, I think it was Pokemon. I think it was okay. Cards have been brought in so many dealers, in quotation marks, yes, that have no idea how to negotiate. So that was, so thank you, Zach. That's been my point of this entire conversation, is that there are some of these. Look, I'm not a regular dealer. I have set up the one time with Bobby. I could set up at shows though. It's not like the problem is the table prices at some of these shows don't make sense, and I'm not interested in committing to it for like a 1-day thing. It was perfectly fine, and the table price was very reasonable for the one time. It was a fun experience. I didn't mind doing it, and my dad used to like to do garage sales all the time because he just enjoyed the process. He loved pricing everything and setting it. And he likes talking to people. That's his favorite. And the thing is, Bobby, he would make like $300 or $400 every time he would do it. So he was just like, but he liked just chatting with people. He would chat people up, and that's what he would do. And he'd spend the afternoon there in the garage. And then occasionally he'd come ask myself and my brother to help him out with some stuff. But for the most part, he just wanted to chat with folks. That's all he wanted to do. Just set up his lawn chair, sat and take a little money in. But we're easygoing. He already knows what he wants to get out of this stuff. Yeah, you can take that one for cheap, and then if you want to grab that other one, then go ahead, whatever. But it's because he wasn't trying to make a living out of it. He was just doing it to move some extra stuff he happened sitting around.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is I'm doing it for one reason, and that's to have cash to go to Strongsville with, or to National. When I set up at my April and May and June shows, it'll be for the National. So, it's one of those things where I'm not doing it to make a living. I'm doing it to get rid of extra cards and make some money on cards to be able to buy my own cards. And that's pretty common, But from having been on the other side of the table, when I get behind the table, I know what I would want to see. I want to see price tags. I want to see organization. I want the person to be friendly and to talk with me, and I want somebody who can negotiate. So I try to be what I would expect to see as a dealer from the buying standpoint. So I think that helps me also, and I talk to people, and people know me from my channel. So, I mean, it has, there's a symbiotic element to it that helps.
Ooh, Dan's an influencer. It's like, are you the Dan from the YouTubes? Oh. Zach says, I don't think dealers have an appreciation for what we deal with. One dealer won't negotiate at all. The next guy purposely prices stuff too high, so you will. It's a different situation every table. Yeah, that's why I say, like, I enjoy very much. So maybe my ultimate point of this conversation is that I enjoy that some of these folks try to act like they're this Fortune 500 company when they would struggle in a garage sale environment. They would struggle in a flea market. And I'm sitting there like, for goodness sake, man, you're not good at this. It doesn't have to be hard. Maybe, Dan, my point is, I don't understand why it has to be hard. I feel like it could be extremely simple. It doesn't have to be
because
hard. We're making
some people have personality problems.
Some people have the previous night's spaghetti stain still on their shirt the next day. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's a sign. Anyway.
Bobby, look, all I'm saying is I feel like a lot of these guys would do better if it's like, look, just be cool, man. Just be chill. Just price your cards, do it in advance, and then have a back and forth conversation, come to a number, and do the deal.
Well, the problem is everybody's turned into a dealer in the last 5 to 7 years. So, whereas the dealers were kind of centric, and now they're very uncentric. Everybody.
Well, now it's just these weird percentages. Now everybody's sitting there like, oh, I got to do 85. I got to do 70% comps, 80% of comps, 80% of comps, bro.
I see some of these people set up, and they just put their stuff on a table, just displays, and they don't even fill all the spots. They got like 10 feet behind them, and they use the 2.5 feet by 6 foot tables, and I'm sitting there going, "You got the whole freaking place here. Like you got 7 booths. Like do something behind you." They don't, and they just kind of sit there and stand there. It's like, you are not marketing yourself properly. Do something.
How do I turn the camera off so I can step away for a second?
Just press the little
hit the
there's a
camera.
little camera icon at the bottom. You should be able to click on it yourself. There you go. You got it.
Oh, that looks better.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got the professional shot. You're all good, Dan. You got the professional shot going. But I was going to say, though, like, no, the reason I brought it up, Bobby, is that, like, for me, it is very entertaining to watch these guys take this way too seriously, try to make this overly complicated, where I'm just sitting there like, guys, this isn't rocket science here. You buy the thing at whatever, hopefully you got it at a reasonable price point that you can make some money on. You figure out what it is. But the problem is, and where it becomes interesting, is how do you play the game when there are no comps or there are no recent comps, not recent enough to be of any value? Like, yeah, there was a number 3 years ago, 5 years ago. What do you want to do with that in 2026?
It's kind of tough. You almost have to do a group deal, find something else just to take away or add to the deal in their sense of mind, and then just deal with your own stuff. Because, trying to do head to head on a one card, maybe if you do a little grouping, kind of come around the back end on that. That's the only way to get around that stuff, is make it look like it's more of a deal. And, if you find something that maybe it's parallel to a value that you can sell it at, like that's fine to take that just to add the extra money to get the deal on the other card. And then you can take that and flip the other one for the same money and get that back. So you did the deal, but you had a little extra step in between. And that happens a lot. And if you're smart, you'll do it that way. But it doesn't always work that way, right? Because sometimes they don't have what you need.
No, I think it's fair.
Guys,
I like Bob Boozle is helping.
I'm gonna leave for tonight. The day started at 4 a.m. this morning, so I'm.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oof. Oh,
Yannick,
Yannick, you should have gotten the enthusiasm. You should have gotten the love for auctionwire.com.
Yes. And the fact that it's an Eric free night, and I want to keep it that way.
Yes. Yes.
Yannick, thank you for the link that you sent me. You sent me a link in IG, and I saw it, but I didn't look at it yet. So thank you.
I never. Well, spoiler alert, but I never seen this player that we both collect.
Okay.
Basically move on an image before.
Oh,
nice. Okay.
And it's in that video. That's why I sent it to you. I was like, holy. So
okay,
cool.
I'll take a look at it. I'll
we'll
get
talk
back
about
to
it again later. Take it easy, guys.
Definitely.
See
Sounds
ya.
good.
Thank you, Yannick. All right, real quick, I'll read a couple of comments here. Tito6 Kid says, before smartphones, you had to have knowledge of cards. Today it's just a cell phone, which is fair. I'm with you. Now, I think what's tricky, though, so the reason I brought that up, and I mentioned that to Dan during the Cardboard Cynics episode, and I'll share more once I have the card in hand, but I'll give you a quick summary. So I picked up, I talk about for my Mike Medano collection, the Playing Days cards are more priority for me. The 90s stuff is stuff that I really chase after specifically. I really focus and key in on those because my checklist for those is very small at this stage. That's where I'm at. So quickly, I'll show it to you now, and then I'll elaborate more when I get it in hand. So this is the card in question here. This is the card that comes in 98.99 SPX Finite. It is Marquee Performers is the subset, and this is the Spectrum version of it. That is a card numbered to 25. So late 90s numbered to 25. Those tend to be very difficult. Now here's the problem. Going back to what I said a minute ago. There are no realistic comps. There aren't any because for the majority of it, it's dried up years ago. So the supply isn't there. I can look up other players in the set, and there are a couple. So, but it's all over the place. You have no idea where you want to play. So when you want to figure out what the price should be, there isn't a lot of guideposts. Okay.
So is there a base price in your mind for this card? Like, is it $100 card or maybe a $400 card or what?
Well, there's two
card?
base prices, Bobby. There's the price that I would like to pay based on what I think it should have been back in the day, and then there is where we're going to play today because some of the Gretzkys have sold for thousands of dollars.
See,
and it broke.
That's where the question comes in. So then it has to, if the seller is any sense of mind, he's going to put it as an open auction to see where it ends.
No, he went the other way. He went buy it now, best offer. He started at $500.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So he's reaching for the stars.
No, he's
he
not.
Doesn't want to let it go.
No, he's not. He's not.
No?
Some of the other ones for lower level players have sold for $300 or $400. So the price has gone up on those across the board. That's the problem. There isn't a comp on that player, but there are some of the other players, the Jean Leclercs, the Keith Chucks, and then some Peter Forsberg and some of the other ones. Some of those have started creeping into the thousands. So the problem is, if those ones creep into the thousands, $400 or $500 is not completely out of whack because unfortunately we don't have any other guideposts.
And what you pay isn't necessarily a comp either. So,
correct.
Yeah.
So I can tell you that if anybody looks it up, by the way, they can see it on eBay. I paid $400.
Perfect.
Yeah, that is the highest price that anyone's ever paid for one. But the problem is we don't have much guideposts. The last one that sold was 10 years ago, at least public auction.
Offer? Did you make the offer? Or did you watch?
I did. He started at 5. He went 500 or best offer.
What was your best offer first one?
First one, I think I offered 3.
Yeah, and that's fair because when somebody comes at $100, you don't want to even deal with the person, you know.
I offered 3 because I felt that was decent. The problem, again, we're reaching around in the dark. So he's starting off with a number.
3's good.
I don't think
3's fair.
Yeah, I don't think he's crazy given some of the other players and what some of those ones have gone for. So I start with 3, and we end up going back and forth a couple of times, and then we wind up at 4. So we wind up between the 3 and the 5. Basically, is what we wind up at.
Yep.
Not surprisingly. Is that a strong price? I think it is a strong price, but at the same time, they don't come up all the time anymore.
Compared
to
the other ones,
maybe
not.
Yeah, the other ones have come. The other ones have basically shown up as part of collections. So people paid thousands of dollars for the collection, and that was one of the ones in there.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like, I laugh because I would like to pretend a lot of people are like, oh, you know, Medina prices. No, they're not going down. Not for the tougher stuff. They're paying more. Every year that goes by, they're paying more. I would love it to be going the other way, but it's not true. If it was, I'd be happy. That'd be great, but it's not true. So that's where we wind up. But that's a situation where I am interested in the card, and I understand, and I value it a lot more than most people would. But at the same time, beggars can't be choosers when you don't have a lot of copies available.
Yeah.
So you have to then play the game a little bit. You have to be like, okay, look, I want to get as good a price as I can for it, but there is a demand for it for the people that are chasing for them.
Mm-hmm.
If there's no recent comps, I start with another card from the set that sold recently and work from there using percentages to the player from similar sets. Completely fair. That's valid. Also, if comps were the final say, there would be no point in arguing. Every Aaron Judge rookie needs to sell for $20 until the sun burns out. That's true. And sometimes the prices can go up over time, which is totally true. Do these dealers and collectors complicate a simple process? Yes. Totally agree with that.
You try to get comps on the stuff that I sell. It's just, it's tough. It's tough to comp anything. It's desire. It's team. It's, you know, because one guy was asking me, he goes, well, how much are these bobbleheads or whatever? And I said, well, you know, they're $250. And he goes, okay, well, so we got the original 6 teams, so $200 each. And I'm going, yeah, but more people like the Leafs and they like the Boston Bruins opposed to Detroit and Chicago. So those ones are worth about $300 or $400. I said, I'm not pricing everything individually. I'm just saying, here it is, and it's based on the team desire, you know, and that's just the way it is. You know, Leaf stuff sells for more than, you know, Boston stuff, Chicago stuff, always. It's just the amount of collectors that are out there. Anytime that something comes up like that, it's usually based on a team desire. So you get the expansion teams, you get the Minnesota North Stars, you get the St. Louis Blues, and you get Pittsburgh Penguins. Those guys, they get even better than the Leafs sometimes. So it's all dependent.
And I think kind of playing into also what you were talking about is that it also depends on how much you as the collector individually want the item. So if it's something that's a little bit more relevant to your collection, something that's a little bit more in line, then you're more willing to be more aggressive with your offers and accordingly. Whereas if it's just something that's a nice to have, then the offers fall down accordingly. Yeah. That's always what makes it very interesting. But again, some people try to overcomplicate this. They try to make it a lot more. I actually would have loved for it to have gone to auction. The problem is that one of the Yagers went for over 900.
Oh, really?
And that was last year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Yager should be more, but how much more? That's the question. So it's like, there's your problem. So it's like, and there's not enough sales for us to establish where the pecking order should be. So we know it's more, but how much more? And that's the how much more is the ultimate question.
Always is.
Yeah. So that's the thing. We know we've got a spectrum. We know what the basement should be, and we know what the ceiling should be, but where do we fall between the basement and the ceiling?
And, you know, a lot of things are based on, if I'm selling something, you know, it's based on how much I paid. And a lot of people are always trying to say, well, it's worth this much. Well, how much you got into it? Like, geez, if you want to sell it at this price. Don't ask for the maximum dollars. You got 3 guys out there who might have the same item at like $500. Put yours at $400. You only paid $100. Like, why do you have to get the $500? It's about commerce. People don't understand the basic rule about this business is commerce. Make the deal happen, keep things moving, and move on.
Indeed, this is true. Tito 6 Kid says comp value also depends on the person buying the card. 100% true. It's like the Medano card with Carlos means more to him than it would me, so he'd be willing to pay what he did. True.
Yeah.
I might think $20 is too much for the card. That's fair. That's accurate. That's where it's always a little bit interesting to see how that stuff plays out. That's why, like with the player collectors, you're going to have your own kind of figuring out, and then you're also figuring out based on how many of them are out there. Since I know a lot of the bigger Medano collectors, I know I have a ballpark of what they paid for certain cards. But then when somebody buys a collection, it completely throws the whole thing off. Because if they bought a collection, well, then how much is that piece of the overall collection worth?
Probably next to nothing compared to what they got.
Yeah.
So,
well, I saw
like
what
a
they paid for some of
freebie
those collections.
almost.
I've seen a few of the collection buys. I think they overpaid for the whole collection.
Okay,
so
well, that
they
happens
might have
too,
gone
yeah.
too high across the board. And then it's like, I don't even know where to begin on how to parse this out. Now I'm just guessing. Now I'm just making up numbers at this point.
That's where guys pull a card and they say, "Oh yeah, that's a $300 card. You'll get $150. Come on, who are you kidding?"
Maybe. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm quickly going to grab a refill here. I'm going to open it up to the chat and you gentlemen. Is there anything else that's on your mind or thought about it? When I come back though, after we discuss that, I think it's time to talk about Jimbo Beckett.
Oh yes,
the time has arrived.
I listened to it just so that I would be ready.
I
dealt with
didn't hear it at all.
The time, Dan, I wanted to make sure we had quality time with Collector Brad because he had some great things to say and some great things to show. I didn't want to deny us.
That was a good session. Yeah.
I didn't want to deny us the opportunity to see because Brad has come across some wonderful stuff and he's always very good to share it with us. But I think we need to have a conversation about Jimbo. We need to discuss. Okay. But before we do, I want to leave it open for if anybody wants to chat anything while I quickly grab my refill. Good evening, sir. Dan, Carlos, and Bobby, thank you very much. Good evening. All right. So Josh.
Hey, Josh.
We're going to get into a couple things, but chat, is there anything you want to discuss or anything anybody here before we get into the good stuff? Because we're going to have a little fun here in a minute, but I'll open up to you gentlemen. Please feel free.
Okay. Dan, anything you want to show?
Well, I just got a notification from Instagram that someone tried to get into my account like 8 times from some country that I never heard of in like Eastern Europe. So I'm changing my password.
Oh shoot! Really?
Yeah.
I haven't had that.
I know it happened.
Yeah,
it happens.
Happen. Yeah,
so
I've been going through a little bit of that stuff, and you never know which to open. What are they emailing you, or you get these text messages? It's like never ending. Like, gosh, no wonder people get taken advantage of. It's just
I don't know if it was Estonia. Let me check.
Estonia. I know some people in Estonia.
And I got these notifications. Let's see. Someone tried to log. Where were they? Oh no, from India. VADODARA.
Really? Surprise.
Vadodara, India. Oh well.
Yeah. Lots of stuff goes on there.
Change my password. I'm all set.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, it was definitely Josh Adams doing it. But he has what do you call it when you have like a VPN? He has a VPN.
Oh, okay, yes.
Really in Chicago, but it's India. So Josh really wanted to get into my Instagram account because of all those pictures of vintage baseball cards that he really wants. So
before you start, Carlos, let me go to the washroom.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Who is Jimbo? The Dr. Jimbo Beckett. Doctorate of Statistics.
So I haven't watched his show since like the 3rd iteration or 4th iteration of the whole shill bidding thing. So I watched it so many times during the time frame when we were going through all that and doing the show and everything that I really got like PTSD from that music. Every time I hear that like weird AI created like acoustic guitar thing, it really like gets under my skin really bad.
Well, Dan, well, we're going to find out eventually. I guarantee we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to find out that Jim himself was playing a mandolin, and you're trying to put AI and taking away from his talent. It's awful.
It's like you can play oh my God, I hear that song now. It's in my head now, and it's driving me nuts. Sure, there is nothing to watch. It's all audio, but I used YouTube to watch to watch it.
Orlando, the important thing isn't what is seen, it is what is heard.
Yeah.
And I, for one, and I have to credit Paul. He led the conversation with, did you throw more bodies into the volcano? Praise the content gods, of course, as always. So out of context, I'm sitting there like, well, generally speaking, I tend to do so, but what specifically are you referring to? And then he sent me a link, and the link is to his latest podcast episode entitled Offensive Manipulation Defenses. Offensive Manipulation Defenses. So we talked about defensive shield bidding. Now we got to talk about offensive shield bidding and a little bit of special teams. So we got that included in here.
I heard a term on this that I'd never heard before, which I liked, which was shield bidding. Do you know what shield bidding is? I'd like.
We're gonna get the shield bidding. Shield bidding is gonna be great. So when Bobby comes back, we're gonna do a live reaction, listen along to episode 1515 of Dr. James Beckett Sports Card Insights.
So before Bobby gets back, we could talk a little bit about the title. The title makes no sense at all, right?
Mm-hmm. Listen, I'm not even questioning it. At this point, I'm not questioning Dr. Jimbo. And by the way, before anybody accuses me of anything, I want it noted for the record. I didn't have to do this. It was brought to my attention, and now I am duty bound by the content gods. I have to do this. It is not my fault.
How many views do we have on the first one? That the video, the first time we collaborated.
Oh, it's like 2,000 and change, something like that.
I thought it was over 3.
No, I think it's like 2 and change. I'll double check, but I think it's 2 and change. Let me see here.
Well, people are going to have to tune in now because we got all those thousands of views.
It was a golden era. Again, I praise the content god as always. But like I said, look, I don't have to talk about anything. If these guys don't bring this to, it's not my fault you're bringing this into our lives. I'm sitting here minding my business, being a man of peace. And here you are. What do you want from me? Yeah, let's see here. I think it's this one.
My SO video is at 43K. I mean 4.3K.
I was about to say, are you 10xing it?
All my other videos, 100 or 200, 300, 400.
Yeah, 2,200 and change on that one, but I got a little extra mileage on it. So Josh, is this how normals feel when lawyers talk to them? AKA shield bidding, yes. Zach says, Carlos, I didn't have to do this. No, I didn't. Look, I am a man of peace, Zach. It's not my fault.
So I haven't
Jimbo
seen this
brought
yet,
this on.
so this is gonna
Jimbo
be good.
brought this on himself. Okay, so I just want to make that clear. So let's see. Title should be unethical. Yes. Illegal. Probably. Yes. Yes, indeed. All right.
The title.
So are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready?
100%.
All right. So what we're going to do, chat, I'm going to let you know. I will still be reading the chat, but what I'm going to do is I'm sped it up to 1.5 so we don't have to sit there torturously. It's 13 minutes, which isn't too bad, but I do want to speed it up a little. So just
that's half the time at 13.
I'll let it run a little bit. There are a couple of thoughts that I have as we go through it, but I'll let it run a bit and then I'll pause and we'll have a couple of thoughts and then we'll let it play. And I will leave a link in the description to the full original unedited version straight from the website so you guys can check it out on your own if you want to without interruption or commentary. All righty. Rick's got his popcorn. Good. I'm glad you got it. I'm glad you're ready. All right. So hold on. Before I continue, I want to make sure I do this. The opinions expressed are not necessarily those of AMG. We're not holding AMG responsible for anything that comes out now. Now we can speak candidly. So here we go. So like I said, this is straight from it. We're going to play it. I have spared Dan some of the mandolin playing. I spared him some of that. So
is this just
you're welcome.
Audio?
Dan. You're welcome in advance. It's purely audio. We're gonna listen.
Okay.
We're gonna listen together so we can catch it. Okay. Are we ready?
Yep.
All right. So here we go. Boom. All right, here we go. We're gonna hit play.
Welcome, Dr. James Beckett, Sports Card Insights. Thanks, sponsor. Beckett Media, Beckett Grading, Beckett Authentication, ComC.com, Burbank Sports Cards, Mike Stadium Sports Cards, Heritage Auctions, Hugs and Scott Auctions, Tops, Upper Deck, and Panini.
No penny sleever. Leave that for us, Jimbo.
He lost them at the last one.
So make sure we cover that. All right. Moving on. Here we go.
I've heard you mention in previous episodes about defensive shill bidding, but I really haven't heard much, if anything, about offensive shill bidding. Is there such a thing, or what's going on there? Thank you for the question, Anonymous. The greater issue is...
Okay, so who's Anonymous? And by the way, I'm not taking responsibility. I did not pose this question. I didn't do this.
Dan, was it you?
It wasn't me. It wasn't. I know you thought of me. That's why I cut this off at the pass. It was not I. I had nothing to do with this. I am a man of peace. This was brought upon me. Now I have to react to it. My hands are tied. All right, here we go.
What's going on there?
Wait, hold on before I continue. No auction wire either. That's right. Josh says, why are you making him talk like an auctioneer? No, you're listening too slowly, Josh. Learn to listen faster.
Please.
I listen to everything at 2.5x minimum. Get on my level. Here we go.
Thank you for the question, Anonymous. The greater issue is market manipulation and manipulation of certain cards, certain sets, certain products. Basically, with the way people collect now, it used to be you just want to get one of every card to complete your set, or you want to get one of every card for your player. But now, as cards are looked a little bit more like stocks, there are people that take a position. That started happening in the junk wax era, where people would take 100 count lot of Gary Sheffield or Todd Van Poppel or Greg Jeffries, but they take a position. And so if you have 100 of something or 5 of something, if you can move the needle, if you can manipulate in such a way that the price of what you have is perceived to be more. In other words, if someone is defensive shill bidding or defensive market manipulation, is you don't want the card to go lower than the lower range of the comps. Let's say if something goes between $50 and $100, you don't want there to be a sale out there below $50. You don't even want 50. The auction companies handle that by having reserves. If they do have reserves, if they don't have reserves, then a lot of that initial bidding is not necessarily shill bidding. If you're trying to win and you see a good deal, if it went below $50, you want to be the winner. But if you already own the card, you're just trying to make sure the perception of the one you already own is not worth less. Okay,
I'm going to pause for 1 second. I will backtrack a couple of seconds. We're back to the whole intention thing. If you guys remember from the previous conversation, he said, it's not shill bidding if you don't intend to win. Do you remember we had a whole discussion about this? I still don't agree with this. The intention is irrelevant. The action is the thing.
Yeah, action. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so I just want to make sure I'm consistent on this.
Here. He's talking about something here that's actually a real thing that never really got talked about much when the original shill bidding came out. And that's shill bidding on other examples of a card you already own.
Yes.
Running up comps. And that's exactly what I think was happening with the guy who, what was he called? The sports card therapist. Remember him?
Oh yeah, therapist.
Yeah.
He was running up that, but he had a bunch of Eli Manning that he wanted to get out of, but he didn't want to get out of it and lose money. So he was running up a comp on a similar or the same card of cards he already owned so that he could get out of the cards he wanted. So what Dr. Jim is talking about there, Dr. Jim, sorry. What Beckett is talking about there is owning 50 cards and trying to get the comp up so that you can get out of some of those 50 cards and or maintain their value.
Yep. So I'm going to have some more things that we're going to say as we go forward, but I just wanted to lay the groundwork just to reiterate my previous position because in the video. So Dan, now is a good excuse. I will include it for the replay folks in the description. I'll include a link to our conversation about the original podcast that launched a whole segment back then. This was before the last Fall Expo. That's how far back it was. So bottom line though, is that we had a whole conversation about this, but I want to reiterate my position. I don't care about intent here. For me, the intent is not the thing. It is the action itself. And then your intention is really your own concern because I can't litigate your intention. I don't know what you actually intended to do unless you wrote it down somewhere.
So much lawyer speak here. My gosh.
Yeah, but that was the conversation back then.
Jeez.
That was the conversation he had back then. He talked about the intent so much. It's like this. I can't figure that out. You can tell me what your intent is after the fact. That doesn't mean anything. So, all right.
I'll proceed summarily.
Jimbo is about to coin some new phrases for us. So this is about to get exciting. I'm getting excited. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
the perception of the one you already own is not worth less. On the offensive side, which is more insidious and is more what's happening now, I never really got a chance to talk about that defensive shilling. The hobby kind of took the conversation in the direction of reserves and house bids from the auctions. There's legal bids, not technically shill bidding, but they seem to be perceived that way because it's the auction house bidding on your behalf to get it up to the minimum that has been mutually established. Okay, but that's legal when it's legal. When it's not legal in certain, you should abide by the rules of the auction. If it's shill bidding, if you're bidding on your own stuff, that wasn't always the case, but it is now the case for any kind of an online auction. You can't bid on your own stuff. You can't bid on your close friends' stuff on their behalf. But most of that is not necessarily trying to win.
I do appreciate that now he's willing to make a concession for that. Originally, he argued against that. He had a different tone back then. I think he's been beaten down, Dan. I think we beat him down on this one.
Well, this concept, and he says it again later on, that bidding on your own wasn't always the case, that it was shill bidding. No, it was always the case that was shill bidding.
I think he was saying
where he's cutting it off.
the auction house bidding on your behalf.
Wrong? It's always been wrong.
Yeah, the statement that some auction houses have it in their terms of condition that house bids are okay, that is true. And that is something that has been discussed more in the time since. But that's a different conversation. So
and it's in the written rules too on top of that. So if it's allowed, it's what are you going to do, right?
Yeah, we'll get into all that.
Maintain a hidden reserve. That's what he's talking about.
And Dan, I want you to know that it is not a coincidence that as we're discussing Jimbo Beckett and his horror against the hobby.
Hey, boys!
Oh no!
All right, Eric, we're gonna get back. Eric, we're gonna get back to you, but in the meantime, back to your hole. Hold on, back to your hole.
Say one thing. That it's a really good thing that Josh Adams is in the chat right now, because Josh is a lawyer and he's a criminal defense lawyer like me, so he knows things like what intent really means.
And also, he probably knows what Eric did in Dallas.
He heard from your actions. So what Josh is saying in that comment is actually understanding what the law, how the law comes about figuring out intent. It's not what comes out of your mouth; it's what you did. Really.
Yeah. But also, Dan, it should be noted that he showed up right around the same time that Eric showed up, because I think he might know more about what's happened in Dallas with certain items that disappeared. And then, look, here's Eric.
Mm-hmm. Who won the game, Eric?
Celtics.
Yeah, I don't know about
day
that.
in Boston.
Yeah. All right, Eric, we're going to bring you back in a minute. But first, back to your hole. I want to play a little bit more of this. Here we go.
Friend stuff on their behalf. But most of that is not necessarily trying to win, but trying to manipulate the price. So the offensive side is the trading range of a card is between $50 and $100, and you have 5 of them. So you have $500 worth of cards. If they sell at the 100, and if fully publicized auction comes back at selling a card for $40, you just took a hit in the value of your quote unquote portfolio, which is the way people are looking at it now. On the other hand, if you can bid it up to $150, that's offensive shill bidding, then you're manipulating the market to get it up there to where if then the hammer price is $150, then the 5 you already own are now perceived to be worth more. Now it's a dangerous game, because are you going to bid up the next one too? You got to be very careful. Okay, so I really didn't talk about offensive shilling. And anytime you see something going for a higher price than you would think, you're wondering, is that shill bidding? Okay, so the other thing people do is they think, I'll do a fixed price. I'll do a buy it now. And even that can be manipulated. In fact, private sales, I don't hear enough grain of salt taken with looking at some of the private sales, especially brokered private sales. When there's a brokered private sale, when's the last time you heard about brokered private sale? In other words, where an intermediary brings the seller and the buyer together. The only time I ever hear about it is when it's way over comps. Why don't we hear about private sales that are brokered that are way below comps? I'm not here.
Yeah, Hoj.
Yeah.
Yeah, card ladder. I'm just picking on them because they include private sales as part of the thing.
They do, yeah. Which is
private
I
sales.
don't believe in that. But
Private sales shouldn't be in comps.
Yeah, and by the way, there's no incentive. He look, as much as I'm going to make fun of Jimbo, and Lord knows I am, and again, despite the fact that Eric's right there, we can see him. He's right there. All right, back to your hole. Despite this fact, the important thing though is he is correct. So Jimbo is correct in this, but the reality is, what's the incentive to promote a private sale that doesn't set a new record, or that doesn't at least maintain, if nothing else? From an incentive perspective, unless you're trying to manipulate the market in the opposite direction, you're probably not going to promote it. There's really no incentive for you to do so. And in order to meet card ladder's thing, again, I don't think you should be talking about private sales included inside of comps anyway. I think it's its own beast. It has nothing to do with anything else, because you can convince somebody to pay more or whatever. It's its own thing.
Yeah.
But there's no incentive to include something that isn't a record or close to it.
There are other types of private sales that he's talking about, the ones that go below comps, where somebody is getting rid of dad's old collection and they don't know what it's worth, and some schmuck comes in and pays them 10% of what it's worth. Is that a private sale? I mean, that kind of shit happens, and
That's a
you know, it
ripoff.
happens when people want to get rid of stuff. They don't want to hold on to it. They'll pay they'll get back 70% of what it's worth. So private sales really have nothing to do with comps. Comps are really when there's a market, when the market itself is determining the price, as opposed to somebody's, you know, life circumstances. So I think that private sales shouldn't be in there, and I think we agree on that.
Yeah, and I think that's a reasonable point he's making. There will be some unreasonable points forthcoming, but I just thought I would note that this is a reasonable point he's making. Here we go.
Yep.
Think about that. Okay, there's an interest in this industry, especially in a bull market, to have higher and higher prices. In a private sale, it's market manipulation, and it's almost like a phantom shill. If you're walking through this with me, a third party knows that somebody has a card.
A phantom
and tells
shill.
them, if I can get you this much for your card, will you sell it? And he says, that's way above comps. Yeah, you can do that. And then you go to a buyer, and you say, I think I can get this card for you, but I'm going to have to make a bunch of calls because I really think there's a lot of people I know that want this card. You're not going to tell them it's a phantom shill, but people in sales hyperbole say, I think I can get X dollars for this. I think you're going to have to go this. You're not even bidding against necessarily a real person, but it's a private sale. You don't want this broker intermediary for the private sale to make 10 other calls where it's going to be like an auction. The broker already knows that the owner of the card is willing to sell it for a certain price. That's the way that would be done. And so if you can pay that price, you can get it. And you are thinking you're bidding against somebody even when it's not an auction. You just say you're not going to get it unless you get that. That's exactly what the auction houses are saying. You're not going to get it unless you get above the reserve. And so whatever's going on below the reserve is not consequential, other than if it doesn't even get to the reserve, then you think you'll believe it's overpriced. I'm going to have to do another.
Okay, I'm going to pause for 1 second. So the idea of the auction house having house bids to meet a hidden reserve is not exactly the same thing. He's trying to connect two things that are not the same.
Trying. Yeah.
It's a reach. It's a reach again. Like, I'm not going to kill him as much for this one, Dan, and I totally could. But I'm saying he's trying to conflate two different things. And he's trying to like allow one because the other one is, you're right. It's not, we were talking about negotiation earlier tonight. The seller saying, yeah, I had somebody that was kicking around. I think they're interested in it as well. Like sellers have been doing that since time immemorial. That doesn't make it okay, but it's also expected. That's expected. But it's not the same thing as an auction house pretending there are people bidding against you when you're bidding against the house. You're literally bidding to an imaginary opponent who's trying to get you to a certain number. That's not the same thing.
And it's showing action, which is really false in a sense, right? So so people think, the interest level is pretty high because we got 18 bids in the last like 2 hours. Like whatever.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we note that because, again, I don't agree with the idea of trying to talk about one thing and then automatically trying to tie this other thing to downplay it a little bit. Again, I would love to know who Anonymous is that asked this question that led down this path, but here we are.
Anonymous.
All right, so we're about to get to some new phrases, so it's coming. Here we go.
Okay.
Another episode about market manipulation situations. Again, I don't want to say this the wrong way, but it's the better problem to have. We're in a situation where everything seems to be going up. And so people are wanting to get in before it goes up further. You still need to be caveat emptor, buyer beware. And again, manipulation, it's not right to tell lies, but to market a card and talk about how great it is, there's nothing illegal about that. I think it's unethical to say, whether it's an open auction or whether it's a private sale, I believe it's unethical to say, I have another. But people did that to me when I was buying a house. They said, you put in your offer here. I think you're going to have to increase your offer because we have somebody else that's interested that's moving in from California and you need to increase your offer. And that may or may not have been true. Again, I've always tried to deal with ethical real estate agents, but my agent might have been good, but the seller agent might be reporting something that's, again, a little bit of a stretch, wishful thinking, and that happens. Like I said, they're not going to put it in writing. They're just going to say, I have it on good authority that somebody's coming in from California to look at that house. They're making a special trip. You're maybe going to lose it unless you make a preemptive offer. Okay, that's, again, sports cards are not the only one that have that situation. It's nice that marketing matters, but I think it's unethical if you tell lies or even half-truths. Cards hopefully ought to sell themselves, but how are you going to convince somebody to pay above comps other than saying this card is going up? That was the twist when the Beckett Baseball Card Monthly was going on. The arrow is pointing up, and it went up the previous month. It doesn't mean it was going up again. But some dealers would say that. And when they said that was...
Okay, so real quick, I want to touch on one thing. So what he's saying is not inherently wrong, but one thing I would point out a moment ago is he says it's not ethical to say something that isn't true. Let me go back to the whole idea of house bids. House bids can be in the terms and conditions. That's a separate conversation. I'm not challenging that. I just want to make clear. But if in the course of doing house bids, just because it's in the terms and conditions, if I as the buyer or potential buyer can't tell the difference, Dan, between what looks like multiple bids against me versus a series of house bids, and from my perspective, it looks the same, it being in the terms and conditions doesn't change the fact that it's deceptive.
And you don't know
if
the difference.
if I know I'm bidding against the auction house and it's clearly labeled as such, that's one conversation.
Yeah.
Because then you may as well just say, hey, there's a reserve.
Mhm.
If it says reserve, that's I can see it. It's visual in front of me. If I just see a series of bids, every time I bid, I'm getting outbid and it's going over the top of me and it just continues all the way up the chain. How would I know the difference as the buyer? In a lot of cases, I can't tell the difference between that versus an actual opponent who is actually bidding against me. Is then that kind of deceptive?
Of course it is. That's why there's a problem with these hidden reserves.
Yes.
Correct.
It's a whole different animal from shill bidding, but it has a similar effect on a buyer who is bidding against someone who isn't bidding in good faith.
Yeah.
Right.
I just want to make sure I made that note of that because he's arguing against that piece and I don't agree.
It's not a
Well,
free
he's
market.
saying if they have legal stand or they have it written in their laws, I guess. It's,
I'm saying it's still not good. I still don't
isn't good
because it's still
but if
deceptive.
it's legal and they state it.
Yeah.
And this is, back when this started, back in, when was it? October, November, there was the whole thing where people started to read, the terms and conditions of certain auction houses and call them out. And friends of ours did videos on that. And so that was a good thing. I mean, I think that was a good development out of this. And, to create a situation where people are now more aware of that as a possibility. And I did an interview with Al from Love of the Game and asked him directly, and they don't do it. That particular auction house doesn't do it. So, going in which auction houses are doing that shit and which aren't. And I actually canceled my golden. I'm no longer. I don't bid on golden anymore. I don't have an account there, and I don't go to Heritage anymore because Heritage did it also. Some of these auction houses I don't work with anymore. I don't bid on them anymore because of that whole movement.
And they're the bigger ones too.
More of an education. So it is something that it's a little bit different from shill bidding, but it's also you're bidding. It's an unfair market. It's not a situation where you're bidding against.
It's not a real market.
Bidder.
Yeah.
Sure. I think it's fair. So in that vein, Eric, are you saying that what we're doing is defensively shilling the like button?
I'm just curious. Did this moron come out and say more stupid shit? Or
He's about to. Don't worry. Your boss is saying these things, Eric.
No,
your boss is saying these things.
I'm because I came in late and whatever, but are you rehashing old stupid shit he said?
No, this is brand new. Eric, this is today. This episode is from today.
Shit. Oh, he guy's a moron. He just doesn't. Listen, I said this before. This is somebody who needs to remain relevant. Okay, he is no longer relevant in this hobby. He had a time period. He had a very special place in this hobby. He'll always be
special place.
He is completely irrelevant for the last decade. Then all of a sudden, he gets on there with PRyan, calls us all poor and stupid, right? Has to go on the apology tour to defend himself. And
Eric, half of what he said for you is true. You can decide whether it's poor or stupid. It's your choice.
I'll flip a coin. So he's then relevant again. Even because there's no such thing as bad press. He's getting invited to every single show to do his apology tour. And for like 2 weeks, it's all anyone would talk about is Dr. Beckett, right? And then
he reacclimated himself. So it was perfect.
Everything in this hobby, all of a sudden, he disappears.
Blame Anonymous, Dan. Anonymous is responsible for that. But again, not me.
Is.
Again, not me. I'm not allowing this rumor.
So
what? I'm sorry, Eric's still going.
Right. So after 2 weeks, everyone moved on like we always do, and no one has mentioned the guy's name in a couple of months. So, hey, let's throw some gas on that spark and see if we can get anything going again.
Oh, but Eric, it's about to get better. It's about to get better.
He's super smart.
Before you start it again, I just want to point out one other thing in there that is funny because he some people came out and said, well, maybe those Beckett, sale things were all shills themselves back then and they weren't reliable and all that stuff. And other people are like, well, that's what we loved them for, the books. It was the great thing. He actually points out something just in that little segment that made his books not be like reliable, which is part of the problem, is that the up arrow was being manipulated by sellers. Anytime somebody had an up arrow, they would just keep raising the price. So his arrow was fucking with the market. Pardon my French.
He said he used to call around to all the different dealers and see how things were selling in different areas. And then he would take the sum of the totals and then, the up arrow or down arrow, which rarely ever
that
happened.
Up arrow was a manipulation of the market.
Well, actually, it was a manipulation of him selling new price guides every month.
Yeah, well, that's actually true. Like, the reality is that people would use dealers would use the up arrow, stating that it was a continuation of momentum. They would represent it as a continuation as opposed to what has already occurred, which is two different things.
They weren't buying tough stuff.
Yeah, so what he's doing here in this interview is taking the thing that he made himself famous for, and taking it down a notch and saying there was a problem with my product.
Yes.
Like, thank you.
True. And there always was.
I like Steven's
and
conclusion.
it'll never
So
be
Dan,
perfect anyways, either.
Look, Steven, we're going to come back to this because we still got a little bit of ways to go, but I wanted to make sure we touched on. I wanted to take a moment and pause. We're going to come back to this. We're going to revisit this conversation. So yes, Eric, we'll come back to you in a moment. But for now, everybody hit the like button. Eric pays for it. 10x today because he was tardy. Back to your hole. All right, here we go.
Was not the intention. But you had to read the fine print. If you read the fine print of the magazine, you would see, oh, yeah, that was last month's activity. I'll probably have to do more about market manipulation just because I want people to be educated of what's going on. And again, I think some of the people that do this stuff, they're habitual. So it's not like they did it once. Again, if you did it once, I've gone on record of saying you did something once unknowingly or made a mistake or something like that. I'd probably give somebody a chance to explain at least. But a lot of what's going on is when somebody starts doing bad stuff and they get away with it, they do more bad stuff. So let's be alert to the schemes they have and catch them, and that there be a deterrent based on the hobby working together to buy from good people that have fair prices. Okay, just had some additional thoughts. Basically, manipulation discussion is troublesome, but it's out there. I'm trying to provide for defenses against manipulation. But as I said, the initial discussion pushback was about shill bidding in the sense of defensive shill bidding, but the direction of the conversation moved toward self-bidding, bidding on your own item. You put it up for auction and you bid it up to manipulate the price so you could get a better price. Self-bidding in an online...
All right, sorry. I'm going to pause and I'll come back in a second. No, the conversation went to self-bidding because the word shill bidding is a big part of that. Now, he is going to talk about an alternative here in a moment because it's about to get really fun. It's about to get really good. But I just want to make emphasis, Dan, just so we don't lose the plot here, just so we don't get Mandela affected here on this idea and we don't revisit. The conversation was brought up by him. The defensive shill bidding thing was brought up by him to try to help out PRyan back then. And then the rest of it fell into place. I just don't want to lose. I don't want to go. And again, to the point made earlier, he brought this back based on Anonymous's question. This is not, I take no responsibility for that. I will cackle at the very end of all of this. But I claim no responsibility for this beyond it, Bobby, simply falling in my lap, me praising the content gods and accepting the gifts that they give. That's it. That's all. Here we go.
Bidding on your own item. You put it up for auction and you bid it up to manipulate the price so you could get a better price. Self-bidding in an online auction is absolutely forbidden. Okay, it didn't used to be. So self-bidding now, current day and age, is illegal and forbidden. But some of this market manipulation, you're not bidding on your copy of your card. You're bidding on a card that you own, but it's not your card. It's another copy of the same card. So again, that is not self-bidding. You're not bidding on your own card, but you're bidding on a card you already have to get a second or third or 10th copy of the same card. So that's not self-bidding, but self-bidding is wrong in any online auction. You can't do it. Everybody knows that. What everybody didn't know is that you could bid on your own items at Sotheby's and Christie's in a public auction. Okay, so shield bidding is really not just self-bidding. It's manipulation, trying to drive up the perceived price of something. And that's whether it's your card or somebody else's card, whether you own another copy of the card. If you're bidding with the intent to just manipulate and drive up the perceived price, that is shield bidding. As long as I'm coining phrases, whether offensive or defensive, whatever, you shouldn't driving up the price artificially and manipulating it that way. But there's such a thing as shield bidding. I didn't coin the term back a few months ago, but basically when you're bidding on a friend's item, you're a shield, but you're like behind a shield. You're 1 degree separation from the person that's bidding. Again, it's manipulative if there's a scheme or a prearranged thing. Now, I don't see anything wrong with bidding on my friend's item if I want it for my collection, whether that's above comps or below comps. I ought to be entitled. I might even know. In fact, I just like walking up in a card show. I might look at a table and whether it's the same.
So is this like bidding on your friend's items that were consigned through Popesing? Shield?
Well, the hobby is small and you can bid on your friend's item. Some guy who just wants to list something and, he's not going to take your offer because he wants to see how it goes in an auction. I understand that. It's a rare occasion, but I mean,
Shield.
I'm trying not to say that, but I'm just saying.
I'm just saying shield.
If I have no intent,
Paul, I refuse to throw. I refuse to throw. To stop throwing people. Can't stop, won't stop, Paul. Can't stop, won't stop.
We have a title for the next Cardboard Cynics.
Oh, you do.
Shield bidding.
Shield bidding. Anonymous is going to get my BSC vote for the YouTube Hall of Fame next year. He or she created the most unintentionally funny content on YouTube this year. Facts. You speak facts, sir. All right, let me back up. So now you all know you got offensive, defensive shield bidding, and you got shield bidding now. Okay, so real quick before we get any deeper into it.
Again, sorry, before you start again, he talked again about therapist bidding. Also, we're going to call it therapist bidding from now on. Sports card therapist bidding up a card so that you can get out of. You can drive the comps up so you can get out of a bunch of cards that you don't want anymore. Therapist bidding.
Yeah. So going back, just before I hit play again, I just want to quickly reiterate. So now he's come up with another alternative scenario, which by the way is a thing. If you bid on an auction for somebody that you know, but it's not your stuff, he's trying to make this distinction where you guys don't have a conspiracy, where you didn't come up with a plan. So Bobby, where he is correct here is that if somebody has a card and I want to bid on it, and I don't specifically make a statement like, I will bid on your item, and we're not doing that, and I just want it, and I make bids on it, it's not my item. I'm bidding on an item that is available. Yeah, it's a little close, but at the same time, like, I don't disagree that I really don't want to prohibit you, because at the end of the day, as long as you guys aren't making a concerted effort, as long as he's saying, hey, bro, bid up to this point to make sure the price at least hits this number, as long as you're not doing that business, it's still in a gray area. It's a gray area at best. But the thing is, I'm less concerned about it. But again, why are we bringing these alternative things to try to make it sound okay, Dan? Why are we like desperately clinging on to alternative scenarios to try to make this work? Like we're trying real hard is what I'm trying to get at. Good evening, guys. Cardad. Well, in Australia, it might be a different time zone, but hello to you. Self-bidding / shield bidding, six of one, half dozen of the other. That's fair. I hear you. Mike here says, don't use the term I coined a phrase. You're betting something that fits your narrative. Shield is wrong. Most people feel it's still illegal, in my opinion. Fair. Everyone says, one shield to rule them all, one shield to find them, one shield to draw them, and one shield and one in the hankus pankus bind them. There you go. Zach says, what if Anonymous is Beckett himself, posing the question to himself so we can talk about this again?
Maybe. So making content about, interesting.
Look, I'm just saying, praise the content gods, praise them all. All right. So we got about 3 minutes left. I'm going to let it run a little bit more. I think we'll get to the end of this one now. So I'm going to let it run to the end here, and then we'll talk, and we'll allow he who shall not be named to appear on the screen again.
Scheme or a prearranged thing. Now, I don't see anything wrong with bidding on my friend's item if I want it for my collection, whether that's above comps or below comps. I ought to be entitled. I might even know. In fact, I just like walking up in a card show. I might look at a table and whether it's the same card my friend has or not, or my friend's card, I ought to be able to buy cards for my own collection as I want. But shield bidding, hiding behind a shield, being a proxy, an alias, having another digital identity, whatever it would be, or for your good friend. Any scheme where I'm going to buy it and then we're going to split it or I'm going to sell it to you later, that's all shill activity. It's wrong. It's illegal. And if you get caught, I hope you get in trouble. Okay? Intentionally trying to drive up the price. The other thing I just thought about here, because I need to do an episode just about prediction markets. I think there was a prediction market made, I don't know if it was Polymarket or Kalshi, for the Judge Otani dual signed logo man, 1 of 1. And you could put money on that, realizing in these prediction markets, you would think that could manipulate It's hard to figure out how that's going to happen, but I think the over-under was like $5 million. And when people have inside knowledge, if two people got together and said, we're going to bid it up to that, and we're going to win, again, the problem is now they've won something that's maybe wildly overpriced if they were the only two people that schemed to do this. But instead of doing that, maybe they just put some early money on the over or the under, whatever their persuasion would be, in order to get a groundswell going for the perception that the card really will sell for more than $5 million or less than $5 million, like the observer effect, even the tail wagging the dog. Maybe this prediction market could influence people to have the perception that, wow, the crowd, everybody can't be wrong. If so much money is coming on this particular, on the over, then it's probably going to go over, and I'm going to really need to bid aggressively. Okay, it wouldn't be show bidding, but it could be market manipulation. I just think this prediction market thing is going to add another tool that can be abused in terms of confusing people. And there'll be people that are going to learn how to play the game. When you're betting on the sports events, you're looking to see what the line is and how the line moves. The whole point of this whole episode is that on the high end is where you can really get burned. This bidding on things that are lower than you expect, that's very different than bidding something up above, because maybe you think it's going to go up more and more, or you just want to win. But at some point, the value does get kind of locked in. And to be propping up something, if you own the most expensive house on the block and the cheapest house on the block went for sale at a price that was going to be so low that would affect your house, you'd say, I'm going to buy that house. But then the next one comes up and it's also a price that lowers. At some point, you might just say, my house is overpriced. I'm not going to chase good money after bad. You could corner the market. And then once you corner the market, what do you have? At some point, you have to sell. And things can go up fast, but they can go down even faster. So that's it. Thanks, everybody.
Indeed. Indeed.
Wow.
Eric,
Yes,
once
sir.
again,
Yes,
our boy Jimbo has done it again.
He's done it
he
again.
is something else.
So real quick, I'll read a couple of comments and then we'll get into some discussion, some thoughts. I can't buy it and sell it. Yes. A friend sells your card directly or gifts it. He doesn't put it in auction for you to pay more publicly. Wild take by Jimbo. That's why I wanted to let it play out, Dan. I needed to let it play out for the conclusion. I wanted to stop along the way and give some thoughts along the way, but I just want to make sure we were talking about it. Every clean, legit auction only ever represents the person who wanted the second card is most willing to pay. That is true. I agree with this statement. That's fair. Card Deal says it's as risky as any dollar amount. If I have a $20 month card budget and get smoked, it hurts just as bad. That's true. A lot of people don't forget. We always kind of talk through this, and we have to go back to the conversation where it's like, everybody's at a different price point, Dan. If I'm getting screwed on a $20 card and that's my budget, that hurts just as much as somebody who has $2,000 to spend. Because again, it's relative to your actual budget, what you can actually afford.
So can I talk a little bit about, and I think it's a real good point. I forget who made it. The one about, oh yeah, it's Baseball Card Curmudgeon, buying your friends' cards. Yeah. So this comes up in the vintage card community because we have, we will buy and sell amongst each other. We have the trade night, all that stuff. But if you can't sell it to anybody in the community, or you want to make more money on it or whatever, you put it into CIA auctions where it's going to get 1,000 eyeballs instead of, a couple of people here or there. So like I could see using the an auction house to sell your cards, but by the time it gets to the auction house, the friends are already out. Like they're already there. I'm not bidding on my friends' cards in CIA auctions. I'm bidding on stuff that I've never seen before. And so that's a really good point. And I know this from circumstance. There are very few honest bids in auction houses by friends of the people who've consigned the cards. I think you can fairly say that. And so what we're talking about here are people who are friends who are trying to drive the price up for their friend, which is shill bidding essentially. But he's calling it now shield bidding. So
I just appreciate he coined a new term. That's important. I appreciate that.
It's a great one. And he also said there's I don't know what phantom shill means. He's got the phantom shill also. I think we need to figure out what exactly he means by phantom.
There are a lot of Dan, we need to have a lot of conversations. There are a lot of discussions we need to have.
He described something else, and I hope Josh is still in the Josh is still in here.
He is. Yep.
Something else where these people who he finds out they didn't just do it one time. If they got away with it once, they keep doing it. We have a word in the legal profession for that. It's called recidivism. It's an actual thing. Like people get away with it once, they're going to keep doing it. And that's why, of course, PRyan, who said, I only did this once. Yeah, sure, dude. We know you did it over and over again and you just got caught once. So that's what the Beckett is talking about. He's right that they do it over again. over and over again, but it's a common thing. It's not, he hasn't just figured that out.
I think that's fair.
Right. Josh?
So, Ozzy Card down here says, is Eric going to shield his comments from his boss man, baby? All I'm saying is there's a lot of real estate terms being used here. How does Beckett keep track of who's bidding under what type of shield scheme when he sells a card? That is fair. There you go. Dan is correct again. Look at that. I appreciate the support. I'm loving the supporting.
Yes.
There's a lot of supporting there. It's pretty good. All right. So real quick, before I continue any further, Eric, I'm about to bring you in, but before I do, I would be remiss if I didn't do what I do. To be fair,
but I'm so tired.
You were tardy. Pay the price.
To be fair.
Not bad.
All right.
Reasonable. I'll accept it. Look,
you, Dan. You try it.
Look, all I gotta say before we continue any further, I think it's really critically important. I need to do this. Eric, what does it say there?
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
I really feel like I need to convey that.
That's so good.
Bobby, like the content gods are too kind.
That was a very good, to be fair. I just heard that coming back in.
It was pretty good. Yeah. Look, the content gods are kind, Dan. They're good to me. They are truly good.
I was worried. I'm going to strong. Well, actually, no. I think we'll do Thursday again, but we're going to do another Cardboard Cynics this coming week. And I was like, I don't have anything. I got no material.
Dan,
and here he comes.
Never
in on the white horse.
Dan, never. Dan, I cannot emphasize this enough. Please, never question the will and the goodness of the content gods. I cannot speak their praises enough. I cannot speak their praises enough.
He just comes
as soon as we're worried. Boom. As soon as we're worried, Bobby, we're worried for a second. Nope. Content gods are like, I got you, man. I got you.
The content creators are out there doing stuff. So
here he comes to save the day.
Yes.
I never lack in Dan. My faith in the content gods is unwavering. Unwavering.
For at least the last 6 years.
Ooh, man. Anyway, I'll include a link in the description. You guys can listen to that uninterrupted. I wanted to have some fun. So a live reaction to it.
Yes.
So hopefully you enjoyed.
Yeah.
We got 2 of those this week. That was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty solid. Okay, so real quick, the bottom line is on this. So the reason I included the meme, I don't know how many times I have to teach you this, old man. We need to stop trying to make fetch a thing here. We need to stop desperately trying to sell around the. I don't know who Anonymous was, but I'll be honest. Again, for the sake of this conversation, let's assume Anonymous wasn't Jimbo himself or Eric, probably. Let's assume it was not one of these things.
Isn't that like a shield bit?
Oh, a shield, totally.
If he kind of made it up himself and kind of, just saying.
At this point, Dan, wouldn't you advise to be like, as counsel here, would you be like, you know what? How about you just leave it be?
I'll tell you, with Josh again, he will agree with me on this. If your client wants to talk to anyone about anything, just tell them to shut up. Do not talk. Once you've put your foot in your mouth, take it out and never say another word. Don't keep talking. That's the worst thing you can do. And so if I were in a position of advising somebody like Mr. Beckett, I would tell him, please don't talk about shield bidding anymore. Just stop. Yeah.
It's
I really
like he's
can't.
trying to reiterate it so he can be more comfortable with the past. Yes.
So look, Eric, I want to have a little fun with this. Obviously, we have a lot of fun with Beckett in general terms. But look, I'm going to be serious here for a moment. I'm going to be serious for a moment.
Okay. Noted.
I said earlier, I don't have to do this. I choose to do this. And the reason I choose to do this is because, Dan, it is one of the great joys of my life to make fun of people who think they're smarter than they are. Now, that does not mean that Jimbo is not smart. You have to at least be able to rub a couple of brain cells together. I don't care what it is. You have to be able to rub a couple of brain cells together to be able to earn a doctorate in anything. You have to at least be able to do some work at some point. So I have no problem acknowledging that in statistics, Jimbo not only understands his stuff, he clearly was able to, at some point in his life, teach it. So he clearly at least has some understanding. So inside of the avenue in which he is an expert, I am willing to concede that I've taken my statistics courses, Dan. I've taken statistics courses in my lifetime. But I'm not going to pretend that I can out statistics Jimbo. But there's a lot of things that, trust me, I can crush him in terms of debate, because he sets himself up for it. The problem is he tries to carry that over into expertise in all these other areas. He's also been an expert witness in trials. That doesn't make him a lawyer. He stayed in at Holiday Inn Express last night. That doesn't mean he should be litigating the law and the rule of law and the angles and everything else. He shouldn't.
Exactly.
So just because you're good at one thing doesn't mean you're good at all these other things. I'm also not good at all these other things necessarily, but I know enough to be dangerous. And I know to also understand where my knowledge, this is the limit of my knowledge. I can speak to it up until this point. After that, I got to defer. Jimbo doesn't ever want to defer. He wants to be the guy. He wants to say the piece. And this is where he falls apart. It's the hubris of consistently and then he sticks his foot in it. And then it's quicksand. And then he decides to try to grab his leg to pull it out. And he keeps pulling. And then he goes deeper into the quicksand and completely engulfs himself in it. And he can't help himself. It's funny.
Ego.
But it's also a little sad.
Listen. Can we just go to bed? Call it a night. No, listen to me. Let's just go to bed.
I'm going to go to bed listening to you.
Before we go,
yeah,
let's go back a couple of months, find the commentary from the last time he opened his big mouth, and hit play. Because we said the exact same things. Stop talking. You got a big ego. You're trying to stay relevant. Let's just all go to bed and just hit play on the commentary we had a couple of months ago. It's all the same stuff.
It's just reverse.
But no, he's got new phrases.
Yes, he does have new phrases.
Okay,
new phrases.
Yeah, no. I didn't factor that in. That's completely
new hobby lingo.
Yeah,
he's coining new terms out here, Eric.
Yeah, I didn't factor in new phrases.
The man is innovating in the space. Do you not understand?
Let's do another 6 hours then, because I didn't factor in.
Wait a minute.
Don't threaten Carlos.
When you bring new words in, you can make up new meanings.
You know, Eric, I got enough beers to cover that.
I have to deal with. I have to deal with Mr. Clemens in the morning. So,
Eric, counterpoint. I don't care about you.
Yeah.
So, figured I would point that out.
Okay.
Yes.
Someone as good as AI needs to have Jimbo as yes. Captain America beam, yes. Dr. Beckett was good at taking exceptional cover photos for monthly magazines back in the magazine's heyday. Maybe. Like, look.
Oh, he also took down his magazine in this too, Eric.
He did.
That's new.
He did.
Yes.
That he took down his own magazine.
True, yes.
So Dan, just to make sure that I'm not being unfair about this, you understood my point from a moment ago. It is okay to have understanding and expertise in a category. I will happily acknowledge that he has been in the hobby an extremely long time. He knows a lot of power brokers and players from back. So whenever he wants to speak of the history of the hobby from his perspective as someone who witnessed certain things, I am happy to hear whatever he has to say on that. Hey, I dealt with so-and-so, blah, 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 back in the day. Back in 1975, we had blah, blah, blah. Awesome. Fantastic. Talk about it. Wax poetic about it. This is information that I don't have access to because I wasn't there. Fabulous. But it's when he enters into these realms and he does it of his own volition.
But, this realm negatively colors his history in the hobby. Because now people are starting to look back, including him, on what got him famous in the hobby, these magazines. And people are like, hey, maybe those magazines weren't so good after all. And suddenly his great historical relevance in the hobby is called into question. So again, stop talking. Like stop ruining your legacy.
So look, if we want to be serious here for a moment about this, the reality is it didn't matter. It almost, so here's a controversial take for you guys to have some fun with. It almost didn't matter how they came to the prices in the magazine, because realistically, we didn't have anything better. And the thing is that a lot of people don't understand. Go ahead, Bobby.
Just saying, we had better, because some guy, Bobby Burrell, wrote some price guides right along when they're in their hype, and he sold out.
Did you do it in 1984? Did you do it in 1984?
Not in that time period.
That's what I'm referring to. That's when the guide started.
Yeah, when he started.
What we had better was a free market. We had a free market. Somebody puts a price tag on it. You're willing to pay it. That's what you're going to pay. Somebody puts a price tag on it and it's too much. You try to negotiate them down. That's better than a book telling you what a price is and manipulating the market with these up and down arrows that he admits.
I don't understand. I don't have any issue with that, Dan, but I have a question. Yeah. Let me ask a question. So let me, just for fun, let's do this exercise. Okay. Let's do this exercise collectively, just for fun. Okay. Dan, do me a favor. Pick a card behind you on the shelf there. Any card at random. Any card. Pick anything you like. Pick anything you like.
Not that one.
You didn't even see what's down there.
So here's what I want. No, I want to kind of play this exercise, and I want the chat not to cheat. What I want is, so Dan, show us the card. Okay, so here's a Roberto Clemente 1960 tops in an SGC 5. Okay, so here's what I want. Again, let's say you're doing a 60 top set, or you're doing a Roberto Clemente run. I don't care. You actually want the card. What should we pay for a 1960 tops Roberto Clemente in an SGC 5? I'm not looking anything up. I don't want a card ladder. I don't want market movers. I don't want you to go to eBay. I just want you to look. Let's assume, for the sake of this conversation, Eric, you can play too, but here's what I want. Let's assume for one of the projects you're working on or one of the things you collect, let's assume that 1960 tops Roberto Clemente plays. So it's a nice card. It's in a solid grade. What should we pay for this card? What is appropriate? What seems right to you? I want to know what the price is.
You know what's better about it is look at this particular example, right?
Oh, the eye appeal.
This example, the eye appeal is high on it, right? So is it worth more than what the book is going to tell you? So don't look in the book.
Let's see the back. Let's see the back.
Show the back of the card, just so we're all covered. Just so we got both sides of the equation here.
Okay, no Mike Baker sticker. Okay, good.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go to the chat. I'm gonna go to the chat. But what I want is, again, let's assume that you're not constrained by a specific thing. You can pay whatever the price is that you feel is appropriate. It is a solid mid-grade card, good eye appeal, all the stuff. I want to know, what is the appropriate price? We're operating in a world of no comps here, no price guides, nothing. So we can pick whatever number out of the sky we want. So what is appropriate? I've got some answers in the chat, so I'm going to get to that. But I'm asking the question. I want to know. So Eric, if this was a card you actually needed for something you're collecting this. Mm-hmm. He's a Hall of Famer, great name in the hobby, all those things. It's a nice mid-grade card from the early 60s. What's appropriate? What's the right price for this? What should we pay?
I'd pay $175 for that one.
Okay. So let's look at it. Let's take a look here now to see what we've got here. So I'll read Rick's comment and we'll get into it. I think his alliance with Birdman Cards way back in the day to get his price guide website was actually genius. Rob Harris moving his way to listing cars and utilize his drive and capitalize. Fair enough. Brandon Rice's beauty. So T206 gets $225. Double D says $225 as well. Brad says $170. This card is only what someone's willing to pay. I understand. But what I'm asking is, what does people want to pay? Brandon Ryan's got $325. Bystander's got $300. So we got a range here. We're going from about $300 to $170. So we got $130 range right now. Eric was close to Brad's vintage. And then we had $225 for Dylan and $225 for T206 kids operating in there. So we have a range there. You know, there is a difference. It's over $100 between the low end and the high end. It's the same card. We're all having this conversation about it. So real quick, if anybody else wants to throw any last minute guesses, do it quickly. And then I want a comp there. So I assume, Dan, you get ready to go.
Card ladder open.
All right. So what I want is any last guess. I'm actually serious. I want you guys to tell me. Just assuming this was, let's say you're doing the 60 top set, or you want some Roberto Clementes from the set. This is a card that you actually need for the collection, so you actually will be interested in it. What is appropriate? What is right?
$500 would be more appropriate. I don't even know, but just saying.
Yep. Paul's got 350. So right now our range is between 350 and 170. Is right now our gamut between the high end and the low end. So right now we're operating blind here. We're operating without a price guide. We're operating without comps. So you could say $1, you could say $1,000, you could say $1 million. That's your call. Like whatever you want. I'm just asking. So I got 420 at the high end, 170 on the low end, 420 on the high end. Okay, fair enough. I'm just asking.
All right, is that it, or we got more?
All right. So right now, Paul's doing the Price is Right rules. All right. So all right. So tell me, I got between 170 and 420. What is our number here?
Well, here's the thing. It's hard to say because cards keep going up. There was a sale of this card today.
Okay.
For $335 today.
Okay.
But Card Ladder hasn't caught up yet. Card Ladder has its estimated value at $231.
Wow.
So I think that comp hasn't quite absorbed.
Well, Mr.
yet.
Wonderful would have told you it's at least $4,000 by now.
Let me give you Eric though. I purchased this card on March 19th, 2023 for $180. So
Thank
Eric
you.
is right on, but that's 3 years ago.
That's $2023.
Now-
Yeah.
Well,
Now
that's where Eric lives 3 years
today's
ago
sale
anyway,
is
so.
$335.
Mhm.
So I mean, I think that like realistically, if I was going to put a price tag on this, I'm not selling this card, but if I were to put a price tag on this at a show, and this gets back to
400.
our earlier conversation, I would go somewhere in between the 231, which is probably where it's been around, and this recent sale of 335. I'd probably put about 300 on this and see what it goes for. And somebody did say 300. So, you know, I just broke it. But another, I just
Okay.
did
So now it's down
200.
about 15%. Down about 15% for what he said a moment ago.
nothing happened. But
That's a Ken
here's the
Golden
point.
moment right there.
Another point. Invest in vintage. Look at the return on this.
Yeah.
Invest in vintage. Realistically, if
So-
it goes up again from the 335 to like 350, 360, I double my money in 3 years. That's a pretty good investment.
Yeah, I just think what's ultimately interesting here is that I think in this instance, I think we wound up in a good, solid place. I think where it becomes tricky is that for a lot of items, and then we introduce eye appeal, we introduce all these. So here's the whole thing. I'm going to have endless amounts of fun with Jimbo because again, he stuck his foot in it. He put himself in this position. The value of his guide back in the day wasn't that it was accurate. The value of the guide back in the day was that it created an anchor point. And this is the point that I've made in the past. The thing about an anchor point is it allows us to have a starting point. Because what if, in this conversation, in this thing, I think we ended up being, I think the average was maybe about 260. So if I take the absolute high end, the absolute low end.
The chat was really good at this, and that's a free market because
They
you
were.
have educated people who know the market, who know cards, putting numbers on it that are right in the range of what it goes for. Because those are the people who are at the show buying cards like that. So in essence, that's the free market. When you start manipulating the free market, that's where you get into problems. And that's where
Absolutely.
I believe
So
the show
that's the key
and
though.
Online are two different things though.
Sure.
Is that a show? Clemente, high demand.
Yeah, but imagine
5.5,
Bobby.
good grade.
Yeah,
Sorry?
but imagine Bobby if we had the same card and a dealer, and we've got dealers in that have, there's a couple of them out there, but let's have a dealer in the showcase. Somebody's got it at $300 and another guy's got it at $800. So now we got this weird, wild range, but at the same time, we're talking about SGC 5s to keep it in the same realm.
Sure.
But so now you're going to be like, okay, but but this one's got really amazing eye appeal. Well, $800 is a big difference between $800 and $300. Like, and then we have to have a debate. We have to have a discussion. Like, that's hard. Like, now it's like, well, how much do you value?
That's not
well,
even
how much
a
money
discussion point at that point. Yeah.
But also,
it's
Bobby,
too
how
high.
much money do you have? Maybe $800 is nothing to you, and you're like, yeah, whatever, fuck it.
And a lot of people do that.
Doesn't
A lot of guys do that.
Well, it was worth that one time to one dude. Eric threw $800 on the table and said, "Fuck it,
That's
give me
the
the card."
comp.
Yeah, like it is. But is it? But that's the whole concept.
Well, it's the last sale. There you go.
Yeah. So real quick, we'll wind down the next couple of minutes. Do you want to play this game for one more card, just for fun?
Sure.
We can do the same thing. Any at random, Dan. Pick any you like. We'll do it one more round. Same thing. Dan will pick a card. He'll show us the card, front and back, and then I'm going to ask you the same question. Again,
All right,
without looking it up, without cheating.
This one is going to be interesting because there's issues that, yeah. All right. So this is a 1953 Bowman Yogi Berra, which has eye appeal completely and totally off the charts, except that it's a 4 because you can see 2 print lines, one of them going through his hand and one of them above the mitt.
Oh, bugger. Right?
So this card is complicated, right? The back is, of course, perfect. Look at that back.
Can you tilt it 90 degrees just so we can see the text for a second?
Look at the brightness on the back. Wow.
What text? What?
Just on the back. Can you tilt it 90 degrees so we can see it facing the text?
Clean. That's a clean red.
Yeah.
Oh,
so you can read. So you can read all the letters there. It's very
It's
clear.
beautiful.
It's very clear, which is very clean.
Super back. This is one of those fronts that, without those 2 print lines, this is like an 8.
It's an 8.
Look at the
Far
white
from good,
border
good
and
from
the,
far.
and the
Yeah,
scarf and the
exactly.
centering and everything.
Amazing.
And even the color on the card itself, right?
You can't even see the print lines from far away. Well, I can.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, you could see them. You can see them right there, above and below his mitt.
Oh, okay. I can see them.
Now-
yeah, you have to really get
And
it.
if you back
And
here,
from my perspective, the key here is that the image is clean. And that's the ultimate thing with a 53 Bowman color. You want the image, you want the actual photo to be clean. That's ultimately critical to it to get a good look. All right, so we got some guesses here. So I'm going to start showing some numbers. So I want to kind of quickly look through this. So T206's got 300, Dylan's got 390, Bystander's got 450, Paul's got 250.
You're at.
So right now we're ranging between 250 and 450.
500 for that.
335 for
Eye
Brad.
appeal alone.
Back is really nice. Great eye. The back is unreal. So, like I said, we've got
this is
different
US
folks.
pricing. Oh yeah.
This is all US. So we're all talking US dollars. Keeping it simple. All right. So Eric, again, let's stay within the realm of the game here. The realm of the game is it fits into the collection. It's an actual item. Let's say you're not constrained necessarily by budget. You can afford to whatever. It's like your like button budget. You've got unlimited funds. You can pay whatever you want. What is appropriate though? Like you want the card. It actually fits in your collection. It's a 50s card. It's a good looking card, good image, front and back, good, decent centering and everything. What are we paying for this one?
Like button, unlimited funds. Did you say that?
Yeah. I don't want the constraint, Bobby. I don't want to constrain. I don't want excuses. I don't want excuses.
That in there. Nice.
I don't want excuses. I want to be like, you got the cash in your pocket. How much are we putting down?
Eric,
I'm
what are you
gonna
paying?
I'm gonna go $300.
Oh, you're low. Come on.
All right, sticking with it. Oh, Dylan wants to crap on the card. I see what's going on. He's saying image isn't clean, has print lines. That's a crap on your card. Just saying. I thought centering was the only thing that mattered. Damn.
Still $450.
We should have no one showed the value up. Yeah. Yogi's been underrated forever. His rookie's pretty cheap. I know. That's right. That's right, Zach. Okay. So just to talk about it. So David was our low for 220. And then our high was, I think, 450. So we're hanging between 220 and 4. So we've got a $230 range here.
That's big.
Pretty big range. All right. So what do we got here, Dan? Where are we sitting on this one?
So
Is this
here's
card
the thing.
ladder
Again,
or market move?
I'm on Card Ladder, but the last sale was November of 2025. So it's not that long ago. 288.
Okay.
Wow.
For this card in this grade. However,
That's not bad.
that's a low sale because Card Ladder has it averaged out at 357. So it's a $350 card.
Also,
So the
last
Mr.
sale and
Wonder-
average sale. Yeah.
The Mr. Wonderful number is 350.
But I purchased this card on June 19th, 2022 for $240. So I haven't made Clemente type money on this one, but it has gone up.
But you don't know what
I
that
would
sells
say
for right now.
It's probably like a $300 card, let's say.
Nailed it.
Right.
That's 2 in a row.
But again,
God, I'm good at this.
You have well, you're a professional, aren't you? You work in a store.
Professional what?
Yeah, exactly.
Professional is a strong word. But look, he actually, so here's the actual takeaway though. There isn't a wrong answer per se. The problem is that you've actually got a little bit of a range, even though this chat is pretty tuned in to kind of the vintage. But even then, Bobby, we still had a little bit of a range between the kind of the high end and the low end.
Quite a bit.
And at the end of the day, like, look, it's up to whatever it is you're comfortable. If as long as you're comfortable and you're happy with whatever it is you paid, but we left room. There's room for interpretation there.
There was almost 100% range.
Yeah, that's a pretty big range.
Big.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a Mr. Wonderful number, because there's different ways you can put numbers together for these cards. This is like an average. So it's about a $300 card. I'm looking
So
through
it's an
like
up
the
arrow.
last 10 sales.
It's an up arrow.
It's about a $300 card.
Yeah. And that was always the tricky part, is that we can come up with numbers, but it's tough when we don't have an anchor to go off of. That's why you wind up with a big range, because you're like, okay. And even with the eye appeal thing, certain folks are going to look at the same card. And if the surface is really important to you, then even those markings will mark it down for you. But if like centering and the image, the rest of the image is looking good, okay, now you're gonna change your mind. And that's going to depend on you.
It depends on the person. Yeah.
Correct. So where do you value it? Also, how important is it for, like, if you're doing the set, Bobby, that's going to change your
last card. What is your last card? Like, you're going to pay more, right? Complete the set. I need that.
That could be a factor. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
You got 400 on it. You'll be going. Would you take 380?
What's funny, Dan, is that for cards like that, we'll have this conversation. But like, so to Bobby's point, if like I'm on the last card of my 53 Bowman set, and let's say it's a card that's $20 in kind of the average grade that I would go for, but somebody asked for 25, I'm paying over comps. I probably wouldn't whine about it that much. As long as the card fits in the look that I'm looking for, $5 one way or the other, Dan, I'm not going to give a crap.
$20.
Yeah, but I overpaid. But I'm overpaying, right?
Doesn't matter.
But at the same time,
what is it overpaying?
If it's hundreds of dollars, and now I'm paying an extra $100, $150, $200, okay, yeah, that matters a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm going to pay a little closer attention to it. But $5 one way or the other on a $20 card, I may not care. That's what I'm saying here, is that it depends. And that's where the budget comes into play, because as an individual, your budget. So Dan, one of the things that I talk about with a lot of this stuff, and why it's always tricky with a lot of these conversations, is that that's why I poked fun at Mike's revolution. The problem is we're all doing different things here.
Yeah.
We may all, even if we're all collectors, we may all be collecting whatever we're collecting. We've got different budgets. We've got different targets. We've got different goals. We're not the same. You can't treat us like we're all exactly targeting the same thing, because some of us may love to have graded cards in our collection. Some of us want raw cards only. You know what? I don't even want to deal with the graded cards. Forget that. Whatever. I want to just do my own stuff. So we're not the same.
Some of us collect food issue or merchandise.
Yeah. But we're not the same. So the problem is, like, regardless of everything else, we're not the same. We're targeting different things with different budgets, with different approaches. We can have some similarities, but we also got differences. So we're forgetting that means that everybody's going to is going to be affected differently by a lot of the stuff that we're talking about. That's why you're not getting a unified response to everything. Yeah. That's why I poke fun at it, but it's like, well, Dan, if you never get affected by any graded cards, then you don't care what the graded card companies are doing. Yeah. Ever.
But again, I think the chat again on that card, which was hard because of the different, the condition, the very unique condition of that card, was very close. I mean, all those numbers are close. Nobody was like 38. Nobody was like 1,000. You know, it was like they were right in the range on it.
Eric wanted to say at least 50,000. Eric wanted to say $50,000, but he didn't want to flex on us.
Yeah, there was no layman guesses out there.
I could see Eric. He was sitting there. He was holding back, Dan. When he said $300 at the end there for the Yogi Berra, he was like, $55,000. He was like, wait, I better not say that. That'll convince. Then they'll know.
Right.
I'm surprised that he knows prices though, because usually the price that he pays is usually
nothing.
Whatever he can.
Very low.
The price he plays is $3.99. $3.99.
$3.99 claw. Yes.
The claw.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, you know, in what I do, which is away from cards, and they can't be really comped so much. You know, somebody listed a Bobby Hull record. It came out in 1960. These little records. It's got a beautiful picture of Bobby Hull on the front. It never really seen Chicago, seen Toronto, seen Detroit, but we've never seen Chicago. So I offered the guy. He listed it. Very poor listing. Didn't say hockey. Didn't say NHL. Just said Bobby Hull record. Whatever. And I said, listen, I'll give you $75. And he goes, well, it's a very tempting offer. Thank you very much, but I think I'll let it run the auction. I said, okay, that's fine. So at the end of the auction, he had one bid at $9.95, and I won it at $10.50. And I went, oh, well, that's really nice. So then I posted it on my Facebook page, and I said, you know, I picked up this. So some guy asked me, how much do you want for it? And I said, well, $300. He goes, okay, no problem. Paid. It's just amazing. The knowledge that you have, it doesn't really matter so much in cards, but it really matters in the other part of things. So, you know, comps can't really even be put on merchandise or other things because it's supply and demand, which is very low, where you have how many cards of those have sold in the last year?
This is an original program from the 1974 World Series in really nice shape. And, you know, go through all the pages are fine. Everything's in color. It's beautiful. Bobby, how much do you think I paid for this at a show like 2 weeks ago?
$25.
$5.
Yeah, there you go.
It was a guy who had a bunch of books, and he was there. He's an author selling his own book and signing his own book, but he had a bunch of other stuff, and he just had stacks of books and magazines and all kinds of stuff. And I go through, and I take out this program. I'm like, what? If you were selling this at your store,
the game, is it dated on the game, or is it just a generic
it's
like
no,
game
it's the
1, 3, or
program
5?
for the World Series. This is what you get when you win in the World Series.
But which game?
It doesn't.
The program. There's only one program for the whole series.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So, if Eric was selling this in the store, they would be asking like
$50,
I don't know, 30, $40, right?
Oh, weird. World Series 74. Who won the World Series?
74 was the Oakland A's. Oakland A's.
Oakland. So yeah, in Boston, I don't think you get much money for it. Yeah, maybe $30. Yeah.
But still, I mean, $5.
But in California, it would sell for $50.
Yeah, because there was 3 years where the Oakland A's won, and then the Red Machine won back to back in the mid-70s.
On my magnet video, you would see that I went through all those years. Yes. But that's the thing, you know, some things are capable of being comped and other things aren't. And I'm in the aren't category. So, you know, those blow up dolls, like, you know, I paid $400. Well, I guess in Canadian, I paid $600 and I made $1,800.
Well, you're talking about a blow up doll. Eric could pay at least $50,000.
I know. Well, that was a different story. Yeah. He already,
you don't want it back after he's done with it.
He put his offer in and I had to refuse him.
That's a different conversation. You don't want it back after he's done with it. He's watching Emmanuel Space. He's got blow up dolls. It's fine.
So we choose to be in different markets. And as I said before with, you know, Dr. Beckett, you know, there was an open market. You know, he sold the business by the time I really came up with the price guides. I was doing something different that they weren't doing. You know, I was doing research. I was looking into other things that a lot of people collected. And they never really covered it or did any research. They documented it one time, and that was it. It stayed there forever. They never went back and looked and changed, did anything. So I came in, not against them. I just said, hey, listen, you know, that information isn't out there. Why don't I just do it? Because I've already done the research. And I put out the books, and I sold out all the books, and it worked for me. But it also worked for Beckett as well. So there is, you know, he left the door open. And, you know, there's enough room for both of us. So it worked out well for me and for him. And, but, you know, he's famous and I'm just me.
I think you should have come up with a shield, with shield bidding.
Just,
Huh?
You're more than just,
Oh, yeah, I'm more than this. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's okay. He talks much better than I do.
Well, he came up with defensive and offensive shield bidding and shield bidding.
Shield. I didn't come up with shield. I'm sorry.
You didn't come up with shield bidding. Then what did you even do? Honestly.
Nothing.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. All right. So before we go to finalize tonight, Great job for everybody. Great job by everyone. Despite Eric's tardiness, I am billing him 10x for the like button.
I give him that.
10x for the like button. 10x.
Oh, yes.
I should
Yes, because you're late.
As the
Tardy.
Fanatics Overlord said, well, Eric, if you hadn't shown up, I would charge 100x.
It's the tardy 10x. Yes.
So you're lucky you even got to 10x. Otherwise, I would have 10x to 10x.
All right, it's midnight. I'm going to bed. Hurry up.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
No, you're not. There's no good night, everybody.
No,
Before you go, you
No.
went and you watched the Celtics with your son. This was your excuse. This is what you came up with. So,
And you
all
won.
right. How was the Celtics game? How'd that go? What happened? Did you get into a fight? Did you almost get thrown out? What'd you do?
Well, everybody was
A lot of green
well
on the court.
good night. Celtics won 109-102. Peyton Pritchard led the scoring for the Celtics, followed by Jason Tatum. And Jaylen Brown did not play. He has an injury, so we're not able to see him. But yeah, we had decent seats. I sent you guys a bunch of pictures. I think the pictures came out pretty good. So
Not bad.
yeah, so it was a lot of fun, and that was his birthday present from July. So
Of last year?
well, yeah, man, the Celtics don't play in the summer. So you get Celtics tickets.
Looks like a good game.
For the
Looking at
season.
the box score, it looks like a good game.
It was a good game. At one point, in the first quarter, Atlanta was just kicking Celtic butt, and we're up by like 15 or something, and the Celtics ended up coming back. So it was good. And they didn't chuck up like 1,000 threes. They actually went inside a bunch, which I was happy to see because I don't like modern day basketball. All they do is chuck threes and start backpedaling, and they actually
Step 3 times before they slam. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and so there's a lot of good ball movement and a lot of inside, play, which I like. So
Good.
thank you, bodies.
Yeah, good game. Pritchard had 36 points. Is that a career high?
Yeah, I don't
Probably
know
for him.
we're high, man, but everyone was, rooting for him to hit 40, and he missed his last 3 shots.
Ah,
Yeah.
loser.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Did you? Is that what you said?
No. You get beaten up in the crowd.
I was going to say, like, he'd randomly get attacked by some random fan.
You lose it. Oops.
He's like, wait, is that Matt from Providence? No.
Yes, it is. Oh my God, don't bring Matt into this.
No.
We can go over that video. We don't want to go there.
Look, I'm gonna address it on the next BIC podcast.
Oh, please do. I'll
Matt
look
from
forward to that, yes.
Matt from Providence got in a jab on Bobbles.
He did.
and-
He did.
Yeah,
Poor
and
Bobbles.
he's always against Eric. There's a lot going on there. Like, there's a lot of issues.
Listen, I have just recently stopped limping due to the horrific beatdown he gave me last year. The limp has finally, gone away. So I'm not going to talk any smack about Matt from Providence. Or
You shouldn't. They
No,
talked
not
about
He
trimming
he
cards
doesn't
and
call
whether
him-
they should
I'm
retrim a
getting
card.
too
And
old. I'm getting
the
too
answer
doesn't
was
call him
just,
Eric.
yes.
He calls him Sanderson to Orr.
Yeah, so I don't recover as quickly as I used to from those type of beatings. So I will be staying out of that. I definitely don't want to come face to face with him again. He's a very scary man, and he hurt me bad last time, and I don't want to have that happen again.
Good accent, Dan.
Wow. Just wow. Damn. Well, on that bombshell, we've cleared 4 hours. Done it again. Magoo, we've done it again.
That happens.
See, Dan, this is how you run the longest running episodic. And Dan,
What?
I don't want to get people too excited, but we're getting dangerously close. I'll let you know when it happens. But in the next couple of weeks, 2,000 consecutive days.
Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
2,000.
2,000. There you go.
What have I done with my life?
Absolutely nothing.
Wasted
This is
2,000
basically-
consecutive days.
Literally nothing. Literally nothing.
What have I
I
done?
thought it was 1,900 consecutive weeks, wasn't it?
Well, Dan, look, we can make it 2,000 consecutive weeks. It's fine. It's all good.
All right, there you go.
It's fine. Just saying.
I just
Whatever works.
wanted to follow Bobby around YouTube. That's all I wanted.
Sure.
Do you want it to be a creepy stalker, man? I know.
And now
I get it.
It's worked out
now my life is ruined.
pretty much.
Well, if hold on, before we go, to be fair,
To be fair.
Oh, that one's down.
that was a little flat.
Oh
That
my
was a little-
God. Trying to play the bass when he's only in less
yeah.
than baritone. Come on.
Anyway, the point is, Eric, truthfully, your life sucks anyway.
True.
I mean, like, yeah, what would you be doing anyway? You'd be
Yeah, like you
running
literally
in-
have
Yeah.
your wife wants
Right
to hang out with
there.
Ham. She doesn't want anything to do with you.
What
The
would you
fact
be
that you were
doing
able to
right
get
now?
your son to do something for you, all
Sleeping.
you had to do was pay for $1 million Celtics tickets.
right.
That shit's expensive.
From past July when his
Yeah,
birthday was.
This right here, those
It's been dreading
Celtics,
it for 6 months.
the TD Garden, cost $1 billion to get into.
Yeah.
$65 to park.
No way.
Only $65?
What?
Oh my
That's
God.
that's 1/3 of Dan's card.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
$65.
That's insane. That's ridiculous. Is there no subway there or something?
Bobby, originally Eric was trying to pitch to his son, let's portage over. It's like,
Yes,
let's start
maybe.
like a week beforehand. Let's portage on that way.
Well,
He's like, there's no body of water. You can't get there.
He says the ocean's there all the time.
Yes.
There's gotta be
The
a
problem is
better
the
place
ocean
to
doesn't
park,
take him
yeah.
to the arena.
Yeah,
Well,
65.
at least you could portage to the
You
ocean
could.
and then,
Yes. Yes.
Um,
And then walk it over.
We had some things going on. I'll tell you guys another time off camera, but we had some things going on. Ran out of time, and I'm like, all right, we're not taking the train. We're driving. Let's go. And I parked under the garden, so $65.
Wow.
Well, Eric, look,
Wow.
we'll discuss this offline, but all I got to say is I, for one, am disappointed that your solution to this wasn't, I will bike us over. You can piggyback off my
Yes.
back, and I'll go on my bicycle, and I'll take us all the way there.
Here, put on these roller skates. Here's the string.
No, it's gonna go full rickshaw. I'll just, it's his birthday
You could do
present.
that.
Just put him in the
I
back.
think the
and I'll-
most I've ever paid for parking is maybe 30, maybe 35, maybe.
I live in New York City. I don't pay $65 for parking.
Damn. Yeah, exactly, Dan.
Yeah.
Jeez. Like crap. That's New York. Whew.
Well, look, at least on the upside, look, hold on. Truthfully, the upside to all this is at least Eric didn't get accosted by the cops. I'm sure they thought about it. They're like, wait a
We
minute,
haven't
isn't that
heard
the
the whole
Dallas card
story.
show theft guy?
We haven't heard the
Isn't
whole
that the
story.
dude?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
That's
Bougie
why he
parking.
took the car.
Facts.
It hurt me deeply to hand that money over.
Oh, that
Because
is
they have the
painful.
facial recognition on the subway, so that's why he took the car.
Like they recognize him. They recognize him. They're like,
It's cost a ton because it's just such a ripoff to try to go to a sporting event now.
That is a lot.
Even close, we got lower balcony. It's like it's just ridiculous.
Well,
and
most
so-
people take the train.
Yeah, and we didn't spend money on anything else. No souvenirs, no food, no drinks.
Really?
wait, no, not a drink,
Cheap?
not popcorn, nothing.
No, just
Not an ice cream cake?
You cheap
Nothing
bastard.
no.
Like, really?
He is
Wow,
He has a job and his own money. If he wanted to
Eric,
get-
if you paid $65 for parking, you can at least pay $45 for a hot dog or something. Jesus,
Yeah, they have lots of pepper there.
no,
God damn.
there was no.
Don't they have cheap lobster?
You think, right?
If you go in the loge area, they probably do have lobster.
The
Wow,
Loge.
Eric. Wow, your son's birthday.
Is that like the
cheaped out.
Hoge, but Loge?
Yeah, Loge.
Oh,
Listen, like for your son's birthday, Eric, honestly, I gotta be honest, I'm disappointed. For your son's birthday, I expected it to be at least a $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 outing.
At
Like,
least.
pony up, Eric. Let's go.
And it's belated too, so you got to spend more.
no, I
Like,
don't.
really? You should.
Look, and the problem is leading into it. Eric's talking about how he paid $65 for parking, but before, like offline, Eric was all like,
He
Where did that
got
go?
free tickets from Phil. For
where did that
this.
go?
He's
Mhm.
not lying.
I wanted I wanted to see if I asked if he knew anybody I could get free tickets from.
He didn't know. Phil knows everybody.
Wow.
Really?
I specifically asked if he could help me out.
I got more connections than Phil did.
No, Bobby, that's not true. Phil had plenty of connections, but he was like, I know the claw. I know, like, you've already made tens of thousands of dollars off of free.
Now you got to pay. Now
you can at least pay for your own Celtics ticket, you bougie bastard.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened. Phil knew. Phil knows. Phil always knows.
Yep.
You think he doesn't know? He knows. Anyway. All right. That's it. Folks, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Another evening in the books. Longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. We'll continue. Thank you to Dan's Vintage Baseball for joining us this evening. And we got to cover the very important things in this issue. Links in the description to the Jimbo Beckett podcast episode that we reviewed and reacted to.
We did.
Links to the For Collectors video where Dan shamelessly shilled horrifically.
Yes.
Without shame.
Shamelessly, yes.
Ridiculously.
Mm-hmm.
Penny Sleeper, call us.
You Auction Wire.
Oh,
Auction Wire. We're not sponsored by Auction Wire because that bastard hasn't paid me. So you know what? Fuck Auction Wire. Auction Wire sucks until the check clears.
That's the greatest ever.
Until the check clears, I do not even acknowledge it, Bobby. Look it up yourselves, you lazy bastards.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying. Have yourselves a good evening. Thank you to Yannick for joining us. Thank you to Collector Brad for joining us this evening.
Brad
And Brandon.
Great stuff he shared with us. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'll chat with Brad some more, and then we'll probably get some content together for the Spring Expo. Hey, by the next time we reconvene, under a month. So it's coming. And then Strongsville before that. So we'll get some Strongsville coverage before that. And then right after that, a couple of weeks after that, will be Spring Expo, which will be on this channel.
Considering getting a booth too.
Ooh, fancy.
Again? Nice.
At the well, Eric's not going to be around, so it's good.
Absolutely. That's the best time.
Yeah.
So we'll see about the Spring Expo. Like Shark Week, but lamer. We'll have coverage. Wall to wall. No question. Appreciate you, Brad. All right, folks. Have yourselves a good evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take it easy. Catch you in the next one.